Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
heading to the Eiffel Mountains, where drivers will test themselves against not just each other, but against the cars and the terrain as well. It's the Green Hell, it's the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, powered by Thrustmaster, right here on the iRacing esports network of channels. Hello everybody, my name is Paul Smith, and I am joined, delighted to say that I'm joined by Will Chadwick here in the commentary booth. And Will, I mean, we've been sat here watching qualifying, getting giddy. What a race this promises to be here today.
Oh, it promises to be amazing. I'm looking forward to it so much. We've been, like you say, watching qualifying, watching how the order's going. We've got this beautiful 25-kilometre lap, and I'm looking forward to taking you through the first 3 hours.
It's certainly going to be an absolute thrill ride as well for these drivers. Well, let's have a look here at the special events calendar. We're into the month of May, and what a glorious month of May it is. Today, the Nürburgring 24 hours. We've got Indy 500 coming up, the World 600 as well. My personal favourite is the 4 hours of Thruxton as well. Last year that was incredible to watch, and it'll certainly be a good one. And look at the rest of the special event calendar. Things like you've got the Bathurst 1000, you've got the Crandon Championship, of course, for your off-road guys, SACA runoffs, Winter Derby, Chili Bowl. There's so much coming this year in the special events calendar, but for me, the month of May is the most special of them all. Right, let's just quickly take you through what is involved here today. So we are currently in qualifying, which is a 25-minute 2-lap qualifying for you to set your team's lap times. Then it's a 24-hour race. We've got dynamic weather, potential of rain later on this evening, but we're not too sure whether it will come yet. It's a team event, so a minimum of 2 drivers, maximum of 16. 100 incidents, and then you get a drive-through penalty. After that, it's every 20 incidents after that. You have got a disqualification limit of 255 incidents, a 60-car grid for you here today. That sounds like a lot, Will, but around here, once you get spread out after the first couple of hours, it doesn't actually feel like the biggest amount, does it?
Certainly not. When we go to tracks that are smaller in the season, 60 cars can feel very crowded indeed. Of course, I think it's a record entry for the real-life 24-hour race, which is coming up in just a few weeks' time in the middle of May, which will be, I think, 150 cars plus or something like that. So 60 cars might feel a little bit small around here, but there's plenty of amazing drivers and teams that'll be getting underway today.
Well, this is going to be one of the big talking points of today in the next 24 hours is balance of performance. We've got the balance of performance adjustments up on screen. Now, Will, we were talking before, you've got some thoughts about this, haven't you? And pointed out something very unique in this race.
Yes, so this is the very first iRacing special event to utilise the new balance of performance system, which allows you to reduce the weight of the cars and increase power. Only in the past we've ever been able to add weight and decrease power. Now you can increase by as much as 10% and as much as 50 kilos in either direction. So some interesting adjustments we have here for this GT3 class. Of course, the balance of performance here in GT3 tends to be a little bit different because we've got the ride height limit at the front of these cars. Introduced in, I believe, 2022, the cars have to run at 70mm front splitter height, which just basically means that they're a little bit different to drive and have a bit less front downforce. So plenty of interesting balance of performance tweaks, and we've got an interesting field of cars here today.
We certainly do, and all of the big players are out. Commander Esports there in the Porsche Cup class. BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Diogo Pinto and his teammate Gustavo Ariel's just gone to pole position by just under a second. Unbelievable between him and second place Blue Mercure Esports. What can Diogo Pinto do here across the line to finish off qualifying here? A 58.7, which will put him in second place. So it's that BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team rounding out the front row of the grid. We wondered what would happen with them, Will. Well, they pulled it out, didn't they?
I think I correctly called, well, I'm gonna regret this now, but I think I correctly called the pole position in the Cup car class as well. A few cars to cross the line right at the end. Cars going late in this session because we've seen the track temp cool by 2 degrees over the course of the last 25 minutes. So drivers opting to do their times right at the last second. It's looking like the order is pretty much confirmed now.
Yeah, absolutely. As that clock strikes 0, that's going to be the end of qualifying for these drivers. We've got a big grid to get through, 60 cars to work our way through here. So let's start with that front row, and it's all BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing at the front then, with Blue Mercure Esports and BMW M Team BS Competition in row number 2. Row 3, WSR Esports and Marla Racing Team. Fourth row of the grid then for Grid and Go with Drago Racing alongside them. Williams F1 Team Gaming on the 5th row with Zessa Esports. Row number 6 is Drago Racing Red and then the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Row number 7 then for Team Bennick and Stint 1 Motorsport. Fiercely Forward Gold and Solpec Precision Racing with Williams F1 Team Gaming rounding out the back of the GT3 grid. Porsche Cup, it's Coanda Esports and Grid and Go on the front row with Coanda second row with Duo Esports. Blue Mercure and Shearer Esports Blue rounding out row number 3. The 4th row, Grid and Go, Impulse Racing with Maniti Racing and Solpec Precision Racing on row number 5. Row 6 for Mag Performance. Then GT4, Team PGZ with TC Esports sharing the front row of the grid for them. Zessa Esports with Sim RC on row number 2. Falcon Sim Racing and Full Risk No Push on row number 3. The 4th row was Cooking Racing Adventures, former winners of this race. Alongside them is Undercut, Fiercely Forward Red and RDV Competition Unity with Grid and Go at the back of the GT4 field. TCR now, and it's Shearer Esports. Alongside them is WSR Esports. SARTS XML MC alongside them is Yes Motorsports with LMR Esports and BS Hybrid rounding out row number 3. The 4th row is Arete Esports with BZR Racing, Shearer Esports and Effect Simulations on row number 5. And row 6 is Slow and Steady. And then finally, in your M2 class, it is Grid and Go and Simify Esports Orange in the front row with Team RSO and Radix Racing Red. Blocker, Mertier and Kostek likes... okay, Kostek there certainly on that row of the grid with Eclipse Sim Sport, Tech Sim Team, Capivara and Team Fraudline rounding out the grid. 60 cars on this grid here today. The front of the grid, the GT3s are heading down the Dottinger Höhe now. Will, you've been in this position. You're a 2-time winner of this race. What's going through your head now at this stage when you're just getting yourself prepared for that green flag?
24 laps, 24 hours, I should say, to the start of the race. You've got 24 hours to go, and I think mainly in your head you're thinking about just staying clean. You don't want to crash on the first lap. You want to get your car through the first hour, often very hectic with everybody in slipstream and tow when you're in that sort of opening hour. And there's over 2,200 miles of racing for us to complete here this afternoon and into tomorrow. So you've got to keep it clean. You've got to do your own strategy and make sure that you get through that and get yourself a ticket into the last hour.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said at the start of the stream, it's very much a case of you're competing not just against other drivers out there on track, but it's also against the track itself and how you go out there. So we're getting set then through into Tiergarten for the front of the grid. That BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team certainly did a number in qualifying, and they'll be looking for a significantly better race this time round compared to last year. But certainly this is going to be an intriguing race. It's not going to be decided at the start of the race, but people could have their race ended here. We are set then for 24 hours of racing in the Eifel Mountains. It's the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Thrustmaster. Front row of the grid, ready for the start. We're going green flag racing and we're underway. there we go, green flag in the air, and straight away the front row getting away well, but Blumach here are attacking down into turn number 1. Your GT3 field working their way through. Porsche Cup on the bottom of your screen then, they're working through Tiergarten with their start of the race, so they'll be pretty much single file as they come across the line for their start. GT4s are the next ones then, and that is going to be headed up by TC Esports, their team ahead of Team PGZ, so change of position for them in the early going. TCR are behind them as well, not that far behind actually. Schneer Esport holding on to the lead of TCR for the start of this race, and then it's the M2s, Grid and Go, holding on to the lead as they come across the line as well. And from what we can see so far, Will, people behaving in these early stages.
Pretty well behaved down into turn number 1. A bit of aggression off the front of the GT3 start. BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing trying to hold out that top 2 position. Very different for what you're watching if you watch any of the NLS races in the real world. I was careful not to say NEC there. But yeah, if you've watched any of the NLS races in the real world, you'll see them doing segmented starts. Here, we all go green flag at the same time. So very hectic down into turn number 1 and through the final sections of the Nordschleife, going on for the first time onto the Nordschleife loop for the GT3s.
On board with Team Bennett then as they come through onto the Nordschleife for the first time. Turn left, going downhill then and heading towards the earlier section. Hatton back coming up in a little while. But Remy Gilbert for Team Bennett in that Aston Martin is one of the very few Aston Martins out there. In fact, he's the only Aston Martin in GT3. A couple of Mercedes out there, a Ferrari as well, but the majority are going to be BMWs as a car went off. Team Bennett a little bit deep, under attack there.
Yeah, a little bit of contact. We're saying they had a really good opening section to the lap, opening GP loop, often needing to make a lot of moves happen when you're on that GP loop because there's very few passing opportunities. If we go side by side into Flugplatz, thankfully all the cars make it through, but it's difficult to pass around this circuit. It's pretty narrow. It's an old traditional circuit built back in the 1940s, and yeah, it's fantastic to see racing around here.
Norby Kiss it was just getting a little bit bullied out the way there. So Norby, of course, the truck racing former truck champion, of course, getting bullied by the Williams F1 Team Gaming Sotomoto it was that went past them. So as they plunge down now, down into compression, and then head uphill towards Adenauer Forest for the first time in this race. They're lucky now that they can absolutely launch over that left curb as they come up out of compression in towards Adenauer Forest. But now it's all about positioning and biding your time and patience, I think, is a key point of this next section, isn't it?
Yes, very few passing opportunities around this 24-hour layout or around any layout of the Nürburgring circuit. You're kind of looking to your 2 straight line sections of the lap to try and make a move, and when you're in this sort of section you're just trying to keep as close to the car in front of you as possible and put yourself in the best position if you need to make a move halfway around the lap. It's not like you can pass into every corner around here. It's a unique experience racing around this layout of circuit, and it's just something you have to keep in mind because any rash little moves early on could see you with damage, and this race has a history of being attritional, and we've seen it back off a little bit in the last few years of the attrition as the level keeps getting higher by these drivers every year, but do not expect to see no crashes as we head over to your Cup class.
Yeah, Cup class headed by Commander Esports. Patricia Iglesias able to move ahead of Grid and Go Esports in the early going to make it a Commander Esports 1-2 right now. The 08 of Elvis Rankin leading the Cup class then. Of course, brand new car this year for these drivers to compete with. Compared to last year, they've retired the old 992. We're in the 992.2. But it's a completely different car, isn't it, Will?
Oh, completely different. Massively reworked and has a lot of slipstream effect. And not to say just that, we've just set the qualifying lap record here for Porsche Cup round this circuit. and an 8:057. That's so close. It was only a tenth of a second off your slowest GT3. This 992.2 is a seriously fast racing car, and for the very first time here at the Nürburgring, we've got ABS.
Yeah, ABS traction control, helping these drivers out. Although these absolute top drivers, they generally don't run with it, do they? They try and avoid using the ABS just to help protect the tyres. Through nut curve they go. We're hanging on hanging on for dear life then for a moment on the side of the Grid and Go esports car. These three have got just ever so slightly ahead of Blue Mercure behind, and so as they head towards the carousel for the first time, up and over the last bit of rise, and then you plunge down into the banked section here of the carousel. It's so easy to get that wrong, end up on that top side, and when you end up on that top side, you might as well be racing in a different class of car, Will, with how slow you go.
Yeah, very, very slow if you fall like that carousel, but it's also easy to jump out of it early and then hit that outside curb, and that can cause you to have a pretty big accident. As we're heading through this section here, these drivers are trying their very, very best not to hit these curbs on the apexes. They're just trying to skim them and get as close to them as possible. As we head through this section, you'll miss the left a little and then really cut the right. And you can see all these drivers doing that expertly as we head round, I think, sector 12 of the lap, if I remember my sector numbers correctly here on iRacing.
Through Brunchen, yeah, and this is my favourite section of the track, all the way from the end of the carousel all the way through to the Beloff S. It's a roller coaster, is this part of the track. I absolutely love driving this section of the track. It really does wake you up, and these drivers will need that when it's 2:30 in the morning and they're all fatigued and they're running at their limit. This section each and every time for me just wakes you up and makes you remember that, yeah, you are around the green hell and there's very little room for mistake, and you can see them actually getting a little bit of air on the front of the car as well, up over that rise into the Beloff S.
Yeah, these 992.2s rear-engined Porsche 911s, as to be expected, and they do get a little bit of, like you say, over that section. They're very, very light on the front, and they can really pick up at the front. It's something you have to be really careful of. It can really get you in a lot of trouble if you end up towards the right of the circuit for the next flat-out section. You can end up getting a slowdown, or maybe even worse. Verstappen Sim Racing at the front of your GT3 field, looking to make a breakaway here with a gap of, I think, 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, they're just trying to break that slipstream at the front of the field. Diogo Pinto, to give you an impression of what he'd be looking at there, through Tiergarten, ending the lap. So it is a rocket ship of a ride here, and we're 8 minutes into this 24-hour race. Porsche Cup at the bottom of your screen. You were talking about the slipstream earlier, Will. Well, look at them, nose to tail, the front three. Blue Mercure trying to hang with them, along with 5th place Dur Esports. Of course, Dur Esports, very well known in German motorsport, and they want to get themselves to the top step of a podium here this year at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to try your best to get as far forward as possible. And, you know, this does not tell the tale of the race. We're at the end of lap 1. We've got drivers in a very set position. You could argue Coanda are very, very strong in the Cup class right now. Verstappen Sim Racing at the front of the GT3 field. But, you know, we could be seeing, you know, someone that's in 10th, 11th, 12th place who could be winning this race in 24 hours' time, or just under at this point now. So, you know, it's important to keep your head down, run your own race, and run it as fast as you possibly can. It might be 24 hours on the clock and an endurance race, but this is very much a sprint.
It certainly is. Modern motorsport, modern endurance racing is very much a sprint here, as we'll look at that BS hybrid Hyundai Elantra. Under attack then from one of the Hondas. That's going to be the Saat XMC car, and they're going to be fighting it away through. Over the line they go, and to start another lap. The BMW M2s as well, they've been a bit separated, it must be said. There's been a bit of gapping out going on in the M2, so I think one or two drivers maybe not quite at the paces of others, or maybe a couple of incidents happening throughout that race, as there's the overtake made on BS hybrid.
Yeah, move in the TCR class. Aidan Walshingham We've seen him in the Porsche Esports Pro Cup Great Britain, traditionally an Assetto Corsa Competizione driver, but of course transitioning to iRacing as of the last few years, and he's took to iRacing so well, has Aidan, and running in this TCR class this afternoon, and I'm sure he's excited by the challenge of this 24-hour race.
Well, it's also the fact that he's transitioned so well across from one sim to this that he's been picked up by BS Competition. Now, they're not a small team. They're a team that will be like, you've got to be quite adept to sim racing to be brought into that team, and he's really benefiting from that, isn't he?
Yeah, been fantastic. You know, we've seen him across a number of competitions for the last 12 months, but he races in a lot of sims still. You know, he's a multi-sim driver, very, very good, and he's took iRacing really now on as his main simulator of choice, and yeah, he's been coming along really, really well. And like you say, BS, a very reputable outfit that have won this event many, many times.
Yeah, so why not get yourself involved with them and racing here. So as we go back onto the Nordschleife then in your TCRs, good strength of competition in your TCR field. So far, nobody coming a cropper in any of your categories right now. We have got GT3s. If you're just joining us, we've got GT3s at the head of the field. Then we've got the Porsche Cup cars, the second sort of ranked car. Then we've got GT4s, which is what we're looking at right now, is your GT4 class. That's currently led by TC Esports with Team PGZ in second place. Then you've got the TCRs that we were looking at just a minute or so ago, and then at the back of the field we've got the BMW M2s, which are more of a production car, aren't they? They're more of a production car feel, even though they are a race car. Yeah,
well, I mean, they're obviously fielded in the production car challenge here on iRacing as one of the classes that they do, and very much a road car which has been adapted to be a race car. Limited stuff that you can do to them to make them faster, and they're a bit of a challenge around this circuit because of the lack of adaptability, which means that you have to sort of drive them in a little bit of a different way, less compliant, harder to drive in some scenarios, not very high power, but they are a really different prospect for the drivers to be driving here this afternoon. Important to mention, in your GT4 class, as we were just looking at it, all 4 manufacturers in the top 4, which I think is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you make there, because it means that there's been a good split, a good look at how the different cars work. You've got Aston Martin leading, Porsche second, BMW in third, and Mercedes in fourth in GT4. Here's your M2s. We were talking about them. That's led by Simify Esports Orange. We're looking at this fight though a little bit further down in your field. That's Eclipse Sim Sport and the Costec car, the number 21 behind. So those two fighting it out for 4th and 5th place right now as they go through compression up towards the and now Forrester, that's a big mistake, huge mistake, into the wall there for Eclipse Sim Sport, and that is how easily things can change around this track.
How easy things can change. We were just talking about how this car provides a unique challenge. Unfortunately, slamming into the barrier, Eclipse Sim Sport with left side damage, and looks to be a little bit of adverse tow on that rear left. Back to your GT4 field, watching them follow their way through up into the midpoint of the lap.
You touched on the ride height, about how they've got an increased ride height around here. It does reduce the aerodynamic downforce that you get from the cars, especially in GT3. But you heard there on the camera shot that the car's striking the road. Here's a replay of that mistake, and it's just a little bit wide onto the grass, loses control. Here we go again, hits that curb wrong. It was that curb strike first that unsettled the car off into the barrier, and that's a nice bill heading your way from the Nürburgring. Oh, not the best rejoin there. I can sense Connery Maddox suddenly stirring and being judgmental of that rejoin. But you can hear still in some places around this track, Will, that cars are still striking the road when in those compressions.
Yeah, so although that your static ride height needs to be higher in the GT3 class, you do end up seeing that they may run the cars softer to get them dynamically lower, but it also leads to generally having a different scenario in terms of how you would profile the car and how you would change your aerodynamics. Generally, a GT3 car around this track, due to the ride height restrictions, needs to be a lower downforce rear wing to balance off the fact that you have less downforce from the front, and a lower rake of car. Now, I will explain rake to any new viewers. A rake is the difference between your front and rear ride height, and it's when we've ever seen over the years those Formula 1 cars that look really high at the back and really low at the front. That would be seen as a high rake approach, and a lot of these GT3s and a lot of the cars here today will be running a more low rake configuration.
At the front, it's still your two BMW M Verstappen sim racing cars, Gustavo Ariel and Diogo Pinto, leading this race, but Bleu Mercure are right there with them right now. They cannot be shook away, and you can see the two in front, your two race leaders. So Bleu Mercure doing a good job of hanging with that Verstappen sim racing outfit, and they are dragging along with them that BS competition car behind as well. Whoa. With Marla. Oh, big accident! Big accident! Put Impulse Racing involved in that in the Cup car as the Grid and Go car splits your Coanders at the front of your Cup class, but it was Impulse Racing. Massive accident for them. Pastel Costa is going to have to try and get the car back to the pits, and I think he's actually had to tow the car.
A huge incident on the straight. It looked to maybe be some incorrect bump draft, and we're going to get a replay now. The 915 moves to the left, the Grid and Go defends and blocks, and wow, that last minute move of direction change takes out Impulse, and thankfully it's, I mean, for the rest of the class, it's just their car that seems to have been affected.
Yeah, everybody else managing to avoid them, but it's lap 2. It's lap 2 of a 24-hour race. I know you said that it's treated like a sprint. Here we go. Here's the onboard from the car behind. So the Impulse car in front is going to pull right. So get ready. They've closed up, pull right, and the Grid and Curl car just reacts. You see, for me, if you have the Grid and Go car, why are you trying to block that? Just let them by.
I understand the process of wanting to do what they're doing, but it was too late. I think blocking is fair enough if you do it safely, but in that case, it's really ruined the race for the 915, unfortunately.
Here we go. The helicopter shot then, so Impulse get the run, and yeah, that's just too late. That is way too late, and yeah, that's suboptimal in my opinion. I can tell you, by the way, so Eclipse Sim Sport, the car, the BMW that we saw have the accident heading into Adenauer Forest, they have had to head to pit road and get repairs done to their car. They are still running around there, it must be said, although they are having major issues trying to hang on to that car to get it back to the pit lane. And there were other M2s involved in that, because I can tell you that Kostek as well, the 21, they've got a mechanical warning flag as well, and they're onto pit road.
Interesting point to note there, you know, since we've had this adaptation, I think it was in for last year's race as well, we've got the gravel and the grass mechanics now on iRacing, where you can drag grass and gravel onto the circuit, and that'll be a bit of a hazard for the GT3s when they go through that section next time by.
Well, they won't know it, especially your race leader, and it does affect your grip. It's
absolutely.
It's not like a huge suddenly you're on ice, but it's still enough that it will affect them, and it's just the damage to that car. Oh, that's Kostek. So that's them separately in the 21.
And they decided to tow to pit lane, but yeah, that gravel that's been dragged onto the circuit there near the end of the lap, that could be critical just after the jump, because you know those cars come through there really, really fast on those front tyres, and that will be a reduction of, like you say, maybe sort of 10% of grip, and that could cost them a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if all the cars can navigate that successfully. Potentially, if any of them have spotters, they'll be letting them know already when they get to that section.
Yeah, if you've got a really well-rounded, competent team behind the scenes, you'll have them on the blower going, there's been an incident at this corner, say Hoacht or Brunchen, somewhere like, they'll be giving them the points of the track. Just be careful, because your grip will be compromised. And to be fair, the sim does actually give them the slippery surface flag as well as a bit of a heads up.
Yeah, so you'll have some sort of indication, but you're never quite sure exactly what that is. It could be a bit of grass, could be a little bit of gravel, could be a lot of gravel. And in the case that it's a lot of gravel, it does significantly reduce your grip, and it's just something you have to be aware of. Not surprised to see the likes of Vasilios Bestalotis keeping up at the front of the field in the Blue Mercure car, of course, a multiple-time winner of this event in the GT3 class. So I'd expect this GT3 train to stay as it is for the time being, with the Blue Mercure car close behind the Verstappen sim racing cars.
And to think as well, they'll be getting a ton of fuel saving going on right here. Being the second car in the slipstream, that will really help fuel-wise. It won't get you a lap, but it means that you've got that less time in the pit stop. Daniel Pastor up the hill, heading towards Mutkurv, and the Drago racing car deciding, do you know what, it's not worth fighting that one into Mutkurv. And so the grid and go car, Daniel Pastor able to move ahead for the time being in GT3. That's up into 8th place in the class and overall as we're going through. We're heading to the carousel once again. I can tell you that the very back of the last M2 car is just heading down into the hairpin on the Grand Prix loop. So we're still quite a ways before we're going to see traffic. You usually talk around here, what, about 45 minutes or so before you start hitting traffic in GT3?
I think it depends on what year. I think every year we come here that we see a difference in how fast some cars are, how slow some cars are. So it can affect you a little bit. The GT3s are about 3 minutes now off the back of the M2 field. So I could expect to see them, sort of around about 45 minutes through the race, yeah.
So there you see that car 22 at the back of the field. That's Team Fräulein then, Owen Truman, who are racing out there on their own after having been in pit road just now. So they've had to get some service done there for them. Right, so at the front of the field in Cup class, we've got that split of cars, and it's Coanda Esports, Grid and Go, and then Coanda Esports, and not that far behind, Bleu Mercure, Dirt Esports, Shure Esports as well. Another one of the Grid and Go cars. It's just got, as you pointed out at the start of the race, it's just a queue of Porsches using that slipstream.
Yeah, and it's about 1.7 seconds is how far the slipstream extends back off the back of these Cup cars. And if you can keep in it, you're going to be going a lot faster. We're talking 1 to 2 seconds a lap faster just by the assistance of the tow. So, if you're in this Cup class, you're probably trying to protect your tyre a little bit, trying to save a bit of fuel. So although that we don't go an extra lap probably in this class, we're expecting the Cup cars to do, let's say, about 8 laps here today, every stint. Although you don't go 1 lap extra by saving the fuel, you might save 1 second in your pit box, and that can help you create a gap and break away at the front of the field to start controlling your own race.
Underneath the Bilstein Bridge they go, and they've actually broken away slightly. Have your 2 race leaders, the BMW M Verstappen sim racing cars, Ariel and Pinto, have gapped out a little bit to about 3/4 of a second to Bleu Mercure, and then the BMW M Team BS Competition in 4th place. Not that far back, if you ask me. So plenty of time left in this race. We're 24 minutes into this one then, as we look at the Falcon sim racing team then. That's going to be James Boume, I believe, that we're looking at. Change of teams for James this year from Altitude Esports into that Falcon sim racing outfit, and he's behind the Williams F1 Team Gaming of Etu Escalainen there. Remy Gilbert in that Team Bennett car behind him, and Will, you've learnt firsthand how aggressive Remy can be out there on track, but I don't think he will be at this stage of the race.
Certainly trying not to be. But Remy's a great driver. He's a very good driver, got many wins in a number of categories across the last year. And it's nice to see them using the Aston Martin, because that is definitely the best looking car in the field. And I'm not taking any grief on that.
I mean, personally, I'm a bit of an older Aston Martin fan. I prefer an old DB9 and things like that. I mean, I was fortunate enough that back in 2014 I got to have a tour around the ProDrive facility in Banbury and got to see those the last of the V12s being built there as they were changing over between the V12s and the V8s. There's the move for second place in your Porsche Cup class. We have had, by the way, Scherer Esports in your TCR category on pit road. So the second car, not the one that was leading them out, the second car of theirs onto pit road. So they've had some form of drama out there.
Potentially sounds a bit too early to me for a strategical pit stop, unless you've already calculated forward into the future and gone, actually, I think at the end of the race we're going to have to take a 3-lap stop, so let's do it now. But with the threat of rain, I'm not sure people will be doing that.
Yeah, as you say, you've got that threat of rain just hanging there. I mean, we were looking at the forecast beforehand, and we were looking at around a peak chance of precipitation at 25%. Around about, I want to say about 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30, but you've got to race to the conditions that are in front of you at that time, haven't you? So many times I've seen it where people have seen, there's rain on the radar, and when they think it's close enough, put on the tyres for wet weather and then just go backwards.
Yeah, well, the way the rain works here on iRacing is that your transition is not instant, and like it isn't in the real world, we've got hot, slick tyres on these vehicles. They're able to produce grip still at a low level of wetness, and you've got to always remember, especially when we go to tracks as big as this and have got such big straight lines, a slick tyre is just faster in a straight line. So even if you're losing a little bit of time in the corners, you're gaining it back on the straights. So that transition time can be different circuit to circuit, and generally on the sim you're looking towards getting track is lightly wet before you're starting to get onto a wet tyre. There's a few levels of wetness in iRacing, and the track is lightly wet is usually when you're moving onto a wet tyre.
The last 3 races that I've done in the wet on iRacing in various different leagues have been 100% wet, and that is just impossible. I'm just putting out. I mean, it might be possible for some people, but not for me. I'm safer in the commentary box, Will, if you ask me.
It's certainly a really, really challenging condition that iRacing have represented, and because they've done it in such a organic and dynamic manner, it's always really interesting. People go, well, how do I practice for rain? And I go, well, just jump in a dynamic session, because no rain is ever the same. How wet is a wet track? Well, it can be very different levels of wetness. Your puddles can be in different locations. When I expect to get maybe some rain here today. When we get rain, providing we do, obviously, the puddles and where the water is will be affected by where all the cars are driving. So even if you've done a practice session with loads of AI, maybe the AI are taking a slightly different line in one corner, so that corner's going to be completely different. So there's going to be a lot of drivers learning on the fly here and adapting to that condition as it comes at them.
I can tell you, Will, that you've got a fan club in the YouTube chat. Just saying that. As we carry on, we're almost half an hour into this race, and it must have been the water that affected me that time. But anyway, let's have a look then at your GT4 field, because these are still absolutely neck and neck at the front of this category, still led by TC Esports. I get the feeling that Team PGZ in that Porsche are comfortable right now, just sitting there in second place, getting themselves a little bit of slipstream, a little bit of fuel saving being going on here. They've got Zess Esports behind them. in the BMW. We've got the Sim RC, Corentin Guinez. I've raced against him in touring cars. Unbelievable driver is Corentin. He's in the Mercedes. That front 4, and 5 actually, because Falcon Sim Racing team are there as well. All together out there on track, but it shows just how good this GT4 balance of performance has worked out nicely, that there's no real separation here. Look at them launch over the curb there.
Massive bit of airtime there from the PGZ GT4 Samuel L. Ward. Yeah, very, very good to see the GT4 class so nicely represented at the front of your field. All the different manufacturers fighting at the front. We had some report in the chat from our beautiful YouTube chat, hello YouTube chat, to say that the Scherer TCR had packet loss. So that's obviously a new update to iRacing, where if your packet loss or your internet connection isn't good enough, they send you back to the pit lane. So that is the report for the Scherer Esports TCR car.
Yeah, it's a shame to see that, but thankfully you can get another driver into the car, and they are back out on track right now, running, as they will carry on then. So your GT4s, they're heading through the Kleiner Carousel, heading towards Galgenkopf. GT3, sorry, your race leaders are heading through that way. But your GT4s, I mean, they're, what, half a lap back, perhaps? So just heading down to one of the lowest points of the track right now. Through the left, and then back uphill through the right. Tricky corner, this right-hander, because you don't want to hit that inside curb. It'll kick you too far wide. And then you're heading towards Bergwerk, and then that run up through Kesselchen and Muck curve towards the top of the hill here. GT3, well, surprise, surprise, it's still your Verstappen sim racing cars at the front, with Blue Mercure in 3rd place. But Blue Mercure looking a little bit more racy, and Diogo Pinto feeling the need to go a little bit defensive there, Will.
Potentially, you know, if you're in that position of Blue Mercure and Vasilias Bestolotis, you're wanting to have to break up that Verstappen sort of cohort at the front of the field. They're working together, they're pushing each other, they're going to be protecting each other's position on this circuit. If you're in that car, that number 32, you might be wanting to try and split as he has a little look to the inside. Nothing with too much intent, not diving too late on the brakes, but, you know, if you can split those two cars up, you're maybe being able to control the race a little bit better in your favour, especially when it comes to pit stops. An underrated thing when it comes to pit stops, being in front of the car ahead. It's free time when you come into the box, and you're going to protect yourself a lot more. So there's a lot of strategical elements to this, and I'd be not surprised to see, before we get to lap 7 and the pit stops at the end of lap 7, some changes in the order.
Yeah, certainly we should see that going on. We've completed 4 laps. We're on to the 5th lap of the race at the front of the field, and that BMW M Team BS competition car in 4th place is there and hanging around, loitering with intent. Felix Kronbach is there, just seeing what's happening, and still within that slipstream, so keeping a good pace with your race leaders. But it's WSR Esports that have just dropped off the back of this lead pack at the front here, and you can see in the background a shot the Ferrari leading then Marla Racing Team and Drago Racing White in that 2nd pack. So we've got a breakaway at the front of GT3, then a 3-car second breakaway before the rest of GT3 come through. The Porsche Cups, they're heading through onto the bottom of the Grand Prix layout as well. The pace difference between the GT3s and the Cup cars, it's not the biggest of pace differences, is it, really, in lap time wise? Your leader, overall leader, doing an 8-minute flat, 8 minutes and 8 seconds for your leading Porsche Cup car.
No, it's much smaller than we've seen in the previous years. I remember, I think when I did this race, pole position was an 8.10, and what we were lapping at in the race was like 8.12, so they're a good 4 to 5 seconds faster, depending on condition, and we'll see them get, you know, into that 8.05 region as the race gets a bit colder we've already lost 3 degrees in track temperature as the race has gone on so far, and that's going to cause these drivers to go faster. A colder track temp on iRacing gives you more grip and you go faster around the lap. So as that track temperature starts to decrease, we'll start to see lap times increase. And like you say, these new 992.2 Cup cars are a serious piece of racing machinery. The new ABS, the new aerodynamics that they've got at play makes them an even faster prospect than they've ever been. So therefore, closer to your front GT3s.
As we're heading through the opening sections of the Nordschleife, then back out there and through the go, heading towards through the Hatzenbach and then heading towards Hürchen, and then heading down towards Floodplatz. You go downhill, then back uphill. These Porsche Cup cars, when you watch them go over Floodplatz, you'll see them get air at the front of the car. So it's up over this rise here. Look at them, the front of the car taking off there. And you think that you've got to immediately turn right after that into Floodplatz corner. It's Floodplatz flying in more ways than one around there.
I can't speak for what a high level these drivers are driving at here. You know, you have to be so attuned to this racetrack. It is super difficult, and all the lap times that are being set here are blisteringly fast. It's a super, super tricky circuit, and like you say, with those air times that you get in this Cup car, you've got to position your car before you get to the jump. You've got to sort of predict where you want the car to land, because obviously you can't steer when your front wheels are in the air. We are getting closer and closer to the point in time where we are going to see these GT3s start to lap the first cars of this race, just 1 minute back now from that M2 field, or at the start of that M2 field, and then we'll start to see a little bit of traffic action, and that'll be really, really interesting. Specifically, I think when we see GT3s lap GT4s for the first time, I think that'll be a really interesting part of the race.
So when you're racing around here, what's the part of track that you don't want to catch?
Great question, Paul. Great question. I'd say that the parts of the section of the circuit where you don't want to catch lap traffic here, so where you see the Cup cars going through now, very little passing opportunities through this section. And if you get stuck behind one of these cars, it's just infinite time loss. You know, you can't really make a move because you don't have that much more performance, and you're just getting stuck in and around this area. Also, other than this section of the circuit, when we get past the first carousel of the lap, around Brunchen, Wipperman, that sort of area, Flansgarden, that's another tight section of the circuit that you don't really want to be getting caught. Ideally, in an ideal world, you're catching at one of the straights, which is where we're coming up to, thankfully, for any of these drivers starting to lap cars a little bit later in the race.
Yeah, it's challenging for the car that's being lapped as well, because you've got to be predictable. You've got to stick to your racing line. But I've had it, I mean, I'm going back years now when I finished on the podium here, just dropping that one in. Believe it or not, folks, this commentator is this one here. It's not just Will who's won the race here. I finished on the podium as well. When you had those GT3s coming up to you, behind you, you're sticking to your line and you're thinking, oh, it's just one car. And then you see that one car come past, you're starting to turn in, suddenly, oh, there's another one there. You can suddenly get caught out by one following another, and before you know it, you're into the side of that car if you're not careful. So it's a bit of give and take, isn't it, between both cars as to negotiating it safely through, especially through the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and I think that there's something that I can speak for on the driver's behalf is that when you're in one of these races, it's super, super intense. And if, for example, if we were to come across traffic now in GT3 and you're Vasilios, you're wanting anything to make sure you're passing that car in front when you're lapping a car, because if you get a car in between you now, you're off that front gap. So you can see quite a lot of aggression from these higher classes that are the top classes of this track. You know, a bit like if you ever watch the World Endurance Championship and you watch the prototypes versus the GT3s, you're wanting to make that move as quickly as possible. And in some cases, when you're that lap traffic, you can think, well, that was a silly move. But then again, from the GT3's perspective, they're needing to do everything to reduce their race time. And obviously you have to do it in a measured manner, but you know, sometimes that does end up him having some quite aggressive moves.
Well, I mean, you just have to look at the real world racing around here, in both NLS and in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. How the GT3s, we've seen big accidents, cars getting rolled. I think of, what was it, the Aston Martin last year getting rolled because of the Grella Porsche getting into them. It's things like that. You've got to be aggressive as the GT3. You've got to be assertive, and you've got to make it known, and you've got to be saying, look, I'm making this move. But you can't do that to the degree of expecting the other car to just jump out of the way either. So it's a balancing act that you've got to do, and we'll be seeing that in a little while time. Well, the GT3s, they are heading across the line. End of lap number 5 for these drivers. So 2 more laps before we're heading down onto pit road, and it's still as you were at the front. The only real movement in GT3 has actually been Drago Racing White moving ahead of Grid and Go into 7th place, and Drago Racing Red moving up 2 places. Johan Half, it still doesn't feel right seeing him not in an Apex Racing Team livery, I must say. But Johan, along with people like Pete Berryman, jumping across to Drago Racing, and I tell you what, Drago Racing, they've got some really good drivers out of that Apex Racing Team dissolvement.
Absolutely, Drago, very, very big force to go up against in this GT3 class across many special events, and like you say, picking up some of the members of Apex Racing Team as of the last few years. So they've been strengthening the roster. So they're just behind Grid and Go at the time being. Johan Half, obviously a driver that's competed in the World Championship here on iRacing for many a year. For as long as I can remember, at least, competing in the World Championship. Very accomplished driver, and one of the drivers taking to this circuit here this evening. Even though you see the cars at the front of the field that are leading the race, everybody in this field is world-class level in terms of GT3, P-Cup, everything. You know, super high level, and it's very difficult to set the lap times of the leaders out front. I can assure you that.
Johan Half, of course, a former iRacing World Championship world champion in the IRX. It's a completely different thing, but that IRX is very much high intensity racing. Now, they're on the short races. This is a 24-hour race. Okay, you're not doing 24 hours solely on your own, but it gets you adept to that sprint racing, that's really hard charging sprint format. Of course, we've seen Johan in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, of course, which is I'm happy to see announced once again for this year, coming up later this year, with qualification happening a little bit later on, this month, isn't it? I do believe.
Yes.
For the, for the regionals. So if you fancy getting yourself into the Porsche Esports Super Cup, you have a chance of getting there. You're going to have some stiff competition, it must be said, though. But Will, you winning the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain, you've got a ticket into the regionals.
Yeah, I have, alongside 5 other members, a ticket into the European regionals. So that's a privilege to be bypassed through the first stage. But yeah, like you say, global qualifiers for the Porsche Esports Super Cup starting in just 2 weeks' time from now. So the first race on the 13th of May at Spa-Francorchamps, followed up by the 16th of May. 2 races every week, 4 rounds in total across 4 of the world's best circuits. And you can score points towards your overall standing against everybody else in the world, no matter what split you're in, to try and get yourself qualified into the second stage of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, ultimately going for the grand prize, which is a real-life seat in a Porsche Motorsports Cup car class or Cup class series in the real world. So very, very interesting to see Porsche venturing into the sim racing to real-life racing route, and I'd be certainly extremely interested to see how that sort of process goes on as we get into the later half of the year and when the real World Championship kicks off.
Issues in GT4 Grid and Go. the 004 onto pit road. Here's what's happened. Oh, clip the curb through the Beloff S and hard into the barrier there. That's ruined the engine. They've had to take a tour back to pit road, and a huge incident there for Alessandro Quantia. So they'll be sat on pit road for a good, I want to say about 45 minutes if an engine's gone pop.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If an engine's gone pop at this stage, I wouldn't blame any team for retiring the car. I can see that maybe you want to get out there and go racing, but the way that iRacing works with who you put in the car, you can kind of maybe just take the loss at this stage if you've had that big of an incident. But like you say, going over that jump, being too far to the right, making too much of that high-speed section after Flansgarten, and look at that, clip of the curb and into the wall, unfortunately.
Yeah, so unfortunately no longer out there on track for them right now. They're getting repairs. So this is the race for 5th placed overall. It's WSR Esports Red with Marla Racing Team and Drago Racing White behind them, 6th and 7th places. It's Ferrari versus 2 BMWs. Of course, this venue being the place where David Pittard went and dragged a very damaged and broken suspension Ferrari 296 back in 2023 now. I still think that 296 is a brand new car, but it's not now. He dragged that car across the line to get the win in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, and what a day it was for Ferrari. And speaking to my colleague Peter Mackay about that day, when I was chatting to him back then, he was saying that throughout that evening into the morning, you saw more and more red shirts with Ferrari logos appearing at the track.
Yeah, and it was amazing to see that.
Oh no! That's Marla getting involved with the M2 Cup car. Oh, and that's given WSR Esports a bit of a let-off, but Drago Racing had nowhere to go in all of that. That could have been a heck of a lot worse.
That could have been massively worse, and that's the first instance of us really seeing those GT3s come across the tail end of that M2 field. I think that M2 was a little bit further back. Here you're watching it from the cockpit of the number 1 Drago car, just on the inside, and he's just still there, and the Marla car doesn't quite give him enough space. And, oh, that's so close for the number 1 Drago.
Very well held, and lucky to get away with that. But we have got that lap traffic becoming more of a thing now. Got TCR there of the Shearer car that got the disconnect. Oh, going past through Galgenkopf. That's not exactly the wisest place to be going past a TCR, because they do have a habit of understeering on power. And look at that Drago car into the back, bump drafting the Marla car, because they want to get back to that WSR Esports car. As changed now for the lead, deciding perhaps to switch the cars around before the pit stop cycle in a lap's time.
Yeah, so that'll be probably for fuel mileage. You don't want your car that's got less fuel than the other one going into the pit boxes second, because then you're going to just have a bigger gap open up between your two of you, and when you're trying your best to work as a team, that you don't want that gap to open up. So that's just a tactical switch, and hopefully for the other car to save a little bit more fuel. I think that was the number 4 Verstappen sim racing car going to the second place.
It's so easily done. I can tell you that now. It is so easily done. But yeah, so we've got look down the inside. Grid and go on Drago. Almost contact between the two of them. Grid and go now. Got a tight exit out of that chicane. Remember, they cut through the arena section out entirely. Grid and go inside to the next left-hander, and that's going to be the position change. So up 1 position for Grid and Go. Daniel Pastor then ahead of Drago Racing's Johan Haaf. I can tell you that things in Porsche Cup are getting a little bit spicy as well, because my timing tower keeps on changing a little bit, because Grid and Go have moved up into second place. There they are. So Porsche Cup is getting business is picking up there as well. You can tell that people are starting to get towards a pit stop cycle because they're wanting to position themselves, as you're saying, in the right place coming into the pits.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Grin and Go try and take the lead as they get into the pit stop. And you can see the Cup car class, I think, what is it, maybe 4 or 5 deep in terms of how many people we've got in this front group. Maybe even 6, I think. Maybe I can't count, to be honest. But a lot of cars in that front tow, and they're all trying to stay with that leading group, save a bit of fuel, and keep within the fight to lead this race.
It's 7 cars, by the way, so that's why you couldn't count it, right? Because it's actually 7. Yeah, all together here, it's incredible. We've got what 10 cars in the Cup class on the sort of lead lap. Although Mag Performance have headed onto pit road now. So Matthias Maringer in the Cup class deciding to go onto pit road. What's Cooking Racing Adventures? Former race winners, of course. Around they go, taking a BMW with them, trying to sort themselves out, and that's in that section before, I want to say it's before the Exmuller section of the track. So, yeah, what's Cooking Racing Adventures not going well in this opening stint.
Current reigning champions of this race in the GT4 class, and like you say, just a little bit of contact to the rear end as we're getting through that mid-section of the lap before the sort of the back straight, and unfortunately setting them back. At least no damage though for the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car, so they're able to continue on and fight a little bit later into this race.
I could tell you that the leading GT3s are catching up to the back of the M2s now, so we are close to 55 minutes, of the race gone, so it's taken a little bit longer to get to the actual main pack of cars, but they are heading towards them now, so that's when the real challenge will start for these GT3s, how they work through the field. And it's all about efficiency, isn't it, Will? It's not about necessarily about you being quick through it, it's being efficient through that field.
Absolutely. Just generally losing as little time as possible across the duration of the race, and not putting yourself in too risky of a position, but then again also not sitting and hesitating in traffic. You want to be as clean as possible, but saving as much time as you can as you break through the M2 class or whatever class that you're cutting through, and trying to benefit your race time as much as possible. Let's not forget that these GT3s are close to a pit stop, so they'll be passing these M2s and then maybe even passing them again.
As we go uphill then, get themselves towards Bergwerk then, and the first of those M2s right ahead now. So Vasilios Belisaitis in the Blue Mercure car, and now wrong corner. Bergwerk, because you've got to carry the speed through Bergwerk all the way up this hill. This could be the chance for Blue Mercure to really have a go at that second place now.
Might be a chance for Vasilios to split the two Verstappen sim racing cars. Bit of contact almost between the M2 and the BMW. Vasilios going to go to the outside for Bravery Corner, side by side as we head our way down the long straight. Is he going to hold it round the outside? Oh, so close, not making contact. The number 4 Verstappen sim racing car holds on to second position.
And a car and about a millimetre extra worth of width of track left between the two of them through Bravery, through Curve. Incredible stuff at the front of your GT3 field. Fantastic stuff. We're going through the carousel then. We've got more cars onto pit road. Team PGZ, along with most of the GT4 field, onto pit road. So it's time for pit stops, but Sim RC and Fiercely Forward able to go an extra lap there in GT4. So, Will, different strategies at play.
A little bit different strategy, potentially difference in manufacturer as well. Coming in to take tyres for the first time. You can see all the cars rise up to take a new set of slick tyres. Of course, at this stage of the race, the track is bone dry, and that's just allowing them to get their fuel. They can take tyres and fuel at the same time, so they're not losing any time really by taking tyres. See them all moving off pit lane. looks to be the Mercedes that's leading that pack, having saved a little bit more fuel in that train that they were forming at the front of the field.
Yeah, Falcon Sim Racing then at the head of the gaggle of cars that have been down pit road for their first stop. So Casper Umelen is the one who's leading that one ahead of TC Esports David Sabrera, and Team PGZ Samuel L. Ward behind them. So we've had those, 6 cars all coming together, 7 cars, sorry, coming together. We've got a Mercedes, an Aston Martin, a Sim RC and Fiesta Forward staying out there in class. And look at the gap that's being formed at the front of GT3 because of this traffic.
Oh, we said that the traffic was going to be hectic, and just the small instances that these two cars have had behind. The number 4 red line almost losing it out the Kleiner Carousel. Blue Mercure all over the back of them and BS catching up. And the number 3 red line car is running away with it. Verstappen Sim Racing. I've done it already.
There you go. Every time that Will Chadwick says Team Redline, you have to take a shot. I'm not saying what shot of, but it's a shot nonetheless. This is lap 7. Remember, this is the lap that they're all coming into the pits for their first pit stop, or at least that's what we're expecting. And now that Verstappen Sim Racing car cannot get defensive, and here comes the BS competition car as well. So they're getting involved in all of this as well. So that Verstappen Sim Racing car almost going back, in fact does go back to 4th place in this. Incredible stuff, and that's all because of traffic. And the thing is now, that's going to be the theme for the rest of this race now. Traffic is going to be a key issue that they've all got to compete with and contend with as they all come onto pit road.
Pit stops this time by, very, very important. In that GT3 class, what we've just seen, we expect every single GT3 car to be into the pit stops now. We've got 3 minutes to the top of the hour, so it's going to be potentially a short stop later on if we do go dry the whole way. But yeah, what a critical lap we saw with them passing the M2 field and how much it shook the order up. Speaking of a shaken up order, potentially Grid and Go trying to make a move for the lead of the Cup class as they come onto the dotted hill.
And look at Cup class, the front two have broken away from the rest of the field. So Elvis Rankin's dropping back a little bit in Cup class. He's got Blue Mercure and Shura Esport Blue right behind him. You've got the entirety of GT3 onto pit road right now. It's a veritable pit party down there in GT3. But in Cup class, they're heading under the Bilstein Bridge once again, and Grid and Go welded to the rear bumper of that Commander Esports car in front. The 002 staying there, staying patient, but the Rankin and the rest catch up now. Are we going to see those cars heading onto pit road? No, we're not. We're going to be carrying on racing for those Cup cars. So they're going to catch right up to the back of the pit stoppers. In fact, go past some of the pit stoppers in GT3.
That's going to be really interesting to see how the Cup car class is interfacing with the GT3s. If they're given the opportunity to pass the GT3, they'll probably not do so right initially because they do know that they are a little bit faster. At least that's what I'm expecting at least. But yeah, it would be really tricky for any GT3 that's caught themselves behind this front Cup field. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how these cars interface later on in the race when they're truly lapping each other for the first time.
As we go through down towards the hairpin once again, the Goodyear hairpin, of course renamed this year, used to be Dunlop, renamed to the Goodyear hairpin, and then up the hill through the Schumacher S, the Michael Schumacher S. It's such a challenging left and right there. You've got to carry the speed, but you've got to hit your marks absolutely perfectly to do that. Onto the brakes then, and through the left-hander before you turn right, heading through Warsteiner curve, downhill through the kink, and then towards the Vidal chicane, the more open of the two versions of the chicane that you've got. And look at the Cup cars right behind that BMW GT3 car. They won't pass. They are a capable machine. As we mentioned, only 8 seconds a lap off of the pace of the GT3 cars.
let's not forget that the GT3s have come out and they're on cold tyres.
Cold tyres,
and these tyres don't just like spark up instantly. We're talking, you know, one and maybe half a lap round here to get them really up to temperature. So you can see that the Cup cars are really struggling, and a bit of damage, I think, to the 018 of Tristan Iglesias when we were watching from the rear bumper of that M4 on that front of that Cup car. So that's less than ideal, suboptimal, as some people would say.
The Ron Dennisisms are coming out for us here. We are an hour into this race then. You are watching the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, powered by Thrustmaster. Delighted to have your company. It's Paul Smith and Will Chadwick on commentary for the first 3 hours of this race. And then it will be switching over through the teams throughout this evening. And giving you some great stuff and great action as we go through this race. Jake Sperry will be jumping on after us. But it's great to have your company here. Let's just have a quick look then as how things stand. So out of the pits after their first pit stops, it's the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car of Diogo Pinto who leads this race ahead of the BMW M Team BS competition car in second. Blue Mercure are in third then ahead of the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car in fourth, the pole position car that is. WSR Esports Red are in fifth place in class ahead of Drago Racing White. Marla Racing Team in seventh ahead of Drago Racing Red. And then Williams F1 Team Gaming and Zessa Esports rounding out your top 10. Norby Kiss there in 10th place. Porsche Cup class that we've been keeping an eye on has been really intense for this opening of the race. They're going longer than an hour in the opening of the race, which includes that pacing of the start of the race. It is Coander Esports who lead with Tristan Iglesias ahead of gridandgo.com Esports, Adrian Gurecki in second. Then it's Coander Esports third ahead of Blue Mercure Esports, Shura Esports Blue, Maniti Racing and Dua Esports by Essex in that seventh place. Further back, Grid and Go in 8th with Solpec Precision Racing 9th and 10th place for Mag Performance. One car, Impulse Racing Team, had a huge accident down the Dottinger Höhe. They have got themselves running, but they are 2 laps down right now. GT4, well, we're having a change in GT4 right now, so it's a case of wait and see, because SimRC come onto pit road in the lead, but they've got 1 lap longer than the rest of the GT4 field, apart from Fiercely Forward Red, who are in second place. Then in third place in class, it's Falcon Sim Racing Teal, with TC Esports in fourth. Team PGZ fifth ahead of Zessa Esports sixth. Full Risk No Push in 7th ahead of Undercut in 8th. RDV Competition Unity in 9th. And then in 10th place, after an incident earlier on, was Cooking Racing Adventures. Jack Sedgwick dragging that car around. Grid and Go, the 004, it does appear that they have retired that car. TCR Field is next, and they are headed by Shira Esports then. In the 415, Sven Winter leading the WSR Esports White cars. That's Honda versus Hyundai battle at the front of TCR. Yes Motorsports are in third ahead of BS Hybrid in fourth. BZR Racing fifth ahead of LMR Esports sixth. Seventh for Effect Simulations with SART XMC Dital 600 just onto pit road in 8th place ahead of Aret Esports in 9th, and Slow and Steady rounding out the top 10. Sure Esports had an incident earlier on as more M2s getting caught up with your race leading GT3s. Speaking of the M2s, well, leading them is Grid and Go Esports. They've got about half a second between them and Simify Esports Orange at the front of their field, with Capivara Racing Team in third ahead of Team RSO. Then it's Blocker Montour in 5th place ahead of the Radix Racing Red Team in 6th. Tech Sport Sim Team in 7th and Team Fraudline in 8th. Then you've got 9th and 10th. You've got the Kostek car, which is running after having an incident earlier on, and the Eclipse Sim Sport car does appear to be out of the race. So that's a rundown through the field here in this opening hour of the race, Will. And that first hour of the race is that Team RSL car does look a little bit second-hand to me. The takeaway really has been the intensity at the front of GT3, Porsche Cup cars, the GT4s, even TCR. It's been really intense, close stuff all the way through, even M2s.
Yes, it has. It would help if I remember to unmute my mic. But we've seen such a lot of changes in GT3 just after the pit stops. We've seen the Verstappen sim racing car, the number 4, I believe, that's lost a little bit of ground in that pit stop cycle. Let's not forget the battle that it was having on its in-lap. And BS Competition have really made a charge forward with Felix Quernbach, the number 89, getting all the way up to second place here and right on the tail of Diogo Pinto, former world champion.
Yes, of course. Former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, Diogo, and a supremely talented driver. Let's have a look at the Grid and Go 003. Contact with the Mercedes. Around it goes into the barriers. That's the second Grid and Go car that we've seen into the barriers. Different class though this time, and that's the Porsche Cup car. It's got going again. But it's distinctly second-hand as that car is. Now we've got Porsche Cup cars onto pit road. That's what, an hour and 6 minutes they've been able to go on that first stint alone.
Yeah, that'll mean that they're able to maybe save a stop later on in the race. Let's not forget that all the teams here are strategizing. They're trying to save a little bit of fuel, trying to reduce that stop time. And saying Porsche Cup, we just had that crash from one of the Grid and Go cars, but it's still all to play for at the front of your field in both GT3 and the Cup car class. And it'll be interesting to see them making this stop and who comes off pit lane first, as we've seen a pretty big field at the front of the Cup class in terms of the train that we've had with the effect of tow in that car.
Certainly have. As away they go then, and side by side out of pit road, neck and neck. Who is it going to be? It's going to be Grid and Go and Maniti Racing coming out together then. So Maniti with a big jump in that pit stop cycle. They were half a second quicker than the Grid and Go car in the box. Coanda Esports Tristan Iglesias was a bit longer though, 42.5 seconds for him. So Coanda, maybe that's the disadvantage of running at the front. You're the one forging the path. You're the one cutting the hole in the air for the rest to be able to do fuel saving on.
Absolutely. When you're in that sort of position, you're having to punch the hole in the air. Everybody gets to save behind, and it costs you time in the pit stops. Like I was saying, we can't save a lap here in the Cup car class, or at least we don't expect them to be able to. But they can save time by having a shorter stop and less fuel to put aboard their 992.2s, and they've got a little bit of a breakaway if they've got the pace at the front of this field.
They certainly have, and they'll try and keep it that way. It's very much, once you break the slipstream, I've seen it time and again in this world of sim racing, this crazy world of sim racing that I've been involved in for I don't want to admit how many years, but it's incredible how year on year we see, as we see the BS hybrid car defending position right now from BZR Racing. You break that slipstream and suddenly you're able to just do lap after lap, maybe a tenth or two quicker per lap, to just then walk away from there. You've been dragging that other car along and it's just really hampered. And speaking of hampered, Grid and Go holding up the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car, and that allows that BS competition, sorry, the BMW M BS competition car to get right onto the tail with Blumacure right there as well. But to talk back on that point, you're looking your overall race lead. We've seen how you get a little bit of a gap. We think they're going to pull away, then suddenly one little issue, bit of lap traffic, and you bring in the others back in. But it's that break of the slipstream that's really crucial for you, isn't it? Because it gives you a little bit of a psychological advantage as well.
Yeah, and it can be a bit of a hindrance when you're right on the edge of it, because you're thinking, oh, I better make sure that I maintain this advantage that I've just gotten. My feeling in the Cup class is that the cars that have got that advantage at the front of the field are going to still fall back into the two Coantas that we see behind, because I think they've been the pace setters so far. However, I would be happily proven wrong, and well, I mean, maybe not for the race's sake, because we'll get a gap at the front of the field, but yeah, I maybe expect that Cup car class to converge once again. Saying GT3, we've almost got 5 cars for the lead of this race. Yes, we've got 4 BMWs at the front, but Martin Kladczak in the Ferrari is pretty close behind, just 1.8, I think, off the back of this little trio.
So, as we carry on up the hill then, and in towards Moot Curve, trying to sort themselves out, trying to get themselves into that position, but it is such a sprint all the way through. The tyres are nicely up to temperature now that they're on the second lap of their stint, and they really can push on. Track temperature still decreasing, by the way. We're down 26.5 degrees Celsius track temperature, so that means that drivers will just get a little bit of extra grip from the tyres. It will also mean that they can push those tyres just a little bit harder as well, because they're not going to overheat them. Maniti Racing, what's happened to them? Oh, carrying too much speed into the left-hander onto the Nordschleife, and from having such a promising getaway in the pit stop cycle, oh my goodness, they're not even getting going again. Find a gear, there we go, it's found eventually, and away they go, and that has just hemorrhaged time for them. Get this, remember, they were fighting for the lead coming out of pit road. They're now 20 seconds off of the lead, the Maniti, so big drama for them. And BS Hybrid side by side in TCR in towards Tiergarten, and it's going to be a loss of position then for that BS Hybrid. BZR Racing in front as they hit pit road. So TCR, the latest ones onto pit road. That is an hour and 12 minutes of the race.
You could see how hard they were fighting for track position onto pit road for the first time in TCR class, all trying to get themselves in front. I think we saw a couple of TCRs stop 1 lap prior, but majority of the cars stopping right now, and that was interesting to see that fight that they were having. In GT3, I'm just constantly looking a little bit at that Ferrari of Martin Kladczak, kind of keeping with, you know, he's almost on the back of them, and I'm just a little bit excited to maybe hopefully see 5 cars at the front of this fight in GT3.
Diogo Pinto's just got a little bit of a gap, 9/10 of a second between himself at the front of the field and Felix Kernbach in second place, and that's allowing Vasilius to go through. There's been drama further down in Porsche Cup class for the Blue Mercure car. Now, were they one of the leading cars in Porsche Cup? I do believe that they were, you know. And they've got a mechanical meatball warning flag. Let's have a look then. Oh, they're into the wall. That's into the Bell FS.
I think they might have been one of our leading cars, like you say, and as they've rised over the hill, I'm not even sure what's happened there.
It's the GT3 that's hit the back of them as they've come over that rise. Watch, Blue Mercury Esports get a hit. Ooh. So they hit the curb, that unsettles the car, and the GT3 that was behind them then just pushed them.
I think that when they got into the contact with that wall, I'm not quite sure how big of a contact the GT3 had, but once that's happened, I think the rear left tyre has had a failure of sorts, and then the car is just completely uncontrollable past that point.
I think that was one of the Williams F1 Team Gaming cars that was involved there. Potentially Eto Escalainen, or it might have been Sotomuto. I don't know. We'd have to have a look. Yeah, actually, no, Joe, to be fair, I'm going to reevaluate after looking at that overhead footage. It is just clipping that curb, because you're going over a rise there, so the car gets very light, and I know from bitter experience of touring car racing around here, If you clip that curb as you're going over the rise, you're a passenger.
I think that one of the main factors in that crash is that we've seen the 932 go to the inside as they're going over that crest. We know how light the front of these 992.2s go over that crest. So he's had to really keep himself to the left-hand side as he's passing that M2, which is not going to have the same issue of pushing right as they go over the crest. And it's just caused him to take that little bit too much inside where he takes that curb and unfortunately causes an incident where to be honest, I don't think that the BMW GT3 had anything to do with it, and it's an unfortunate incident to see that car go just 1 hour and 15 into the race.
So we have had a number of cars on pit road. Two we know have retired then, the Eclipse SimSport BMW M2 and the Grid & Go Esports 004 that were absolutely annihilated by the barriers. But Blue Mercure Esport, we're interested to see, can they get themselves back out there and do they carry on in this race? The main reason I'm saying that is because they've not got any teammates in Porsche Cup. You can kind of see it when a teammate can have an incident and you can get repairs done to your car and then go back out there, laps down, and just be trying things out for your teammates that are maybe fighting for a good overall position. But when you're the only car in a class, it's difficult to do and to keep that motivation up. I think that's a big thing. It's a big motivation up. Is if you end up with a big incident and you're way off the pace with no other teammates to keep you occupied.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct with that, and it is interesting. Just looking at that GT3 field, I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe a little bit of traffic, but again, we're down to 3 cars at the front of the field, and that number 4, this BMW M Verstappen sim racing car, which has had a bit of a tough time ever since just getting caught up with a bit of traffic on our first round through. It's just struggling to stay on the back, probably not through pace, just through traffic, and it shows you what can happen if you just get out of position and get out of sequence. When you start to get into the 4th, 5th place, you're going to be getting very different traffic timings, and that can really affect your race. And you're seeing it as a visual example right there, because I'm sure they're not lacking pace whatsoever.
Kostek team once again at the top of the hill as they head towards the carousel out of Mutt Curve and up at the top of the hill. Big drama for them. They're onto pit road, and I would imagine that they'll park that car because that's the second time that car has been having met with a wall or two. So it's not ideal for the number 21 out there. So at the front, it's about a second and a half between your leading number 3 car of the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, Diogo Pinto, and then Felix Kornbach in the BMW M Team BS competition car in second. Blue Mercure right behind them. Veselius Belisisotis is in 3rd place for them, with Gustavo Ariel right behind them on their tail in 4th. And to be fair to them, WSR Esports, they've caught back up to this group of cars in that Ferrari. It does have pace, does this Ferrari? We know it does. It's just the nature of how it is. Oh, here's a move. Here's a move for Blue Mercure on the BS competition car in towards Mutt Curve. They've got TCL traffic as well to deal with. Oh my goodness, that was tight. But they managed to make it work.
Super close, like you said. The TCR traffic making that way more dramatic than we expected. They go too wide and then almost get boxed in. But I think it was maybe the Pure Sims TCR car, maybe the one behind that. It allows them all to kind of close up. Kalachak in the Ferrari, like you say, we know it's fast. Closed up to the back. Not to remember, Martin Kalachak in that WSR car has been in contention for wins in both the 2 main special events that have been the most recent ones. In Sebring they could have won, and also in Bathurst 12 Hour they were on the podium as well. So Kalachak's been very good in special events this year in that GT3 class, and maybe the Lone Ranger in the Ferrari, but he's certainly on the back of this tail now.
Yeah, he certainly is, and keeping the pressure on, that is for sure, as they go through the traffic then. So it was M2 traffic right before the pit stops. This time it's TCR traffic, and it won't be long before they end up with the GT4 traffic as well. So as we see more and more of these GT3s working their way through that TCR traffic, and the number 4 Verstappen sim racing car just getting caught out a little bit with the TCR on the outside. Not a lot that the TCR can do when they've got a car alongside them. They can't just disappear. As we head over the rise, down through into Flansgarten, through the double apex right-hander, up over the rise, left-hander, over the curbing on the right, up over the rise, plunge downhill into the Beloff S once again. These 3 cars at the front, well, I say at the front, at the very front, Diogo Pinto now got about a 2.25 second lead, so he's able to gap these 3 away. So that will be a really good feeling for Diogo Pinto. He'll be just focusing forward right now as he heads towards Galgenkopf and onto the Döttinger Höhe once again. But these 3, nose to tail, as they have been pretty much since the start of the race.
Yeah, like you say, nose to tail since the start of the race, and I think this is a really interesting point of the race now. We've got the BMW, the Verstappen sim racing car of Gustavo Eiffel, who I think was on pole. Yes, was on pole position. No, what? Yes, he was. There you go. Remembered it in my head. Was on pole position. Clearly very fast in this race here today. If he overtakes the BS car and the Blue Mercure car, he's then having to close down the 3. But in doing that, he'll be bringing everyone else with him. So it's a bit of a weird scenario. Ideally, this breakaway for the number 3 BMW M Verstappen sim racing car is exactly what they want, but they've not got the 4 car going with them. So it's going to be an interesting factor here if we see Gustavo pull into second position, and if he's able to take everybody else with him, and again then make it a 5-car fight.
This is incredible. This is one of the best starts to the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours that I can remember for a long time. That is showing absolute tremendous, as down the inside looks Gustavo Eiffel. No move forthcoming though, as he gets back onto the power through the chicane and heading towards the left-hander, in towards Ford Curve, the right-hander, and down towards Goodyear. So the pressure's still on. The level that these top-line sim racers are now working at is just... When I think back to when I started commentating with RaceSpot TV back in 2015, the level is not comparable at all. It's just it's not just the quality of the drivers, it's the sheer volume and number of drivers that we've got at that level now, whereas it used to be a handful of drivers. Now you've got literal teams full of drivers all working at that same level, and down the inside, there it goes, through he goes, and into that position then for Gustavo Eiffel, and now wanted to work forward, but that BS car right onto the tail straight away, does not want to give away any iota of time into the chicane, and they've got caught out the Vidal chicane by some TCR traffic. That's a WSR car, that's our second placed TCR car that they're working way through now, and they go through on the leading TCR car. But Will, I mean, I touch it there. It's the quality, but the sheer number of people who are at that quality now compared to 5-10 years ago.
Oh yeah, like you mentioned, it's the depth of quality that we see in sim racing these days is reflective of not only how easy it is to get into sim racing these days and to show your talents and to practice and compete at a high level. This race is open to absolutely everybody in the world. If you've got a high enough iRating and you've managed to get that skill rating up as high as you can, and you've got a teammate of drivers and you've got at least 2 drivers to go into this race, you can compete. And I think it's reflected in the membership numbers that we've seen for iRacing across the sort of last 5-10 years. When I started, there was only 300,000, 400,000 iRacing accounts. Now we're over 1.5 million. And that's just within the space of 6 years. So 1 million extra people have signed up to iRacing in the last 6 years. And that's an amazing number to see involved in competitive, professional sim racing like this.
And yeah, I can remember when it was the adverts that we used to show back in 2015, talking about with over over like 50,000 active members and things like that. It's just incredible how we've progressed in iRacing here in all of that time. And as we say, it's 10 years since the first iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's the 11th running of the race, and it's just gone from leaps and bounds. The very first iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, you didn't have the day-night cycle. We had 24 hours of daylight here. That was a bit disconcerting at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can tell you, Will.
Yeah, I can imagine getting flashbanged when the whole street is black and it's just you in your room with a massive bright light on. But yeah, it's been fantastic to see the evolution of iRacing, not only with the day-to-night transitions being added all those years ago, but rain that we maybe expect to see here today, and that's been such a revolution for sim racing. It's very difficult and very realistic, but it's amazing how much development iRacing put into the rain, and how amazing it's been to integrate it into these special events.
I can remember the first time that they were showing off the early development of the look of rain, and some of the tech behind the rain, when we had one of the MS charity streams. I worked on the very first MS charity stream that iRacing hosted, and they showed that off on that stream, and it was just like, wow, look what we've got coming forward. And yet it was still a few years before we actually ended up getting it in the sim. It's going about not rushing things through and trying to make the right decisions at the right time, and development of any video game, let alone a video game of this scale. When you think of even just this track, this particular layout of track is just short of 26 kilometers. Think of the time and effort that goes into creating this and creating the cars, and dynamic track surface and weather, the grass and gravel developments that we had. I remember when you used to go faster on the grass than you did on the track.
Yeah, let's not go through the grass scenarios. But yes, like you say, it's been a lot of development.
You didn't have to commentate on that, but on that Spa 24.
I didn't do it. I was in the race. I didn't do it. We've had a lot of development in iRacing, a lot across a number of years. A lot of, we know they've been working on the new graphics engine as well, and trying to bring graphical improvements to iRacing. Of course, this game was developed essentially in, I think, the mid-2000s. So it's been a long time that iRacing have had this model, and they've been making implementations to improve the graphics, but just improve the general user experience. And I don't think there's anything quite like it in sim racing. But we've had a great race so far, and I'm just loving the fact that we have such a close fight at the front of GT4 with all 4 different manufacturers.
Front of GT4, it certainly is. All 4 different manufacturers. Mercedes leading this one with Falcon Sim Racing Team ahead of the TCE Sports Aston Martin. It's a Team PGZ Porsche 718 Cayman that we're on board with right now. And then the ZES Esports BMW M4 behind them, all in GT4 category, all fighting it out for the lead. It's such a difficult thing with this race to try and get a look at everybody involved in this race, and to try and give people that fair opportunity of showing their battles, because it's such an intense fight at the very front of the field. It's such an intense fight in Porsche Cup. You've got this race for the lead in GT4. TCR, it's still close in the front 3. And the M2s, they've started separating out a bit more, actually, of the M2s. The M2s are very much the odd ones out right now.
Yeah, I think it reflects how difficult that class can be to drive. You're looking at the GT4 battle at the top of your screen. Change for the lead. Looks like the TCE Sports Aston Martin has looked to make a move in the Chezzer Esports. BMW is trying to pass the 718 GT4, but also in your GT3 class, I think the number 4 Redline car is making that move. Oh, the Verstappen Sim Racing car is making that move into the second position and trying to take himself back up to the number 3.
Talk about side drafting. Good grief, they were trying everything that they could to get as much of an advantage as possible. There was, do you know what, talking about drafting, there was a very interesting video that I saw on YouTube that somebody had done a couple of weeks ago, and the name is just evading me right now. As down the outside, Blue Mercure, little rubber door handles between the two of them. Oh, sticking the nose in there, Blue Mercure, not happy about that. And do you know what? They're scared that Verstappen Sim Racing car of Gustavo Ariel to jump out the way. They didn't want an accident, so now they're hanging it out round the outside and more rubbing, door banging, and that's going to allow that next car to come through. BS competition. This is sensational.
Wow, aggressive moves here. A little bit of emotion flaring up between the number 4 and the Blue Mercure car at the front of your field, the 32. Bit of door banging, bit of moves, hit left, right and centre. It leaves with the number 4 being on top and in that second position. But all of this is losing them time to the leader, the BMW M Team Verstappen Sim Racing car of Diogo Pinto, as they pass your GT4 leaders for the first time.
Yeah, Pinto is now 3.5 seconds ahead of this fight. They've got GT4s that they've got to work their way through as well. WSR Esports and their Ferrari have joined the back of this GT3 battle. And it is a battle because, my goodness, it's door handles, it's shoulders out stuff. It's not quite bare knuckle boxing or anything like that. And a late move then on the GT4s from your leading GT3s to work their way through. And, well, we got there in the end. Gustavo Ariel eventually getting to hang on to that second place, but it was paint swapping to the extreme between them and Bleu Mercure. I think there's no love lost between the two of them now.
Absolutely not. No love lost whatsoever. It's very aggressive, and it's also let Martin Kladschak in the Ferrari get onto the back of this grid. We were saying, this group, we were saying how he was close already. Watching a bit of some action also of them passing the GT4 field lower down. I think that's the Drago Racing car. One of the Drago Racing, I think it might be the number 2 if I'm correct, is having a pass on the GT4 leaders. And yeah, that's really interesting how they were really fighting for that. And now Gustavo can chase back after the lead of the race.
I mean, it's in the Verstappen Sim Racing. It's an advantage for them to work together and to be together on track. So Ariel will want to get to Pinto, but Pinto right now will be thinking, do you know what? I've got nobody to worry about behind. I can just focus on my own race and work my way through. And here's the thing, I'm looking at a track map right now. There is no traffic for the next minute or so, because Jeff Giassi in the Grid and Go 003 is out there on track, is way off of the back of the Cup cars. He's the next car on track, so it's a bit of a gap between the GT3 leaders and any traffic, so they can breathe a sigh of relief now and just focus on fighting amongst themselves.
Yeah, they can, and they can. I think for Gustavo, it's really a case of trying not to bring that pack with him. Ideally, if Gustavo can set blistering pace, we know he was on pole by half a second, but let's not forget, 9/10 over anyone else that wasn't a Verstappen Sim Racing car in the field. If he can do a fast enough pace to break these 3 cars behind, it can make it a 1-2 for Verstappen Sim Racing at the front of the field, and then they can start to control this race together, pushing forward. But like you say, Diogo, I'm sure in the back of his mind is feeling like, I'm fine with being in the lead by myself. I'm fine with running away with this thing. But Gustavo's not content to let that happen. He's chasing now after the number 3 car.
BMW M2s are onto pit road now. Johan Royer is the leading one. It was 10 laps that they've done in a stint, and they are moving away now from pit road. So Grid and Go, Simify, Esports Orange and Blocker Moteur are the three that have been onto pit road right now. The others have pitted a lap or two before that, so that's why there's been a bit of a separation in the M2 class in this stage. So pit stops finally happening. So that's an hour and 34 minutes for your leading M2s in their stints.
Yeah, very, very long run time these M2s have. They have the endurance fuel tank fitted to the BMW M2 CS Racing cars. That's 120 litres of fuel, and that's in a car that doesn't use as much fuel as the likes of the GT3s at the front of our field. So that reflects why they've gone so long. They have the biggest fuel tanks of any cars that we have in this race today. To give you some sort of idea about what fuel tank sizes that we have, the Cup cars have 110 litres, the TCRs have 73 litres, that is restricted by the balance of performance, and GT3, I think we're sitting at around about 100, between 100 and 110 litres, depending on which car that you're driving here this afternoon. GT4, again, sitting around the 80 litre mark.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a breath. We can take a breath here, so it's worth reminding everybody that Thrustmaster is an official partner of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. They're an ideal hardware provider for anyone looking to start or progress their sim racing career on iRacing. The T818 Black Edition base experience the best direct drive force feedback with a constant 10 Newton meters of torque and unfiltered power. The Evo Racing 31U leather wheel, it's built for endurance racing with its U-shaped rim and perforated leather grip. Its detachable hub includes all essential controls, action buttons, magnetic paddles and LEDs, and is compatible with various other rim shapes from the Evo Racing range. Raceline LC, the all-new brake pedal features a 100 kilo load cell sensor with adjustable pressure and ultra-precise 24-bit resolution, allowing for perfect brake control. Just type !TM in the chat to see the full setup there. So thank you very much to Thrustmaster for their support of this race here in the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring powered by Thrustmaster. I tell you what, I'm going to mention this now. My first racing wheel was actually a Thrustmaster T500.
Mine as well. I didn't have a T500. I think I had the Ferrari like 458 wheel. I remember it was a Thrustmaster, maybe T300 458 edition or something. Used it with my Xbox playing Forza Motorsport 5 back in the day. What a classic. Well, not really a classic at the time. I think Motorsport 4 was quite a bit better. But that was my first introduction into racing on a wheel, as we see the leaders of GT3 bump tracking pretty heavy as we get under the Bilstein Bridge. Able just about to stay together, the 8932 and the WSR car. Gustavo not quite able to make that break. It'd be interesting to see if he's managed to catch Diogo Pinto this time around. I guess not, due to the fight that they had earlier in the lap.
I could tell you, by the way, that one of my teammates, Ash, he still runs a T300. He's still got that. He's not been involved in sim racing as much anymore, but yeah, it's certainly still a good piece of kit there if you want to get involved. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much to Thrustmaster for their support here, and we've got 4 at the front. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all together on track overall in your GT3 class. And I tell you what, WSR Esports, they can be happy with that Ferrari's performance right now, because it's sticking there with those BMWs. You said it might be a bit of a sort of an outside pick, Mike, the Ferrari, but it has seemed quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams, you know, they look at we get 2 jet changes of balance of performance here in the GT3 class, but also in every class for an iRacing special event. You get the Friday balance of performance, which came out 8 days ago now, and the Wednesday change. And I think that the Ferrari has been made a little bit more competitive on the Wednesday change, and teams have just felt like the BMW is still really good and they didn't quite want to change last minute, but the Ferrari is very competitive here this afternoon and into the night. And I'm sure we'll see them be very fast. Like I said, I've sung the praises of Palatinate with how good he's been, not only just today, but over the last 6 months, and it's not a surprise to see him running at the front of the GT3 field yet again.
And WSR Esports. So, and to be fair to them, when we looked at the entries at the start of this race, before we started the broadcast, we were looking at how the team makeups of different teams, and WSR have put together quite the team, to be fair. Lucas Prada, Kamil Grabowski, Santari Martikainen as well. Along with Martin there, they've got quite the lineup there on the quiet. And this is a team that I've seen progress and grow over the years, and become more of a permanent fixture in these top split endurance events.
Yeah, like you say, they've had a very good year. In Sebring on the podium, potentially could have won, but also when we talk about Bathurst as well, I think they were on the podium at Bathurst as well. So they've had a really good year in terms of iRacing special events, and like I said, just holding on to the back of this 4-car train, all chasing after your leader, Diego Pinto.
As we carry on then, downhill we go, and through Arnberg, heading towards the compression at Foxhall, and then head up to Adenauer Forest. Up over that curb. You can't do that nowadays at the full metal race. That curb on the left, when you go up towards Adenauer Forest, it's a lot higher. You can't touch that one now. And it really just helps just slow down the cars a bit more in that real world racing. Here in the sim, we can still launch over that curb, and it certainly makes it quite the challenge, because into Adenauer Forest you're up over that curb, so you've unsettled the car by hitting a curb, but then you're turning and you're braking at the same time. That's three things that the cars don't tend to like to do they, Will?
Well, you're always operating at the tyre's maximum grip. You're always trying to get 100% out of your tyre, but your tyre can only either brake at 100% or turn at 100%. So that's why we have to balance our inputs and balance how much we're braking and turning at the same time, and that can be very different in a number of cars. You see a GT3 up the top of the screen. That's very, very difficult. You've got your rear axle where you're more traction limited, and your front axle that does more turning for you, but then you've got something like a TCR, which is exceptionally difficult to drive, because you're not only doing your turning through the front axle, you're applying your power as well, which makes it a really challenging balance, and it often leads to these TCRs being set up extremely aggressive, where they're very, very loose, and they basically turn for you at the slight hint of the wheel, just to make sure that they can get through the corner as early as possible and get your turning done, so you can get back on the power using that front axle at the same time.
If anybody's never driven the TCR, I can thoroughly recommend it. It'll feel strange the first time that you do it, because it's a completely different style that you're doing. You're turning the car on the brakes. When you're on the brakes, you want to trail brake into a corner, getting the rear end rotating for you, because that rear end is literally, the rear tyres are just there to keep the back from scraping along the floor. Let's be honest there. But they're so much fun, the TCR cars. I mean, everybody knows, who's ever listened to me, knows that I'm an advocate of front-wheel drive racing, and especially the TCRs as well here on iRacing. And that's why Thruxton, at the end of the month of May, Thruxton's 4-hour race last year was crazy. Me and Ewan O'Leary, we'd never had such an exciting, crazy race as we had last year. But it's a different style of racing, it's a different style of driving, and it really tests you. But it also teaches you as well a bit of weight transfer, a bit of weight balance of the car, and throttle control as well, because you can't just mash down the throttle on corner exit, or else the car's just going to push wide, isn't it, Will? So it's a really good car, actually, to learn different skills of sim racing and become a more rounded driver.
And I think that when you watch the onboard of Michael here, you can see that into a lot of corners, like the mid-entry phase, he's almost straight on the wheel. And it's a really interesting exercise when you set up a car like a TCR, or maybe take a setup and drive maybe a more aggressive setup of how much it rotates and how careful you have to be with it, but also how you can manipulate the balance of the car. Often in a TCR, the way that I find it whenever I drive them or set them up is that actually you're almost setting a car up that's so loose that you're actually modulating the balance by applying that power, because when you apply the power, all of a sudden the car straightens up again, which is very, very different to driving a normal or a rear-wheel drive racing car, let's call it. So it's a really interesting experience, and a lot of these drivers today, I'm sure, are enjoying the challenge of this car around the circuit.
They certainly are enjoying it, that's for sure. And you're leading racers in TCR, not just at the very front in the Shearer Esports and WSR Esports white car, but you've also got this as well, which is as well the Yes Motorsport car. Isaac Price, great to see Isaac out there, because he's somebody who's feels a bit like an old timer now in sim racing. It feels strange saying that because he's younger than I am, but he has been around the pro circuit in various sims for well over a decade now, and he's been one of those features in special events in iRacing, and it's great to see him out there. He's in a TCR, which, to be honest, I didn't expect to see him in. We saw him in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain, and it's fair to say he was one of the unluckiest drivers on the grid in that series this year. But he's up there. He's fighting for a podium, and if not, going for a win here in TCR.
Absolutely. Back to the front of GT4. A little bit of a breakaway, I think, for the TC Esports Aston Martin. Falcon Sim Racing and PGZ with Shezza Esports behind are going to have to work together here, or they're going to be seeing the back of David Sobrero leading your GT4 class for the very first time. For this lap after Falcon were able to get into the lead after the pit stops, but that gap's sitting there at about a second, maybe 1.1, something around that region. That's getting close to the TC Esports being able to break away here at the front of GT4.
Certainly are looking that way, aren't they? And we're seeing these cars just reaching the limit in terms of how fast that they can go down the Dottinger Höhe. Having to sit in the slipstream there. That BMW, by the way, behind the PGZ car, got awfully close behind them. And onto pit road, so pit stop time happening for two of your GT4 cars, Falcon Sim Racing and Team PGZ. Onto pit road, TC Esports and Zessa Esports staying out there for an extra lap. So they'll be doing 7 laps, 6 laps only for these two.
Yeah, so not able to extend the lap there. We saw first time round, after the opening stint, that it was only the 76 and the 8 that were able to go one extra lap. That's Sim RC, and I'd have to look at the entry list to decide which one the number 8 was, but they were the only cars to go 1 lap extra last time around. So fiercely forward as well, like you say. And yeah, it's interesting to see this, because again, those GT4s not able to quite make that extra lap, but a few of the front runners are. So that's a super interesting strategical battle. GT4 looking to be one of the more marginal in terms of fuel usage. You can see we've got about half the class that are in the pit lane this time by Falcon yet again having a quicker pit stop, and maybe a problem for PGZ. They're stopped there for an awfully long time, maybe a penalty in pit lane.
I'm not seeing any black flag for them. Samuel Ward's still behind the wheel of the car. It's still up on the jacks as well. I wonder, have they come in and not had the tyres set, realised it, and then had to get the tyres on now?
And maybe, because you take tyres and fuel at the same time. If you didn't have the tyres set when you came into the box and set them in the box, they might be taken after you've done your fuel, which is a huge time loss of around 30 seconds. So, disaster for PGZ, who are running at the front of your field, the only Porsche at the front at this time in GT4, and disaster for Samuel Ward and Team PGZ as they pull away from pit lane now.
1 minute and 22 they were in the box for with Team PGZ. They just come out of pit road behind the Effect Simulations Audi RS3 LMS Gen 2 TCR. Catchy name for it, and it's the brand new TCR into the simulation here on iRacing. It's great to see. It's an aggressive looking car as this Audi. It's certainly it's been a competitive car, it must be said, in your TCR class. I'm just having a look that although right now as things stand, 5th place is the highest placed TCR Audi RS3 right now, the Erect Esports car, and they are currently about 27 seconds off of that lead battle. But then again, that lead battle just been on another level right now in TCR.
Yeah, they've been super fast, and also using each other to benefit their own lap time, something that you don't quite understand until you get into a real racing situation. Of course, no iRacing officials this week for the GT3 class. TCR officials were last week alongside GT4. Only the Porsche Cup class was official here in iRacing this week, which is a little bit of a break from the norm here on iRacing and how we deal with the official series. So you only really get to understand how using each other and using the cars around you to benefit your lap time helps you, and how it changes your stint balance, how the car feels in dirty air. Let's not forget that, yes, we've got slipstream, but we've also got dirty air, so the cars behind are getting slightly less front downforce, which is affecting the balance of the cars. Watching that 4-train battle for second place, and last time around, fastest lap of the race for Diogo Pinto at the front of your field in the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car. The number 3 setting a 7:59.5. What a fast lap time at the front of your field, and gapping the cars behind by at least 0.4 of a second.
And when you think that the pole position time was a 58.2, so they're only they're wanting to lap 7 of their stint right now, so they're coming towards the end of their stint now of the race leader, and they're only losing 1.2 seconds off of the absolute fastest time in qualifying. Incredible. And when you consider there's traffic involved, in fact, your leading GT3s are very close to the back of your BMW M2 cars. So we're going to be seeing the leaders working their way through some more BMWs in just a few moments' time. If they're lucky, they'll only meet 1 or 2 of them before they get onto the Dottinger Hohe.
Yeah, I think, like you say, maybe only 1 or 2 for your leading cars meeting that traffic, and I think we expect them in this time by. So they're going to get away with it a little bit. The M2s have obviously had their first pit stop, but we're expecting them to be, into hour 3 by the time that they're making their second. And yeah, it's interesting to see. I think, like you say, Pinto is just about going to get away with it and may only pass a car as he gets onto the Dottinger Hohe.
This can be a downfall of the leader, though, because if you've got a bit of a gap, which it's 4.5 seconds now between Pinto and second place in GT3, you can kind of wake up the back of that M2 field to the presence of the leaders coming up, and you can kind of catch people out, and it can actually affect your race leader overall, can't it?
Yeah, pretty perfect timing though for Pinto, just catching that car just as they're going straight. Lovely little camera shot behind. We've seen a change for 4th place in the race. For the first time, we've got the Ferrari up inside the top 4, the WSR car, making that move on your 32 of Blue Mercure, as we expect to see the GT3 class into pit lane this time by, unless my calculations are completely incorrect, and that wouldn't be the first time. But yes, it's been interesting. Not quite going to catch the M2s for the rest of them here as they head down, start another lap.
25 degrees is the track temperature for the team, so it's just getting cooler and cooler as onto pit road come your GT3 leaders. Once again, the top 4, most contact there. It was very close between that BS competition car of Kronbach and Ariel in the Verstappen sim racing car as they hit the pit speed limiter. And when you're this close, when you're that closely competing for these high positions in class, you have to do everything you can to extract even the smallest tenth of a second onto pit road.
Oh, absolutely. I think that what people who are maybe tuning in for the first time, or maybe they've only done a few iRacing special events, maybe don't understand just the levels that these drivers are going to optimize pit road. Not only can you carry a little bit more speed into the pit lane, there's a little bit of tolerance for your pit speed at that lane. You know, it's 60 kph pit lane, but you can do a little bit faster as you just cross the line, so you can carry 20k extra in. That saves you half a second. But also, when we're on pit road, if you're using the pit lane limiter, you're going slightly under the pit lane speed, so you can actually just about not use the pit limiter and gain a little bit more speed. Big switch up as they exit pit road for the second time. Blue Mercure back to the front of this second place train.
Yeah, La Fuente jumping into that BS competition car. Santeri Martikainen jumping into the WSR Esports red car. Ati Kaupanen in the Drago Racing white car. Marla Racing Team have Keiko Schubert as well. Alessandra Bicos. There's been a few driver changes happening out there in your GT3 class, but your leader, Diogo Pinto, and the fourth place driver of Ariel, also Bella Tissiotis, they have all stayed in the car. So they're doing a triple stint right now. But interesting for me is that they've not quite made the hour.
Yeah, not quite made the hour. So that's going to be interesting as we get later on into the race. Let's not forget about the chance of rain that we have mentioned a number of times. There is a small chance of rain throughout a large duration of the 12-hour period in the middle section of the race, between about hour 18 and hour 4 or 5 to go on the timing clock around that sort of region. And like you say, when we get to that period, it could be critical having 1 lap extra fuel, 1 lap less fuel, because if the rain hits, you don't want to be having to make the pit stop 1 lap too early.
So here we go then on to the Nordschleife. And able to gap out, so they've been able to gap out that little bit of Blue Mercure and BMW M Team BS competition from the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car and the WSR Esports red, but I think they may well concertina back towards each other in this race. So yeah, we could well see that change up a little bit here in this one. On pit road right now, that is in your GT4s. So GT4s sorting themselves out, and that will be it'd be good if I could see the number of the car.
It's the
CC Esports, yeah. So they've pitted. SimRC again going for 7 laps, along with Fiercely Forward as well. So again, they're going that extra lap again. That GT4 could well come down to strategy and who does what, where, when.
Absolutely. Oh my word, that was stupidly close in the background. I was watching that Ferrari on the back of our shot try and get through the M2 field. M2 goes left, Ferrari goes left, almost contact. I'd love to see that from the cockpit. That was super, super close. Unfortunately, it leaves the WSR car.
Drago Racing Red have taken a tour to pit road. Nicolas Rubler, who jumped into the car, is off, and that was, I want to say, near Hatzenbach. Oh no, it's Floodplatz. Oh, that's an awful snap of the car there.
Also some damage to the rear of that car already, missing a boot lid before the incident even happened, I think. So maybe some prior contact causing some aerodynamic damage, and then on cold tyres, a huge snap, and looks to be race over for that number 2 car.
As yeah, so that'll be pretty much game over. So here we go. So it's kicked up. That's where they've got the initial damage. Waited for cars to come through, sorted themselves out, and then they've just gone for it. full throttle, thinking, yeah, everything's okay, I've damaged the car a little bit, but it's okay, and then they suddenly find out that everything's not okay because they're missing a diffuser.
What a huge snap that is. You can see just on the apex there is a compression next to the curb. The car compresses, the car really loads up, maybe hitting the bump stop slightly at the rear of the car, and a massive snap into the wall and huge damage for the number 2 Drago Racing red car.
Well, we are going to be heading towards the top of the hour once again, and it's been just an enthralling opening to the race. It's absolutely sensational racing here at the Nürburgring, and this race for second place is still ongoing, and Gustavo Ariel's caught back up to the back of them. It's Bleu Mercure trying to get past the BS competition car. They're not able to do it so far. Of course, remember, this is their outlap. All of these cars are on their outlap out of the pit lane, so they're trying to sort themselves out and get themselves back into a comfortable rhythm, or in some cases, with change of drivers, get themselves into a rhythm as well.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see the differences between teams that have chose to change drivers after 2 hours and teams that have chose to keep drivers in. This is a huge impact. If you have a driver that's not quite ready and doesn't have the feeling for the race, yes, they can practice in a closed practice session offline, let's say, or maybe on a server that you've set up, but it's not quite the same. The rubber's not the same. The way the track's driving is not the same. There's going to be a bit of dirt dragged onto track in certain places, and that's going to affect how the cars are driving, and it can really be a defining factor in whether you gain or lose time in this segment of the race.
That's on the limit. BMW, Ferrari here, second, third, fourth, fifth, all together out there on track. You wouldn't think that they've been racing for 2 hours, but they have. This is, of course, the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, powered by Thrustmaster, and it's myself, Paul Smith, and Will Chadwick on commentary here for the opening of the race. I'm on for another hour, and then I will be switching over to Jake Sperry. He'll be jumping into the hot seat at that point. It is BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing who lead this race. Diogo Pinto, who's leading this one. He's led 9 laps of this race. M2 traffic getting caught up there with all of them. Then it's this fight for second place. It's BMW M Team BS competition, Daniel Fuente. Then it's Bleu Mercure with Vasilius Velasaitis. And then it's Gustavo Ariel in that BMW M's Verstappen Sim Racing car. And WSR Esports Red, Santeri Martikainen, rounding out the top 5 here in GT3. Further down, you've got Drago Racing White, Arti Koponen ahead of Marla Racing Team's Kai Schube. Then it is Williams F1 Team Gaming, Alessandro Bico. Zessa Esports, it's Ola Daniel. And then it is Grid & Go Esports, Daniel Pastor, who's rounding out the top 10 in GT3. As we keep an eye on this race for second place down the Dottinger Hoa, we'll talk about Porsche Cup, because they'll be coming close to a pit stop time here in this one. So it is Quander Esports who are 1-2 in Porsche Cup right now. There they are on the bottom of your screen. Grid & Go Esports, though, are not that far back behind them. Third place, and there's a bit of a gap back to Share Esports. Blue Dirt Esports and Solpec Precision Racing. Manisi Racing in 7th, head of Grid & Go in 8th. And then I've got to scroll down my list to Mag Performance, who are on the pit road and are still on pit road after 5 minutes. So they've got damage repairs undertaken right now. They're in 9th in class and 10th in class. Impulse Racing, they are still going past Pascal Costa after a huge incident down the Dottinger Hoa on what was lap 2, lap 3, if I recall correctly, for them. Let's have a look now at GT4, because it's Corentin Guinez who currently leads that one, but us as a pit stop for Sim RC ahead of Fiesler Forward Red, who also owns a pit stop in all of this in second place. Third place then is Falcon Sim Racing Team, who's the first of the two stopping cars in GT4, and it's TC Esports ahead of ZES Esports in the 190. Full Risk, No Push are in 6th ahead of the RGV Competition Unity team in 7th. 8th for Undercut 009. Then it's Team PGZ, Samuel Ward, after that long pit stop that he just had a lap and a half ago. He's down in 9th ahead of Was Cooking Racing Adventures. Josh Thompson, former Porsche Esports Super Cup driver in that car. Then we'll look at TCR, because WSR Esports White have actually taken the lead in TCR. They've jumped ahead of Shera Esports right now. So Michael Polasek, who's leading that one ahead of Eric Nur, with Yes Motorsports, Isaac Price, 3rd place, not that far back either in your TCR class. They're just coming on to the Dottinger Hua. 4th place then for Sart XMC ahead of the Aret Esport TCR. Then it's BS Hybrid in 6th, Aidan Walsingham driving that car. 7th place for LMR Esports ahead of BRZ Racing. 9th for Aspect Simulations, with 10th place Shera Esports after connection issues earlier on. Slow and Steady are on pit road and getting significant repairs done to their car. And then in your M2 class, it's Grid and Go, Johan Royer, who lead that one right now. They are ahead by just half a second ahead of Simify Esports Orange. That's closed back up in the M2 class. Team RSO are in 3rd place. Tobias Cerny is there holding the fort in 3rd ahead of Bloco Monteur. Then it's Radix Racing Red ahead Tech Sport Sim Team, with Team Fraud Line and Capivara Racing Team in 8th. 9th place is Kostek, who are back out on track after having a huge incident earlier, 2 big incidents earlier on. They've had multiple repairs done to that car. They're still going. We have lost 2 cars officially from the race. Grid and Go Esports 004 GT4 car managed to find the wall heading towards the Beloff S, and Eclipse Sim Sports, that was more towards the Flansgarten area of the track. They ended up in the wall and had significant damage to their car, decided to park their car. And we've got 2 cars. Blue Mercury Esports, the 932 in Porsche Cup, haven't officially retired, although they have been on pit road for just a mere 2 hours and 10 minutes. So pretty much a majority of the race. So yeah, that's how things stand right now out on track. Will Chadwick, though, it's this race for 2nd place that's ongoing and pushing on at the front. You wouldn't think that this is an endurance race with how much they're pushing.
Well, they're really not endurance races anymore. I remember the days when you used to do Bathurst. Maybe in some splits they do end up being that. But maybe in Bathurst you have... it used to be like a bit of an endurance race. But even these days now, no matter what you're driving, it's always a sprint in the top splits. These cars will go flat out for 100% of the time, and yeah, it's really critical how much you have to push around here. You're on board with Gustavo Ariel, the number 4. He's coming his way to what many call Bravery Corner. I can't quite remember the German name off the top of my head, but he's chasing down the Blue Mercure car, the 32, who's just following the 89 of the BS Competition. BS Competition having a driver change. Daniel Lafuente getting into that car as they're passing some of the lap traffic, the RSO M2. Lafuente doing a very good job, given the fact that he's only just gotten into that car. Beliciotis and Ariel are both in for the 3rd stint. We expect them to be pitting about 4 minutes to the hour, so they're only 1 or 2 laps now into this GT3 stint as they are on board. This section of the circuit is one of my very favourite sections in the world. It's such an amazing section of the track. You see, as you come up to the top of the mountain, drop down, you turn in and aim at the curb, as you then go round this section through this section. Now you have the left and the right, where you're trying to grab the left bit of curb, grab the right. He's just missed a little bit for Ariel. I just love the elevation change around here. The sim will never do it justice how much elevation we have around this circuit. But yes, this battle is the most intense one we've seen for a bit of time now, as Diogo Pinto has held this sort of commanding lead at the front of this field, still sitting around the 5-second region. Was down, I saw at some point, to 3.8 seconds, but Pinto has been able to extend it. It's now 5.2 as far as I can see, and that's a big gap for the BMW M Verstappen sim racing car at the front of the field.
It certainly is, and if anything, it's really starting to just put an authority on them. And I think part of the problem is that these three, whenever they've been catching lap traffic, because it's all together, somebody somehow always gets compromised through that traffic, and they're also tripping up over each other by racing each other on as intensely as they have. So you end up losing those extra tenths of a second, and that little bits of time, it just ekes out, and before you know it, that leader has got a 5-second lead, which is what they've got right now. Down the Dottinger they go, and your BMW M2 leaders are down heading towards the Bilstein Bridge, right as your overall race leader is heading down there as well. So here's that battle for second, third and fourth, broken away from the WSR Esports red car. So able to do all of that well, and that Ferrari just not able to quite keep up pace-wise with the new driver in of Martikainen behind the wheel. Out of Tiergarten, across the start and finish line they go for another lap. We are on to lap number 16 of this race, I do believe. No, lap 17, sorry. They've completed lap 16 of the race. So, keeping a good pace here, Will. And, I mean, even the first fast lap out of the pits for Diogo Pinto is only 9/10 of a second slower than his fastest lap.
Yeah. Well, what you'll see in this sort of class is that, yes, they have the heavy fuel, but they've got the new tyre and they've got it up to temperature at this stage. So they've used that outlap. That outlap's a very long lap to get the tyre up to temperature, and then they're able to really push on that first lap. So you can see that the times kind of go fast, a little bit slower, and then fast again as we get towards the end of the stint, when they remove that 100 kilos or just under of fuel that's in these cars every time they fill up every hour. 100 kilos of virtual fuel, not real fuel. So no nasty bills for our drivers here today. We're watching a little bit of battle further back in your GT3 class. Henry Moore, who's just got aboard the Team Benick Aston Martin, is trying to make his way past the sole Precision 111, our sole Mercedes in the field today, and not quite able to do so as they head on to the GP loop. But all of your GT3 field not split by that much, and even at the tail end, battles are nice and close.
Union flag the correct way up there, just saying. It's very easy. As they go through the right-hander there, down the hill towards the Goodyear corner there. Of course, change of branding from when it was Dunlop. Goodyear, of course, remember, owned Dunlop as a brand, and they've decided to go the Goodyear way instead. So that Dunlop brand pretty much retired from the world of racing. As your Porsche Cup cars onto pit road right now, they are getting their next pit stops done. Will we be seeing triple stints for a few of those drivers? Alejandro Sanchez jumping into the wheel of the Commander Esports 08. Now, we were talking before the race here, Will. Sanchez, he was quick in a Cup car anyway. He is super quick in this new Cup car, isn't he?
Yeah, I think this new Cup car suits him even more than the old one did, and he's been super fast all week. Like I was mentioning, Porsche Cup is one of the only series this week which goes on the iRacing official roster, and essentially what that means, if you're not familiar with iRacing, is that all week we've had races taking place, 3-lap races with a separate qualifying session where people could just race the Porsche Cup class amongst all the other people. So grids of 25 cars all racing each other, and Sanchez has been top of those timings all week, fastest in qualifying and winning a lot of the races when he's competed. So super fast around this circuit, and off the pit lane first, so maybe able to get a little bit of a gap at the front of the field.
And again, it's Coanda being able to benefit from the Apex Racing team closing down their esports side of the team and of the company, and Sanchez, it was a no-brainer for Coanda to pick up Sanchez because he is one of the quickest drivers out there, especially in a cup car. He competed for the Porsche Esports Super Cup in terms of fought for the championship in only his first year of racing the car. He finished second in the championship. He's got this incredible knack of getting the feel from the car, and it just suits him, as you say. And with that added ABS and traction control, it just makes things a little bit more palatable. But if you could be nice and smooth, as you point out and you so eloquently say, if you could be nice and smooth with the car, you're not necessarily relying on that traction control, you're not relying on the ABS, and as he decides to go rallycrossing, which, by the way, Porsche have a big history of rallycross, it must be said. If you can be smooth, you're not relying on that traction control, which can almost interfere and slow you down, can't it? So it's not always the best thing to have traction control.
I think that the systems in general make you faster because you don't have to be as cautious on initial application of both pedals, brake and throttle. However, a lot of the drivers here today don't want to be deep into that ABS system because all the ABS is doing is rapidly unlocking and locking your brake because you've applied too much pressure to the front axle and the tyre can't take it. And in doing that, you are able to turn a little bit, but you really need to turn a lot in a lot of scenarios. So when you're in that ABS, you're not getting the full front turning, the full front grip that you need to corner at the maximum speed. So, in many scenarios, we're not braking at 100%. We're not using that ABS, especially during the turning phase, because it's super important to carry as much speed as possible through these corners. You're looking at the M2 class. I believe that this is a fight for the lead between the 005 Grid and Go M2 and the Simify Esports car just behind. Nice to see them nice and close together. Wouldn't be surprised to see both of these cars not running the traction control system. Of course, this is more of a road-derived car, which means that traction control is less tunable, and you don't have many settings. You've got the ability to have a full stability control and traction control system, which is set to a very high number, but also you have the BMW Sport setting, which is called MDM in this car, which is a little bit less traction control and no stability. But a lot of these drivers will probably be running the TC off if they can deal with it, because it's just a little bit faster to do so if you can manage your rear tyres.
And that's the thing, you're basically relying on mechanical grip with this car compared to pretty much every other car on the grid, which has some form of aerodynamic devices, either an air dam or a rear wing or both, or diffusers, of course, in the GT3 cars. Whereas these cars, you say, they're more of a road car derived vehicle. They've got I believe it's got the DSG gearbox in it as well, if I recall. And you're relying on that mechanical grip, but of course you've less settings to set up the car with as well. So it's a really good car. That it's quick, but it's I think it's more my pace now, Will. I'm not GT3 pace anymore. I think I have to admit defeat on that.
Yeah, I think that with this M2, it's on a bit of a different tyre compound. So in iRacing, we have multiple tyre models, and as you can see with the M2s, they're quite grip limited on these slicks. Yes, they're on a slick tyre, and they have more grip than a traditional road tyre, but generally, compared to a lot of the other cars in this field, they've got a pretty low grip slick, a pretty hard compound of slick tyre, which makes them move around a lot. And like we say, with the lack of personalised dynamic and bespoke race car systems, with them being more of a road car with a DSG box and a road car TC and ABS system, you're actually, in some cases, switching them off. Not in the case of the ABS, but in case of the traction control, because it's just intervenes so much, you run the traction control off, and it makes them a really loose, really tricky car to drive. And yeah, as you can see them, they're very small in comparison to the likes of a M4 GT4, which so happens to come into our shot as we're talking about.
Have you ever stood next to GT3 machinery in a pit road?
Not in a pit road, no. I've not had the... Actually, I kind of have. I will be going to the GT World Challenge round at Brands Hatch tomorrow. I have the privilege of being able to go there and watch and support friends. So it's interesting to go and watch them and see them in person. But I've not quite stood next to them in a pit road, but I have managed to stand in a pit box before.
It's incredible the size of those cars, the GT3s, and it's all about the stance. It's all about the aerodynamic devices. I mean, I was fortunate in 2023 to work in the pit lane at Monza on the Sunday of the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza, and being able to look at the rear end of that Ferrari when it was brand new, hardly raced. And you see all the intricate work, the work of art that is the diffuser and that rear end and all how the aero works and everything. It's fantastic, but it's the size of the cars. You know, a lot of people think, you know, sports cars, but they're big cars. They're not smaller, these cars, and they can take a bit of physicality because they need to nowadays. They need to take that physicality.
Well, the more that we see the GT3 regulations expand, you know, we've had a number of years of sort of a static regulation period where they've been allowed to advance these cars, push these cars to a more aggressive manner. We've seen them, you know, make the cars a bit bigger, you know, really like change these aerodynamics of these cars. And what's really interesting is traditionally in GT3 we saw a lot of road cars. Well, in general it's a road car chassis, but we're seeing the gradual move over to carbon monocoque chassis made popular by McLaren when they first introduced their 12C GT3 back in, I think, 2013, 2012, around that sort of time. And even now Mercedes, their new car that they're developing that you might have seen spy shots of driving around this track, that's a carbon monocoque as well, I believe. So it's interesting, you know, you've got the transition now from the steel chassis to the manufacturers almost building sort of bespoke divisions and bespoke cars to turn into these GT3 races just to make them that little bit more competitive.
Yeah, and you see that right the way through the road market as well, in terms of the advances in what the technology brings and how they're able to improve things and make the cars lighter, make them more aerodynamically efficient. I mean, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, as they work their way past the TCR field to your GT3 second, third and fourth place drivers, Valkyrie is just bonkers. Again, I saw one of those in the paddock at Monza, and it was just bonkers, absolutely crazy thing. But that's the lengths that's for the hypercar sort of end of endurance racing. But this is the lengths that manufacturers are going to try and homologate and to get a car that they can then go, look, regulation holders, this meets this complies, honest.
Yeah, it's great to see, and it's across all sort of motorsports. We've seen it for 30 years of homologation specials. I think when I think of a homologation special, I really think of the GR Yaris in the World Rally Championship, and how that's a very, very well homologated car, very wide. The one thing I never get about GR Yaris is a mate of mine had one for a while, and they're so big. You go next to a GR Yaris, you think small car, rally car. It is not a small car, it's huge, and when you see one of them in person, you're like, I can't believe how big this hatchback is.
I mean, I'm of the era of where I was on the back end of Group B rallying. You know, I never actually saw them in anger back then, but I still saw national rallying detuned Metro 6R4s and things like that, and it's rallycross where you had your 6R4s and stuff. I always think of like Tony Pond and people like that racing. Will Gallop, that's it, Will Gallop racing those, but it's those homologation specials. For me, the one that stands out for me was the British Touring Car Championship 1994. Alfa Romeo turn up with the 155 Silverstone, and it was, oh yeah, we've got a boot full of parts. Yeah, that's your front air dam and your rear wing. You just bolt them onto your car, and there you go. That's the homologation special. And the whole field hated it because they knew that they'd stolen the march on the rest of the field, and it was we've got to play catch up on this. And for me, I personally, in terms of touring car racing and in terms of front wheel drive racing, I hate having massive wings and big wheel arch. I would prefer more sort of road car based cars, the type of thing that you would see you could buy on the Monday, win on the Sunday, buy on the Monday. That's what they used to always say, and may call me old, but I always liked that type of car. It just resonated with me more. It made it more attainable as well. Not the GT3 cars were ever attainable, that must be said. Not unless you've got the spare $1 million just for the car.
Yeah, a GT3 these days is setting you back that sort of region of money. But yeah, like you say, it's interesting, but I feel like if we were down that region, we might just see a manufacturer all of a sudden come up with a carbon monocoque hatchback sort of car, front-wheel drive car, and then you're like, oh, there you go. So I think it's just how racing is. Everyone's always trying to push out the envelope and really try and have the performance as best as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a little bit wide there from the BS competition car in second place, but it shouldn't affect it too much down the Dottinger. There's no traffic between them and the race leader, but the problem is that the race leader is 5.5 seconds away, and now the Blue Mercure car gets closer and closer and closer in the slipstream. Do they pull out? The answer is no, they don't. They stay behind for the time being. They're happy where they are. They want to do a bit of fuel saving here. Try and get the jump in the pit lane. Onto the brakes, into Tiergarten they go. And all three, you can almost throw a blanket over them. They're that close together then. So it's Daniel Fuente in that BMW M Team BS competition car in second place. Bleu Mercure is in third place, and then it's the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car, Gustavo Ariel, in fourth place at the back of this group of cars. And onto the brakes, through the right, through the left, tight corners, cutting through the arena section. Of course, they don't use the arena section for the Nürburgring 24 hours because it actually acts as an extra part of the paddock. They need it for the space for all the transporters and everything, so that's why they do that. Well, we are 21 hours and 32 minutes away from the end of this race. I myself, however, I'm 15 hours and 40 minutes away from the end of a 24-hour charity stream that I'm doing on my Twitch channel, and very kindly Hugo, our producer, has allowed me to mention that. So yes, I am currently streaming to Twitch on my Twitch channel, and we're raising money for the Macmillan Cancer Support charity. It's a great charity that supports people who are either going through cancer diagnosis or helps family members as well. And wanting to raise £1,000, we're already at £690. There's been donations coming in through this race so far. So yeah, that's what's been happening. So it's certainly what I've been doing behind the scenes, and I'm giving people a bit of a behind the scenes look on the broadcast as well, to be able to show them that. and Hugo is shouting at me for not having the correct camera on. So if I quickly go to a different camera, I can give you a bit of a view as to what's going on. But I can tell you now, I'm going to be really not liking when it gets to about 6 o'clock in the morning, well, 10 to 6 in the morning, when I've got to come back onto commentary for the final, for the final 2 hours of my charity stream. Here's my charity stream, by the way. Hello, everybody. And I've got to do the final 2 hours of my charity stream on commentary. I'm going to be very glad that Ewan O'Leary is going to be leading the commentary on that one there, Will. But to give people a bit of an idea of what I'm looking at, I've got my track map with all the positions of the cars out on the right-hand side of my screen. I've got my timing screen here as well. I've got the sim actually up on the screen right now to give me that timing information. I've got the production feed up on the top screen in front of me here. I've got our production Discord up here as well. I've got all of the chat as well on my screen as well, so I can see all the chat that's going on while we're doing this as well. And I've got my fundraising stuff and all my notes about the race on the left-hand monitor as well. So it really is a bit of a challenge here, Will, and a bit of an insight into what I'm doing as part of this commentary.
Yeah, it's good to see all of your screens. I've only got 2, but I'm trying my best to piece through everything. Good luck behind the scenes for everybody watching along to see what goes into the making of a broadcast like this. Not just the likes of the commentators, but the likes of the production behind the scenes. Here you go, Louise, who is our producer behind controlling all the cameras. I'm sure he's got multiple screens. He's controlling to give us all of the interesting replays and camera shots as well. It's been a very, very interesting race so far. I was just going to say when we were talking about it that the lead gap last time around, it was extended by 5,000ths of a second.
It's still an extension of the lead, but yeah, 5,000. I mean, that shows the level that everybody's working to right now in this race. But yeah, the BMW M-Team BS competition car, Daniel Lafuente, there in that second place, is doing a sterling job right now and is holding on to that place ahead of Blue Mercure in third place, with BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing fourth in this queue of cars as they head towards Mutkurv once again through the left-hander. Oh, that was a bit of a twitch for the BMW M Verstappen car. Gustavo Ariel getting a bit of a moment through Mutkurv.
A little bit of a moment out there through the high-speed section. These cars are usually pretty aggressively set up in the aerodynamic region, so that when they get to the high speed, the splitter starts to get a bit lower. The compression on that front suspension, these cars get a little bit tail happy, and you've got to be really super smooth, super precise on your steering inputs in order not to have any moments like that. But they're all very, very talented, and I'm sure that any little slides that they have, they can usually catch. Remember I said that Sanchez was pretty fast in the Cup car class? He's 5 seconds in the lead.
Yeah, he's absolutely bossing the Cup class right now as Sanchez. Second place in the Cup class, by the way, is Grid and Go, ahead of the Coanda, second Coanda car of the 018. That's Lewis Belica, who's behind the wheel of that second Coanda car. Lewis Wood now is 11 seconds back. So the Cup class has really sort of separated out into little groups of cars, of 2 cars here and there together in that front through first through 5th place, because Sure Esports are behind Dirt Esports not that far in 5th place. So again, we're seeing that little bit of separation going on in some of these fields right now. GT4, I could tell you, by the way, it's now down to 3. Corentin Guinez is up into 4th, but it's down to 3 because of that Team PGZ slow pit stop. Those three are still together, though, at the front of GT4. Incredible. After 3.5 hours of racing, and WSR Esports still hanging on at the front of TCR, because that's 3 cars together as well at the front of that field.
Cars together everywhere you look. TCR being nice and behaved. Of course, the cars with the lowest, the smallest fuel tank here today in terms of what their overall capacity is. I think I mentioned it earlier, 72.3 litres I think it is. All of the cars have 85 litre tanks as standard, but then they have an 85% tank for this race just to reduce their stint times down a little bit, which reduces them to 72.3 litres. Correctly pointed out to me that I said earlier that in GT3 you have about 100 litres and you're losing about 90 kilos across the course of the stint. I was completely incorrect by that. As brought up to me by David Haynes, it's actually about 74 kilos for 100 litres of fuel, so I do apologise for my terrible maths.
So you're telling me then that fuel per litre weighs less than water?
Yes, according to
water is the kilo, yeah.
Oh, we've had a battle for the lead.
And the fact that we're getting a replay of this might not end well, does it? The answer is yes, it does. Sorry, I'm used to when I get a replay that something bad happens. But yeah, that's fantastic then. So a change of your M2 leaders then. And that's Simify Esports Orange getting ahead of gridandgo.com Esports for position in class. So yeah, of course, somebody's just pointed it out to me, and maybe it's me being streaming for so long right now. It's why oil slicks float, because oil's lighter. Yeah,
I was told the density of a racing fuel is around about 0.74. So that brings where you get to your 74 kilos. So a little bit of stuff for the chat and the courtesy of David Haynes. So yeah, thank you to him for giving us some updates. We're watching that little battle a bit further back. You see, just as the compression goes over there, the Aston Martin a little bit loose as it compresses over the bump, but they're still battling away. The 111 and the Team Bennett car have been fighting for a number of laps now, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've been just absolutely together, those cars. So keeping going. It's great to see that Aston Martin Team Bennett car still out there and doing the work. Okay, it's a little bit further down the field with that Solpec Precision Racing Alex Gall that we're on board with, being a Mercedes car as well. So it's not just BMWs that are in the GT3 field, it's just that they are the majority in the field. The first non-BMW is actually in 5th place, the WSR Esports red car. So Santeri Martikainen is the driver behind that car. The first Mercedes is the ZES Esports car of Ola Daniel. He is in 10th place. They are in GT4, of course. We've still got this close fight for first place. It's just a never-ending story right now. The problem is it does have to end in 21 hours and 23 minutes.
Yes, it does, and I'm sure it'll be a very different picture when we get to that stage of the race. Important to mention that as of recently, we've had a lot of NEC races here at the Nürburgring on iRacing, the Nürburgring Endurance Championship on iRacing, where we do develop the balance of performance for this class. But whoa, down the inside goes Cheza Esports. Oh, that's super, super late on the brakes. Can they make it happen? Really loose on the exit, banging doors, making a bit of contact as they go to the first carousel.
That Mercedes is in the right place though for the carousel. You always want to be on the inside going into the carousel, and that showed, and so able to hang on for now for Falcon Sim Racing Team. But the first shot has been fired here, and we want to see some moves going on in your GT4s. So yeah, the intent has been shown now, Will.
Yeah, a bit of harsh battling there between those two drivers, clearly wanting to make a move. Does the Cheza Esports car on Luka Wunsch in the 33 GT3, maybe a move in GT3. Gustavo Ariel back up into the podium position, so he passes Blue Mercure.
Yeah, able to get ahead, to change position. Worth pointing out, by the way, Pinto, last lap was a 59.714. So he's just 0.3 of a second, in fact less than 0.3 of a second off of his fastest lap. The track is getting quicker because the temperature is reducing. Here's a look then. This is not a normal overtaking spot, but my goodness, he made it work there. Beautiful stuff there from Gustavo Ariel.
Camber super important on that corner, so as he got to the inside, he was able to use the camber to his advantage and get the more grip around the inside line, the steeper banking that he had available to him. So Gustavo Ariel up into third position, back still fighting to see if he can get back into that top two for Verstappen Sim Racing. BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing, both their entries today running the BMW. Yeah, like I was saying, with the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, the BOP, the balance of performance comes a little bit from that, but obviously we've had a major overhaul in the balance of performance for the general GT3 class just, I think, 2 weeks ago now. So they've updated the GT3 class. It's brought a few cars back into contention that were having a little bit of a tough time in the balance, in the general balance from a week-to-week basis, because every normal iRacing week we don't have a specific balance of performance. So some cars are faster than others every week. So yeah, it's been interesting to see how that has affected things, and I think that has put the Mustang a little bit out of contention today, just due to the fact that it's been so dominant around this circuit for the last 12 months.
Oh, GT4 once again. We're going 3 wide down the Nottingham Hurt. It's Aston Martin, it's Mercedes, it's BMW, and it's the Aston Martin that gets up to the head of the field. Used the slingshot of the slipstream. Those two sort of stalling each other, are the Mercedes and the BMW, and the Aston Martin says thank you very much. TE Sports back to the head of your GT4 field right as they get to a BMW M2, so they're going to have to work their way around that car. As, well, the Falcon car deciding now's the time to make the pit stop. 6 laps. They've consistently been that lap earlier. You know, they've gone 6 laps, but they had that lap earlier stint at the start of the race. Falcon Sim Racing a little bit off stint compared to these two that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, like you said, it's been interesting to kind of see how it's been like developing. We saw the unfortunate incident for the PGZ car. I don't think we ever got a full read on exactly what happened to them. Falcon into the pit lane, like you said, but PGZ were always at the front of this field as well, and they were able to hold their own. So it'd be interesting to see if they can come back into the race a little bit later on. It was nice having those 4 manufacturers at the front of the field. Gustavo Ariel looks really racy here, and as we're getting close to lap 21, which is our mark for our 3rd pit stop in this race for GT3, he's looking like he wants to get himself into that top 2 position yet again.
Yeah, he certainly wanted to push forward as out the pits lane comes the Falcon Sim Racing Team GT4 car. That has been 44 seconds, call it, in the pit box. So that's the first of the GT4 cars that has got a third pit stop in the books. So as we're carrying on, you are watching the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by VCO. Paul Smith, Will Chadwick on for the next 17 minutes. Before then, I'll be stepping aside for Jake Sperry to jump onto commentary in the top of the hour in race. So, as we look forward then, from that Blue Mercure car, TCR's on the right hand side, getting out of the way so that they can just move away and to not get involved in this battle of GT3 that's been going on since the start of the race, it's fair to say. The only thing that has happened in this last stint is that the race leader, Diogo Pinto, has now got a 6.6 second lead over the battle for second place right now, Will.
Yes, and he's been slowly extending that. We mentioned when it was first opened up for the first time that it was potentially critical for this race and how it's going to develop, and Yeah, it has been. He's been able to open this up, and we've not really seen Gustavo able to hold down that second position. There's been a number of moves here and there. We saw him get into second place towards the end of the last stint, but then again, he dropped to fourth in the pit stop cycle. So it's been pretty interesting in seeing how this has ebbed and flowed. I expect to see both BMW M Verstappen sim racing cars to change driver next time round.
Yeah, you would imagine that they will do that for sure, with how that they've been going on. So yeah, we are carrying on then in this one, and they're racing on as they go through. We've got that Porsche battle as well that was looking at between Grid and Go and Coanda Esports. So that's second and third places in your Porsche Cup category. So yeah, those two have been pretty close all the way through, and in fact last lap Alejandro Sanchez set the Porsche Cup fastest lap of the race at an 8:07.335. That's basically 0.4 of a second quicker than the Grid and Go car in second place.
Yeah, flying around this circuit at the moment, and Grid and Go and the other Coanda car are even working together, so they might be even bump drafting on the straight. And if Sanchez is faster than them when them two are bump drafting, it's really looking bleak for the rest of the field as long as he's in the car.
It certainly is, as they're giving them a run for the money. So yeah, it's definitely going to be intense. As full of, yeah, not the best run there for one of your back markers who had that spin there. I didn't quite catch it. It was the full
front to rear contact. It was.
Yeah.
And full risk, no push. I think.
Full
no
risk,
push.
No push that,
whatever
yeah.
it's called. Yeah.
I can't find them on my timing screen. That's really not helpful for me here. But yeah. So drama further down in your field, your GT3 field. So bearing in mind we've been going for nearly 3 hours now, GT3 field is covered by, well, the top 16 anyway, it's covered by 1 minute 47. So Fiercely Forward Gold, 1 minute 47 behind your overall race leader. That just shows that the guys at the top are able to run really close and push on really hard, but there has been some field spread going on in that GT3 class now.
Yeah, there is a bit of field spread. We've seen the traffic start to influence the race a little bit more. Traffic yet again for our GT3 leaders. BS Competition down the inside of one of your TCR cars. It's gone a bit wide. Wow, that's super close to the wall there.
Heart in mouth moment, and yeah, getting caught up with the GT4s and the TCRs, and these GT3s trying to work their way through. And Bleu Mercure are the ones that are going to lose out in all of that. They got caught up behind GT4 traffic. They finally made it past, but it's just gapped out the second and third place BS Competition and Verstappen sim racing cars. And WSR now are the latest ones to lose out, as in the background, I think I saw some tyre smoke in the background, and Undercut are dropping down the order on my timing screen, so that the 009 of Undercut in GT4 not having a good time of it either, so they were one of those back markers. Maybe they got GT3 involvement there, perhaps.
Potentially an involved incident with WSR. Let's watch it on board from... it was class on class action. The PGZ car into the back of the number 15 of Undercut, and that's got them loose on the exit, and yeah, look at that.
Just the smallest of touches. It's the slowest corner on the track, is that, and it's the smallest of touches. Sends the car around. Fortunately, no significant damage, so they won't have to come onto pit road, but it will have some. It won't be. It won't be mandatory repairs, but there will be some optional repairs done to that car. That is for sure on the next pit stop for them. Absolutely breakneck speed all the way through the opening of this race, and I tell you what, I think it's going to be all this way to the end of the race as well. Good luck is all I'll say to these competitors. I'm glad that I get to have a bit of a break after this, but the competitors, they're full on, they're pushing all the way through to the start. You called it a sprint, didn't you, at the start of the race there, Will, and it's proving to be that way.
Yeah, I mean, all modern iRacing special events tend to go this way, and I think it's fascinating to see just how hard everybody's pushing to make up as much time as possible. And it's been an interesting affair so far. We mentioned how this GT3 battle has been one of the best that we've seen for a number of years to start off the race, but Diogo Pinto decided he had enough of battling, was able to break free, and he's been controlling that gap at the front of your field, and traffic has only been playing to his favour so far, and that gap's nearly up to 7 seconds now.
Yeah, it's working out beautifully for your overall race leader. Kai Kashube, massive damage to that Marla Racing Team car, parking the car, it's not been able to drive it back, so something has happened to that BMW, and that was one of your competitors that in the early stage of the race were fighting here. Oh my goodness, Blue Mercure! That was rude on that BMW M4 GT4 car. Here's what's happened to Marla, into the back of a TCR, and then lose it on a curb. I think if you're the TCR team, you'll be there saying, well, justice.
Deserved, yeah. I think you'd see some interesting comments in the chat. Yeah, and some really heavy rear suspension damage for the number 10, the Marla racing car. We've seen them win this race years gone by, and unfortunately, contact and a bit of just an incident with going deep into the corner, getting on that curb, and those curbs are so steep on the exit here. You can use them to your favour sometimes, but in that case, it was to their demise.
It certainly was. So that's a tour back to the pit lane for them, and then whatever repairs that they'll need to do. If it's a minimum a suspension, that's about 8.5 minutes. So you're basically a lap that you're losing just for a corner of the car. Side-by-side action. Gustavo Ariel, he's moving forward. You can tell we're getting to the end of the pit cycle because it's lap number 7 of the race. Absolutely neck and neck between the two of them. But it's Gustavo Ariel who comes to the front of second place then. So it's a 1-2 yet again for the BMW M Verstappen sim racing team, and now they all head onto pit road. Gustavo did not want anybody hampering him hitting pit road here this time. He wanted to be at the head of that group.
Absolutely, like you say, wanting to lead that group as much as possible. And to be honest, it even looks like Drago Racing White have maybe caught up. I've never seen them this close for the last couple of hours as they head in for their third pit stop of the day. Gustavo's the number 1 stall here, so he's going to have to brake past the red line car. That costs him a little bit of time. Driver changes for both of the BMW M Team Redline cars, Team Verstappen Sim Racing cars, I think. Maybe not. Gustavo looks like he's
Ariel's sailing. Yeah. No, Job. Oh my goodness. What a pair of drivers that the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team have coming in right now. After 3 stints, you've got Sebastian Job, 2-time Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, and you've got Luke McEwen, who what hasn't he done in sim racing? It's absolutely incredible. So yeah, the two of them jumping into the car, I have to say that Verstappen sim racing outfit, what a stacked field and what a stacked group of drivers that they have. There's a reason why they're consistently at the top of sim racing events.
Absolutely, and it's really interesting to see them both get aboard. It's now Sebastian Job's job to try and close up that gap at the front of the field. Looks to be a little bit of a quicker pit stop and a little bit of fuel saved from Gustavo in that stint, and he's able to bring that gap down, exiting the pit lane to around about 4 seconds, it looks like.
Team Bennett, black flag onto pit road, so Henry Moore has picked up a penalty. They will have to serve that penalty in that pit stop then. So black flag for them. They'll be stationary for an extra, 40 seconds they should be stationary for before they get going. So the Aston Martin just going from bad to worse for them.
Yeah, and that is around about 40 seconds. So like you say, that's a really, really harsh penalty for just speeding into pit lane, and they're going to be sat there for a good amount of time now. And unfortunately, that is a bit detrimental to their race at the start of this, starting to get into the 4th hour.
Yeah, this is the stint fourth stint of the race for these GT3 cars. Not able to quite get to the hour for them. So serving that black flag, and Kaikashube still getting a tour back to pit road after their major issues for Marla Racing Team. And still Team Bennick, Henry Moore, still waiting to get away. Sven Winter then for Shura Esports has been sat on the tail of the WSR Esports TCR car at the lead of TCR, and these TCRs are mixed in with the GT4s right now, and I can see issues for Sebastian Job, because that gap has come right down on my timing screen. Something has happened to Job out there. He's dropped down to 4th place. So something has gone on in the early part of the lap. Remember, cold tyres for these GT3 cars.
Yeah, I don't know what's quite happened. Maybe some contact with a back marker. I'm sure we'll get a replay pretty quickly, but he was closer than ever to McEwen. We're watching the replay here, passing a TCR. TCR moves over a little bit into the path of Job as he was trying to go around the outside, and that's a disaster for the number 4, yet again set back on the back foot and being pushed back behind the BS competition car.
I think Seb Job, there was nothing more that he could do. He was all the way over to the left-hand side of the track, and that was on the TCR then. And I'm the biggest staunch defender of TCRs in the whole of sim racing, so no, I will have to say that was on the TCR then, in my opinion. And Sebastian Job, here's the thing with Sebastian. If this was 10 years ago, he'd be seeing red right now and he'd get very angry. He's matured so much as a driver, and well, he'll just be like, right, okay, it's a setback. He'll have an engineer in his ear going, it's a setback, okay, forget about it, look forward.
And ultimately, it could have been damage, it could have been a wall. We've seen so many GT3s end up with race-ending damage already in this race from big incidents, whether with traffic or by themselves. And ultimately, it was essentially just a half spin to cost you 4 seconds. It sucks, it's horrible, it's really annoying as a driver, but the bigger picture, you're still in the race.
Yeah, exactly. So you just calm yourself. And if ever there was a track where you can't race angry, it's this track, because you've got to have your focus fully on the track and on the competitors around you, and hit your marks and be as quick and efficient as you can be around this track. So yeah, definitely keep your head about you and you should be good. Just for those who have been asking, by the way, there's been people asking about the fastest lap in the race. It's a 7 minutes 59.469 from the number 3 BMW M Verstappen sim racing team. Fastest lap in Porsche Cup is an 8 minutes 6.898. In GT4 it's an 8:44.256. In TCR, it's not even your leading two that are the fastest lap holders. It's actually Yes Motorsports with a 8:47.166. So only 3 seconds slower than the GT4 fastest lap in that TCR. And then the BMW M2, it's a 9 minute 8.564 is the fastest lap in that class. So for everyone who's been asking what the fastest laps are, there you go, one for each class.
The track is only getting quicker, Paul. I mean, we've seen the track temperature come down, we've seen the air temperature come down a little bit, humidity dropping as well. So it's likely we're going to see those fastest laps get even faster as we go into the night portion of this race. Still a good bit of time to go until we start to see the sun set. It's currently 7 p.m. local, so we are getting towards that region. Certainly, I think by the time that I'm at the commentary booth, we will be into the darkness. You're on board with Lewis Bielica for Coanda, the 018. He was competing, I believe, at Silverstone on the Silverstone 500 weekend in a Ginetta, I believe, in one of the Ginetta one-make series. I think he might have got on the podium or maybe even won a race. So interesting to see him doing a little bit of real-world racing. A number of real-world racing has been taking place for a number of these drivers across the last sort of 12 months. It's been great to see a lot of professional or high-end sim racing drivers stepping into a real car for the first time and being able to race it out and show what they're made of.
Now, we should be seeing, according to the original forecast, an increase in cloud cover coming in round about now, actually, increasing and then going to full overcast conditions overnight. So it really will get dark out there for the drivers. And the earliest that we've seen in the pre-event forecast that the chance of precipitation increases from 0 is after 9 PM. So anytime after 9 PM you want to be keeping an eye on the weather forecast. But look at this, the Eifel Mountains, beautiful part of the world. I was fortunate enough to go here back in 2019 working on the Sim Racing Expo when it was at the Nürburgring, and it was such an incredible time, and I need to get myself back to a Sim Racing Expo, that is for sure. We've had a crash down the Dottinger Höhe, and it's the 89. Daniel Lafuente is in the wall, and Team PGZ, the GT4 car, is also got severe damage. So the car 89, here we go, here's the replay, and it's, oh, that looks like a wheel failure to me, with it suddenly turning to the left.
Yes, I can confirm on board. I've just had a look, and the wheel fails right as they cross the pass with that PGZ 114 car, just straight left-hand down. Looks extremely malicious from an off-board view, but yeah, you can see on board the wheel fails, and that's so unfortunate for the 114 PGZ. How unlucky have they been? Look at that.
Yeah, instant full lock left. Well, we are at the top of the hour here with 21 hours to go in this race. I'm going to step aside now in the commentary box, and stepping in my place, none other than Jake Sperry. Good evening, Jake.
Good evening, Paul, and what a start we have had to your iRacing Nürburgring 24, ladies and gentlemen. Settle on in, because the night is soon to bring itself into play, and we will be seeing then the true teeth of this Nürburgring circuit just starting to bear its fangs. On screen right now is your battle overall in Porsche Cup for second position overall. Heidi Noah Mamasi here in the Grid and Go Esports 002, trying to deal with the 1-2. This was BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing's view of it there. Complete wheel failure. And ultimately, that is Sim Racing. There's nothing that Daniel Lafuente can do, William, in a situation like that. There's nothing that PGZ can do in a situation like that. It's wrong place, wrong time, and you just have to chalk it up and say 24 hours this year doesn't work. You'll have to try again next time.
Yeah, I remember in 2023 I had the exact same issue at the exact same spot. Thankfully, I didn't take a car with me when that happened, but I did take us out the lead of the race. I think we gained the lead on the lap, and I went left-hand down into that exact barrier, so I know the pain. I'm pretty sure I threw my wheel out of the sim that very evening out of frustration. So yeah, I can sympathise massively with the BS competition car, and yeah, some big damage for them and the 114 PGZ.
And what it will mean as well is that it completely throws away what was, at the time, as they walked into 3 hours, William, a BMW MT 123.
Yeah, exactly. Like you say, it was BMW holding that fort at the front of the field, and BS were looking good. They were looking really fast. They'd had a driver change and were still holding at the front of that field. Of course, the issue for Joe meant that they'd been promoted just earlier in that lap, but yeah, what a disaster for that 89 car, and yeah, super unfortunate with those technical issues.
Yep, so they've had a lot to deal with then from it. The push then through over towards Tiergarten, and this is where you've got to be careful on the bump draft, because every time you're making a push through a corner, you could just catch the bump wrong at a very sketchy section of circuit. And these drivers, of course, train professionals in the sim racing world, so they know exactly where they need to hit, right place, right time, lifting back out of it where they need to, and continuing on for another lap out there. This has been a really interesting start to this one, and I would say all of the main challenges that you'd expect in the various categories are out there and pushing at the top level of their various is. We take a look on board with Louis Bailicker here in the 018. Coanda Esports then electing, as far as they go, to not challenge out there in GT3 spec. I'm not shocked to see them challenging in Porsche Cup here, William, because of the massive amount of work that the team has done over the last month, 2 months, 3 months or so to get themselves Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the timing of when we got the global qualifiers for the Porsche Esports Tag Heuer Super Cup, it just makes sense to stay in the car, to get used to the car, to get used to setting up the car, because, you know, just in a matter of under 2 weeks' time, we go and we start the global qualifiers. A lot of these drivers needing to do that. No driver, always in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, apart from the first year, we've had the last 15, or I think it was top 20 at some stages, get a ticket into next year's from the previous year's series. This year, everybody has to re-qualify. The only people that have got a slight easier time of it is the people that are through to the regionals already, through the national series competitions. But yeah, like you say, big switch up in Porsche Cup with this new car and new learning curve for everybody, really.
It is, and let's talk about this Porsche 992.2, and let's get into the nitty-gritty details, because, William, you are a very well-established sim racer who has battled at the highest level of sim racing. I have been, of course, a driver who has never got anywhere even close to getting to the highest levels of sim racing, but understanding this Porsche 992.2 and the differences of what has come from the old car and now is being generated and slightly different with this new car, and how it favours and who it favours.
Yeah, I think on the surface you can look at the two cars side by side and pick out a few details here and there to how they look different, but in reality it's a completely different car and a completely transformed driver experience. First time in the 3 generations of Porsche Cup cars that we've had on this service on iRacing is that we've had ABS and TC. They've always kind of had it in the real world as options and stuff that they used in endurance packages, but now we have it for real in iRacing for the first time. And this means that the car is just such a different car to drive. It's got a different suspension layout. It's a different way of driving entirely. A new tyre model. You've got time, which is a very different process. And this car around this circuit is a completely different animal, and a fast one at that.
It is, and we'll see that maybe in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, wherever they look to apply, and it's been very aggressive, the racing that we've seen. I've seen it in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup North America, which Mitchell de Jong, of course, has qualified himself through and effectively gets a free buy-in. Now, this is Simify Esports Orange, and that is a big scare in the BMW M2 category there, just catching a little bit of side-by-side that wasn't wanted for what has been at times your race leaders. GridandGo.com Esports 005 and Johan Ruyer was the contact that we saw with, and so that was just before jumping onto pit lane. So for Mano Kubo Torres, it's a case of, well, it's now a gap for the 005 team, however which way you want to put it.
Yeah, they were all fighting. Those two were fighting at the front of the field, and it was a really good battle, actually, in that the top of that M2 class, despite the fact we'd seen the grid spread out a bit more than our other fields here today, and an unfortunate contact, which does open up that gap. So be interested to see whether Simify can chase it down a little bit more and see if they can gain that a little bit back. But we're getting closer to this sunset period now. The humidity's starting to rise as we expected from the pre-event forecast that iRacing provide us with some chances and where we expect things to be, and it's going to be interesting as the night falls if incidents pick up and visibility gets even lower.
Yeah, you can see the shadows are starting to elongate over the circuit. There was a time in sim racing where we didn't even have the day to night transition, and so you do things like a 24 hours of Spa and it's 24 hours all at night, for example, which made life incredibly difficult out there. Working through to close to Tile Corner, and now the mute curve that follows along immediately follows. You just got to be so switched on through the dip up over the top. Easy to catch guardrail out there on the right hand side and say, look, this is going to be very tough to get through, but you hit the brakes, you get over to this section, then you realise you've got possibly the most famous corner on this circuit to go next, and it is one track, and it is the Carasciola Carousel.
Yeah, super tricky in this car. This 992.2 tends to bottom out a little bit more. You've got to make sure you're not exiting too early as you get out of that crest and get down into the really technical section of this Nordschleife layout. This section, I think, is really underappreciated in the world of sim racing. You can just see the vast scale of elevation as you climb up the hill. The sim will never quite do it justice, but there's so much elevation at this section of the track, and it's super, super technical.
Yeah, and that technicality you start running yourself through on the second half of the circuit. You're heading through towards Wipperman and Eschbach and Brunchen, and you're just trying to find that element that works. And a lot of drivers who are new to this is one of the toughest circuits to memorize, especially when you get to this stage, Will, because the circuit just blends into, it almost feels repetitive in the same way, almost like that you've run into maybe something generative as you walk through, and it's the same thing again, but it's slightly different. Very tough to go and navigate through, as we watch now Dennis Menser here for Stint 1 Motorsport. This here for the 313, battle on the front stretch, trying to get by Solpeck Precision Racing, but a very tough section of road back there.
Oh, absolutely. You couldn't be more correct about that. And what's often misrepresented is you often see at the Nordschleife, people tend to be better at the start of the lap than they are at the end, because if you crash, you start all over again and you start at the start. So it's actually a really interesting one when you think about how refined these sim races end up being at these circuits. Even the Nordschleife, even these days, despite the level that everybody operates at, see little differences here and around the circuit, maybe where they've drove a little bit less, they've optimized a little bit lower. When you get into sort of kilometre 12, kilometre 13, kilometre 15 of the lap, it starts to get a bit tricky, and sometimes people are not quite as good at that sort of section.
Alex Gall currently piloting for Solpeck Precision Racing. He's been pretty much everywhere in sim racing as Alex Gall in a GT spec. Everyone knows him, understands him, respects him as a sim racer. He's not been at a top team, but he's certainly been in and around with the likes of Apex back in the day. He spent some time, of course, with Satellite Racing, now here running with Solpeck. And you see a lot of this movement from various drivers here and there. For example, I saw Connor Franson, for example, driving for Fiercely Forward. I've known him for the longest time with Ariti out there, as that is close again from Bilica, but not close enough to really get a move on. But you often find moves happen in the autumn with sim racing drivers, but now we're here into spring, into summer. You've got to shore up your teams, and we're seeing a little bit of movement right now in what I would call mid-season changes.
Yes, there's been a number of changes across the last sort of 12 months, 6 months, with the way that the sim racing landscape is ever changing, and name changes and all of this stuff that's been going on. And like you say, generally around this range of the year, we have these big events, but things tend to settle down a little bit. Contracts, if they are running, are tending to go to the end of the year. None of them tend to go to the midterm, but a few people choosing to move here and there who are maybe not under a contract or on a rolling basis. And yeah, it's been interesting to see who's moving where and what teams are acquiring new drivers.
Yeah, and so as you're looking to manage that, it's a case of, are you building the best roster available, and how do you stop teams like Coanda Esports and Verstappen Sim Racing, for example, from being these all-conquering, all-dominant teams that are the A1s of the world that are out there and expecting to win at least one category each and every single time they go out there and challenge. And I think that's going to be the next battleground that you find, because you know that the best sim racers want to go to the best teams, Will, but here's the issue. The best sim racers that go to the best teams, when was the last time that you saw a driver from Verstappen Sim Race or Coanda move to another team? Quite often when you see drivers stop, it's a case of, we're not going to go out there and move team, we're going to retire from sim racing.
Or take a break. Like you say, often when you've been at the top and you're deciding to move into another location, it's because you wanted to sort of calm it down a little bit, or just take a little bit of a break, because these teams can be quite demanding, and you can have quite a toll on you in terms of how many hours you're doing. I know it seems like a perfect idealistic situation to race around virtual race cars all day in the cases of some of these guys that do end up being full-time, but it can still wear on you, like any job can, and although that I'm sure they'll all say they're immensely fortunate to do sim racing as a full-time occupation, sometimes it does get pretty difficult with the hours and the amount of driving that you end up doing.
It very much does. I know for a fact that I saw the VRS data back in the day from Mac Backham when he was racing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. And I think he'd done something just coming up to the race of 84 hours in a week of practicing this Nürburgring Nordschleife for what was ultimately going to be a 6-lap race. And so if you want to talk the fine details of how much of a level everyone is trying to put that time in, trying to find something that's going to work, it shows you that's the level of dedication that you need to get to move on up. And anything else short of that is going to be a nightmare. I mean, Louis Bylicker here, we've been focusing on him for about half a lap behind Heidi Noah Mamasi. And it is simply put, this level of sim racing, I don't think he has moved anywhere beyond half a car length behind the grid and go yellow and blue Porsche Cup car in front. To have that level of control around a circuit as long, as varied, as difficult, as undulating as this one, that is a chapeau moment.
Yeah, and these cars are not easy either. I know that the general consensus is that you come to this 992.2 and yeah, it has the traction control, yeah, it has the ABS, but in many ways it's more difficult, and especially the circuit like the Nordschleife, as long as you could manage the brakes in the old car, it was a little bit more forgiving. This new car requires a bit more precision on the brakes in terms of getting the car to rotate. It's a bit more pitch averse. It's not as forgiving in terms of how you deal with the pitch of the car and where you're getting the grip. And yeah, it's super difficult. And like you can see, they've been nose to tail for such a long time, making it look very, very easy for you guys watching at home.
They very much have done. I'd like to talk GT4 for a moment because I feel like it's a category, a class that isn't getting much love out there. We've seen a lot of work in GT3 and Porsche Cup, but I think GT4 has been a very interesting category right now, where Luca Wunsch is currently your leader out there. There is the beautiful design there, Sesha Esports machine, which is designed like the Hungarian pottery out there. It's absolutely incredible, that design, and a team that will only ever be looking to sign Hungarian-based drivers out there to build on what was a really strong field back in the days of the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing series, where you had about 4 or 5 really quick open-wheel Hungarians, and they all jumped together and said, well, why don't we have our own team?
Yeah, and it's been proving pretty well for them. They've had some really nice results. I love the liveries, like you say, that they've put together, and it's nice to see such a national cooperation. Also on the screen, TC Esports, Thibaut Courtois, famous footballer, plays for Real Madrid in the goal position. I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about with football there. But yes, it's his team, and they've been developing their sort of expertise and their roster across the last, let's say, 24 months, I would say, as TC Esports really came into sim racing, and they've been a great addition to the industry.
Carlos Fenollosa, who has moved away then from Drago, is currently behind the wheel of the number 42. And it's more than just an esports team out there with Thibaut Courtois, who is, of course, in his football career, the Belgian played for Atletico Madrid and Chelsea and now at Real Madrid, so figure that out. But Fenollosa behind the wheel. TC Esports is more than just an esports team. It's the fact that you look at FIA F4 Spain out there, for example, and TC Racing is in there and giving a pathway for racers to go through. And I think part of that vision is, well, the sim racers can go just as quick as the real racers, and so it's another platform to say, look, you can go and kickstart your racing career this way.
Yeah, and it's great to see the collaboration and what they've been able to put together over such a short period of time. So it's good to have them leading here today in the GT4 class, and they've been holding their own. And at one point they did have a bit of a gap, but it's been reeled back in a little bit. You're watching a little bit further back in the GT3 class is one of the Mercedes that's out there, the Solpack Precision car, who is leading the Stint 1 Motorsport car, I think, which they've been battling all race long. It seems that they've got a little bit away from the Bennett car that unfortunately had that penalty in the last pit stop of the speeding in pit lane, which has unfortunately set them back quite a bit at the back of your GT3 field.
Yeah, and Team Bennett, of course, also has a lot of real-world ties over to the karting scene out there. And so you've got drivers like Henry Moore, who is the current reigning FIA F4 Esports British and World Champion as part of the team. So if that's the sort of caliber in this GT3 field, Will, where that's last place, then you know, you turn around and go, every single driver in this field is the top 1 to top 0.5% of what the best of the GT3 category has to offer.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you'll see that when we get to the end of the race and you look at all the cars that finished in a reasonably clean manner, and you look at the laps total. You know, even the cars that are, you know, let's say finishing 15th in this race would probably have been 2, 3, 4 laps ahead of any other split, potentially, in some cases. Obviously, Split 2 and Split 3 are also becoming more and more competitive as the years goes on, and as the softs get higher. But yeah, that is just something to take into account, and the amount of laps we're doing today is going to be quite a lot.
Yeah, leaders then in Porsche Cup have just trundled down onto pit lane, so they're going to get their service, their fuel, their tyres, and will have the opportunity to drive on forward with more out there to go and prove. But it shakes up in GT3. BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 3 leading outright by 6.7 over the line over Blue Mercure Esports, with the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 4 team in third, and Drago Racing White, who currently have Alexander Spett behind the wheel at this moment, chasing down currently in 4th position. There he is, just about to get by the slow, unsteady car of Matthew Bassett out there in the 477. Currently 3 laps adrift, and currently 2 laps adrift to the leading TCRs out there, which is Scherer Esports, who will be in a scrap with WSR Esports White and Yes Motorsports over the course of racing action. But Drago this year, I want to get your opinion on this, William. At every single round, they have been, at the very least, a strong threat to win the race. They struggled a little bit at Sebring, but when you take honours at Daytona and honours at Bathurst, this is a team that is trying to ring the bell and say, look, we are the 3rd best team in sim racing, and you could argue we're up there with Coanda and Verstappen Sim Racing now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no doubt about that with the drivers that they have available to them, the roster that they have available, and who they've signed and who they've been able to hold on to. And yeah, they've been really, really good for over a year now. And I think that's seen. I think that in most conventional circumstances, aside of when you get the sort of Porsche factory esports team involved, I think Drago are on a par with Coanda, in my opinion, at this stage, in terms of their rosters. I think when you get that Porsche factory outfit out, I think that they've got a leg up on them. But yeah, they've been super good over the last 12 months, over the last 24 months. They've been a great outfit and great liveries as well. I'll give them that.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, when you look at Drago, when they're running in, say, the Ferrari out there, and they've almost got like the Joker smile along the front of the grille, I think it's one of the most menacing liveries I've ever seen.
Brilliant liveries, and they've been really good at that. They've been really good at putting in iconic and memorable liveries, especially with how that they invert the colours for the 2 cars. You'll see obviously this white and red Drago out here today, but the number 2 car that unfortunately had an incident, I think an hour or so ago, is in the traditional red and sort of maybe slightly white accents and black accents. So it's nice to see them changing up the liveries, and it makes our job easier when looking on the screen.
Yeah, it's not the sort of scenario where you've got the Jota Racing thing, where you've got to try and look at the wing mirrors and see, are they a slightly different shade of beige than the other, say, for example. It's a lot easier now to pick out here between these 2 teams, and having that invert, the red and white, the red and black, and how you look to build up a livery, I think is absolutely incredible, and they're doing a wonderful job of proving that this is a team that is going places and is one of the best sim racing teams in the world, and will be looking to charge and challenge for it. So I would be keeping a very close eye on them. Now, that's a jump coming out of the pits over at Coanda Esports. So Louis Bailicker, better stop, has got ahead of Heidi Noah Mimasi then. And so Grid and Go will take some time to sit on the back and go, you know what? power turn to maybe save a little bit of fuel. Tough to save a lap around here, must admit. You know, you can't save that much fuel, but you can save a little bit that you can maybe under-fuel slightly at the next stop.
Yeah, so that's mainly your game here. It's about saving as much fuel as you can to shorten your pit time and how long you stop in the box. Actually going an extra lap is pretty impossible, I think, for the Cup class, but also for GT3. We have seen a lot of extra lap and one less lap in GT4, which are much closer to your limit. But like you say, in the Cup class, you'd have to save about 0.6 of a lap of fuel every stint to get that stage, which is around here about 7 litres, which is pretty difficult to do, but maybe not impossible.
Well, 7 litres to try and find. You're looking at, how much LICO out there. For those who don't know, LICO lift and coast. You'll be talking about every braking zone here. You're needing, at least 100, 150 metres?
Oh yeah, it would be a pretty significant amount in terms of, they're using about 13 litres per lap. So that's what brings them to this like 8.5 lap sort of stint in terms of what the ultimate fuel mileage is. And in order to do less than that, I think they would have to be in sort of the low 12 regions. I think I can calculate for you in the background.
Yeah, so that's what they're having to deal with, knowing that Coanda Esports here, the 08 with Alejandro Sanchez, who is out there at the moment, is a full 10 seconds down the road last time they crossed the line. So a huge gap out there in the context of it. And let's just talk context of how quick this Porsche Cup car is, because we are, 3.5 hours into this race, as now they're going to go side by side to bravery. Goodness me, what a pass. Heidi Noah Mamasi was not going to sit back and wait. Uses the pick of Jake Cummings in the Tech Sports Sim Team 951 M2 and says, look, I'm going to jump up and I will take my place, my rightful place, back in second. That is commitment.
Yeah, really, really good move for Heidi Noah Mamasi. Probably the second fastest driver around this track this week. One of the fastest when I talk about the officials and who's been fast in these qualifying servers. Heidi Noah Mamasi has been one of the fastest out there, at least setting public lap times in the officials. So not surprised to see him being aggressive, trying to lead this train, trying to push them forward to somehow make a dent on the lead that Alejandro Sanchez has been able to command over the front of this Cup car field. But like you say, with the pace of these 992.2s, they're so much faster than the old generation of car. You know, you're talking maybe 5 to 10 seconds a lap faster every lap than the old car. That's a huge margin.
And if you consider the leading car out there, which is Alejandro Sanchez, is still less than 40 seconds behind Team Benek.
Yeah, so that just shows you how close they're able to keep it to this GT3 field. It's going to be really interesting when we eventually see the GT3s coming to pass these 992.2s, because that's an interaction which is pretty difficult considering the similarity in terms of pace and straight line speed. So it'll be interesting to see how that is. And it looks like Noah Mamasi is trying his best to make a breakaway here from Bielica. Unfortunately, though, the tow is pretty powerful, so I expect Lewis to catch back up when we get down the main straight.
Yeah, through to Stefan Beloff S here and working over to some wonderful corners to finish up through the right and the left of the Schwalbenschwanz. Now, as you look to set up, you've got the Kleiners carousel that follows immediately afterwards, as in is Ariti over at TCR class out there, which has been working forward and having their different battles that have gone through there, interspersed actually with the GT4s right now. So you've got a case of 3 GT4s ahead of your leader in TCR, but enough through the Gorbenkopf then that Coanda Esports can burn a bit of fuel, get onto the back and say, look, you're not getting rid of me out there at this moment in time. And it is very easy to go side by side on the Dottinger Herb there, especially when you've got those 4 channels out there that say, look, here's your different lanes. Imagine it like it's effectively the Autobahn.
Yeah, it's super wide straight, which enables racing of 3 or 4 wide, maybe even 5 if at an absolute squeeze. But I don't think we'll be seeing much of that this afternoon and into the early hours of the morning. Just 1 hour pretty much away from the set of the sun. And the track will be plunged into an increasing amount of darkness that's going to change the complexion. You're watching a replay of the S Plus Hybrid with is that a teammate car?
That might be the Marla car that they've just come together with there. So that number 90 is going to be absolutely kicking themselves that they've got caught up in it. It's Nick Ludica who was behind the wheel of it as we go back into the Porsche category a little bit further down. This is also Slow Unsteady, who have caught a big slide there going through the early part of the lap. That looks like it was down at Hatzenbach there where the troubles is, but this will be for 4th position, Dur Esports by SX. This is Lewis Woods behind the wheel, and George Tyler for Scherer Esports Blue out there with a very unique flag. They're representing the Norfolk Islands.
Wow, I didn't know that was a flag. But I guess that considering that you're now able to choose whatever flag you want to represent, not always the case in iRacing's history, actually not really the case in iRacing's history, you can support wherever you want to support. So, yeah, the Norfolk Islands flag with a beautiful little tree in the middle being represented here today.
Yeah, very much is. And for Scherer Esports Blue, they've got one car fighting for victory and is leading in TCR here in the Porsche Cup category. Definitely up there and starting to challenge. So George Tyler is the one who is currently behind the wheel, and it's a three-driver team out there at the moment. They have had Luca Neudek and Daniel Longerich that they have gone through. So Longerich has been someone that they could potentially go to, but George Tyler now doing the line share of the work. And it's important to note that some teams will go out there with 3, most will look at probably say put a 4-driver team effort in, share it out 6 hours each. What would you look at if you were running, say, HIMO setups into this one, Will, and going, how many members of my team do I want for a 24-hour race?
I'd love to run a HIMO setup entry here, but I think that the amount of that's a big impact for Impulse. We had a big crash later on. Sorry, I didn't quite see that as I was thinking about that entry. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, the M2 over the jump gets loose and takes the 915 with them, the 54 cap of our racing team. Just as you see, gets a nosedive over the jump and I think just sets it up a little bit wrong, and then unfortunately takes the 915 with them. I suppose a slight consolation is the fact the 915 had already had a really big crash just for, I think it was just 17 minutes into the race earlier in the proceedings, but that's a really unfortunate incident. But to get back to your point about a driver lineup, I think that generally at a track like this, and with a track that takes such a toll on a driver, I think you'd be looking closer towards 4 drivers. It's either 3 or 4, certainly not 2. But yeah, 3 or 4, I would be edging towards 4 drivers personally.
Yeah, so, it's about preference for team, and, okay, I would lean towards 4, I'd maybe even go to 5. If I was being out there and just saying, look, we've got a few different names out there, and it will depend on how many entries want to be run and the like, and a big shock there for the Capivara team then in the 54, Diego Nervi losing it, and then basically Impulse have had a torrid time. Ross O'Connor's back down into the pits right now, and it's just showing this is tough. Now, battle for second overall here. This is Sebastian Job. We saw him get caught up with JD Rodriguez over then in the TCRs earlier on, but that was with BZR Racing. But now they found the back of Emanuele Olivieri here at Blue Mercure. Debut year for Blue Mercure, jumped onto the scene with a bang at Daytona and got themselves the win they wanted in LMP2 at Sebring, and now they are challenging for victory here at the Nürburgring. So Blue Mercure here really showing that they are up for it in these special events and they want to go out there and win.
I think special events are a big core part of what they're focused towards doing, so they're trying to put forward the best effort that they have available. I think that what's obviously helped them at the opening stages of this race is having the likes of Vasilios Beliciotis leading that car round, who's a multiple winner around the circuit in the GT3 class. So that obviously helps you out not only when preparing for an event, but also competing in the event. And for Job here. It's important to recover from that early half spin after contact with a TCR and looking to try and still erode that gap down that McEwen is holding over the field at nearly 9 seconds.
Olivieri in the car right now. Of course, you did mention Vasilios Belletsiotis, the Greek driver there. They've also got Gabriel Moretto and Thibaut Prevost from Luxembourg that they can go to. They've got Marwan Lefloic, who is working as engineer for them right now. As you've also got this one still going between Stint 1 and Solpec out there. I just want to go through Sebastian Job's team lineup because they are running a 3-car team right now with Gustavo Ariel and Som Kaiter there. So that's the 3 that are going at BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 4, who are on the chase and looking to make it happen. But you are trying now to look around a bit. You've done, what, 3.5 hours? Would you argue this is the chance you settle down and you get into the meat and potatoes of a race? You say, right, I need to hit this number, this time, this lap, and I need to hit this flow state.
I think the way that these races are constructed these days and how fast and frenetic they are, I think at no point do you settle. I think that you're always attacking, you're always going to try and do the fastest lap times possible and make the most out of every situation. You have to measure yourself at times a little bit and make sure that you're sort of, understanding where you can find and lose time and not being too rash on your moves. But ultimately, Job needs to get a move on here and he needs to get chasing after McEwen. The incident that happened earlier this stint was not his fault, but ultimately, this number 3 car's running away with it at the time of when we look at this.
TCR and GT4 are in making their stops right now as Eric Noor is going to get back in ahead of Sven Winter for Scherer Esports. Kaspar Ummerlen is now in the car of the number 33 Falcon Sim Racing Teal in GT4. Worth noting that there is a GT4 going longer than everybody else right now, and currently it's Mate Mihailides who is behind the wheel of the 190 Sesha Esports team. So they've got something that's allowing them to go a bit further. You've got Matthias Pentler in at the number 23 WTI Esports White, and Yes Motorsports in with Imran Ahmadazar, the Malaysian driver who is in at the moment.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see actually those pit stops and what phase we're at in the race for GT4. It was important to see the likes of I think it was Sim RC early on in the race who were able to go that 1 lap extra in the opening stint, which is of course the hardest stint to do that because you have the roll to the green flag where you use about 2 litres extra of fuel. And yeah, it's interesting to see the composition of where the strategies are at as the night falls and as the rain chance starts to appear. We don't have any official rain chance on the provision yet in terms of forecast. However, we are getting to that period of the race where officially there is a chance of rain across the circuit for a number of hours.
And when we talk about rain at the Nürburgring, I think we talk about it different to almost every other circuit except for 2, and those 2 circuits would be Spa-Francorchamps and the Circuit des 24 Hours du Mans, in the sense that you really get this as a track where it can be dry in one place and completely pouring down with rain in another.
Oh, absolutely. It can be really critical to understand where everything's lying in terms of how the rain's falling on the circuit, where it's falling, how much the intensity is. And this rain system on iRacing is extremely dynamic and will hit different parts of the circuit at different times. And that could be critical to how you're approaching each corner. It's really important to have someone as a spotter telling you what's going on and giving you a deeper understanding of the picture of the weather radar.
Yeah, we see you all here out there who have been chatting about over in YouTube land and on Twitch as well, here as part of your Nürburgring 24-hour. Sean Campbell, who is lightning fast out there with the Grid and Go team, saying, yep, there is a brand new fastest lap on the board. Sebastian Job has got that on a 7:59.2 now out there. Sub 8 minutes is lightning quick. And so using that benefit of the slipstream of Emanuele Olivieri, that has been really critical to why we have seen that gap and the ability to put that time in and say, right, this is where we are. They are also slowly reeling in the 08 here over at Grid and Go and Coanda 018. Heidi Noah Mamasi on that last lap took 0.3 of a second out of Alejandro Sanchez. So gridandgo.com are looking to move. This looks like a push stint. Look how much air. 2 tyres like a touring car there, just flicking through the right and the left, working through Hochheichen there, going through that section. Very tough on the run to Flugplatz, picking it up onto 2 wheels.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And as they lift the nose, as they go over the crest there, it just shows you how much control these drivers have in order to position their cars in the optimal position to deal with those sorts of crests and flow. And like you say, it's super important here for these drivers to maintain their focus and to try and close that gap. This cup battle we've seen is kind of stagnated in terms of what we saw really early on, where we saw a train of 7 for the opening hour and a half, really, for the 2 opening stops. But we said it when Sanchez got on board. We expected him to try and make a breakaway, and that short pit stop was able to help him. You're watching a replay of the 90. Oh, that's a really tough incident. I've had that happen to me personally. Unfortunately, the way that these TCR cars are set up, if you just get that too high in the carousel, the car spins around and unfortunately making contact with the wall.
And part of that, would you argue, is the fact that that is one of only 2 places on the lap where you're not driving on asphalt, you're driving on concrete, and that is a heftily banked concrete corner, the Caracciolo carousel. So if you're pitching in too high and expecting to carry as much speed as you're doing, how much of a front-wheel drive car are you looking at the rear wheels going, we're just going to be around for the ride?
Yeah, absolutely. The rear wheels do play the lesser part in a touring car in terms of how effective they are to actually helping you out, but that can often mean that they're too cold, or just the way that the car is set up, it just naturally, you want it to be loose at the rear in order to make the car work, because you're doing all of your accelerating, braking, turning through the front axle mainly. So it's an interesting process when you come to drive one of those cars, and like you say, in the concrete, getting up a little bit too high can cause issues, and unfortunately a spin into the wall.
Yeah, so easily happens. 2 battles on screen as they both involve Grid and Go out there at the moment, because their 001 effort with Nicholas Matteo behind the wheel sees Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue and Damon Woods, the Australian, looking to bring himself into the party. Now, I look around at a driver like Damon Woods. He is very talented in all sorts of different runs out there, but I would look around at what he's trying to get out of it. Falcon deciding we're going to run GT3, GT4. I think his best skill, actually, in the world of sim racing is in a Porsche Cup. What he's doing right now in the Motor Racing Pro Invitational as part of the Australian Sim Racing Group, he's dominating over there.
Yeah, and I think that Damon's a fantastic driver, probably one of the best from the Oceania sort of region. Damon's been doing a lot of sim racing for a long time and has been very, very competitive. And like you say, someone that looks dominant in one field can all of a sudden look average in another. No offense to Damon and what he's doing today, but the level is just so high that it can make exceptionally amazing drivers look rather average. And like we've been saying throughout the whole of the broadcast, the whole GT3 field is such a high level. Same with Cup, same with GT4. All the drivers here today are doing amazing races, and a lot of these cars would be winning in any other split and any other time slot. It's just a case of how this broadcast split is so competitive.
And we got 5 different categories out there racing. It goes all the way down to the BMW M2s, as you can see in front, Team RSO and Alexander Langer, who is there in the number 17. Now, RSO have a history of winning at the Nürburgring in virtual sim racing events. There was a time when you had the likes of the virtual VLN that would be running, every single time when we watched it on Race Spot. And there's contact as that is Baptiste Jimenez for RDV Competition Unity. Taking a half slide from Louis Beilicker. That'll break it up then. And the TCR taking a huge hit. That's going to be important to note then for Cup, as now the likes of Grid and Go gets a chance to break away. What I was going to say is RSO knows how to win, and with the likes of the Sherney brothers, for example, Alexander Langer there in and working, this is a team that can go out there and challenge in a car that is perfect for them. They're really good on low top-end speed and getting the most out of a car that doesn't have much to give.
Yeah, and I wouldn't count them out of this race so far. You know what one of these races can be like. It's a sprint, but there's attrition, especially in a lower class when you have the GT3s being so desperate at times to lose as little time as possible. And yeah, RSO, maybe a minute and 20 down, maybe not quite got the ultimate pace today, but there's only 2 cars in front of them that can possibly have an issue, and then all of a sudden they're the ones leading your race. So keeping that car clean and maintaining the gap that they have to the car behind them is the most important thing for them right now.
Yeah, it's the most dispersed category out there at this point in time, with Grid and Go 20 seconds to the good over Simify Esports after the contact they both had. And also one where we're seeing some of the team names that come in. Sometimes we do get this, we don't get it as much anymore in the high level of sim racing, but we used to have, Will, in sim racing, often the dream meme teams that came out and said, oh, we're going to run as just a group of friends that go out there and put a name together. And Kostek Solovier deciding that he's going to make his preference pretty much known to everyone. That's fine by him. But a driver who normally is out there and running in the super formulas.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he's glad to make his preference known. And yeah, a bit of fun having with the team names and also the liveries. I know we've got a few funny liveries out there today, but there's still a very serious sim racing competition going on. But also these drivers, despite the funny names and the funny liveries, are also operating at a very high level still. And like I say, they're still looking to have fun, but also try and do the best that they can in the race. They'd all like to win it, I'm sure of that.
Pass done then. Solpec Precision Racing now behind here as Alex Gall notes this at the moment. So the 111 behind Stint 1 Motorsport. So Dennis Mensa at the moment has the choice of going to Liam Villman, who is not in server at the moment, but Tim Kern is, and so is Tristan Kistner. That they could go to over at the 313 at the 111 for Solpec. Alex Gall, of course, doing a lot of work. We've seen Florian Durkopf do the line share as well, but they are sitting back on Kevin De Nooijer, who's not in, but they've also got Marcus Sjöholm as well that they could go to, the Danish driver, that they can say, look, he's our next guy that we can jump into the car, get ready and start working into some stints.
Yeah, and it's an interesting car choice that they've put themselves together, and they've decided to go for the Mercedes. They're trying to do something a little bit different, and that might have its advantages. You know, we sit here right now saying, okay, they're placed where they are, they've got this sort of lap time that they're able to produce, but, you know, maybe their car is set up better for the night. Maybe they think that they're much faster in the wet than the likes of a BMW. So if we get it, if the rain comes, maybe we'll see a change in the order.
Maybe we will. Luke McEwen, by the way, has just done a 7:58.8 out there and is absolutely flying. And there has been a change for second as Emanuele Olivieri has now lost the position. And this one has come up a fair ways away, actually. So this was done, I think, before even they reached the carousel on this lap. So Olivieri now behind BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 4, and it currently sits as a 1-2 in class for Verstappen Sim Racing, which is exactly what the team will be looking at and saying, I'm very happy with the result that's being done. I think this would have been a pass on the GP circuit. So would this have been? Yes, it would have been. That was down into turn 1.
Yeah, so Joe decided to make his move. He wants to stay ahead of the 32 Blue Mercury Esports car and try his best to break into that lead of Luke McEwen. I think Joe's going to have good pace here. We're going to watch that move down into turn number 1, like you called. A little bit further back, but he's able to make the dive down the inside. laid on the brakes, hold that inside line, use the camber and the drop away to turn the car, dropped it.
That camber and drop away as well over at turn 1. It was remodeled, of course, this circuit in 2003 by Herman Tilke. And basically that turn 1 is, of course, we've done 7 laps now, so pit window open for GT3s and they're all going to be in at the same time. That turn 1 drop down the hill is very much a mark of a Herman Tilke track. You see it everywhere on his designs.
Absolutely, and it's good to have those sorts of elevation changes in circuits which give them the characteristics. And into the box now comes those two drivers, shows the urgency for the pass, wanting to have that preference. I expect to see Job fueling less here. I think he's been saving a little bit of fuel on that stint. And well, let's see if my prediction is correct.
Well, it's about who gets out earlier. Off the jacks then goes Luke McEwen, and just waiting for the chance to get galloping out of the pit. So close as well is the pit exit cone that you will see some drivers just absolutely pin the car down to the floor and say, look, this is what I've got to do. And well, give some credit as well over in the cups, as there goes Luke McEwen straight out the pit. Back to Louis Bielica. How he's found his way back to Heidi Noah Mamasi is just a lovely case of, look, I'm gaining that time back. He lost effectively 1.3 seconds on that last lap, and he's gathered it all back up again.
Yeah, able to use that toe to his advantage. Very, very big in these new 992.2 cars. I think erring to the fact that the aerodynamics are just a little bit more powerful. Also off pit lane, Job able to make a gap on the likes of Emmanuel Olivieri, who's got, I think, 2 seconds now, and also closed in a good number of seconds on McEwen as well. So a fast stop from Job puts him into contention, into trying to catch back Luke McEwen.
Was 11 seconds back coming into the stop and has come out 9.3 seconds behind. So that shows you the difference makers out there, as it's close leaving pits between Nicolas Matteo and Jonas Rutten, who has now got into the car of the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Out there, so they've made that call. Mag Performance getting a tag around and into the barriers. Now, Mag Performance have seen a lot of trouble, and are they beached out there, or have they damaged the rear as they were trying to go through? You could see the rear wheels there just stuttering to try and get any form of grip, but just wasn't going to move.
Yeah, I think they just had some damage there and got stuck, unfortunately. That's unfortunate for them in that position, but it sucks. But yeah, that's kind of how these races go. Sometimes you make that mistake and can be race over or a significant time loss.
Same said there for LMR Esports out there. Bielica stuck behind Simify Esports there. Oh, Henry Moore's got a speeding penalty on the lane. That's the second one he's had today.
That's rather unfortunate for Henry Moore, getting a speeding penalty that's super costly in terms of time. That's 1 minute and 20 of penalties they've had now for speeding in pit lane.
Yeah, so they're going to sit there and they're going to have to take their medicine and basically say that's not how we've wanted things to go. But the troubles there that we saw, of course, have noted then with the number 18 machine of LMR Esports. Daniel Roberts currently down on the pit lane for that. And then Mag Performance, and they've had drivers like Mark Calver leave the team, and it was a team out there that was challenging. I think they've had to regroup and give themselves an opportunity to go at it. So Samuele Spiezio, they're finding the troubles out there, and so there won't be any help for Marcel Kraus, for Matthias Meininger, and neither for Omer Khan, who is out there. Now that's a wide line. Being taken through by Heidi Noah Mamasi at the Goldenkopf corner. He was off the road, 2 tyres in the, in fact, all 4 off, and that's a save, because that could have so very easily been in the Armco there on the right-hand side and being in trouble. And one of my fun facts to note, this is the longest toll road to nowhere, and because of that, if you crash here at the Nürburgring, you're liable to pay the damage for repairing the barriers.
Yes, that's very much true. They do send you the invoice that they get from the barrier repair company, so, you know, I would encourage anyone to go and take a ride around the Nürburgring in your production car if you're ever in the Eifel region, but just try and not hit a wall because it could be a pretty costly day.
Yeah, don't hit a wall, don't find yourself in trouble, especially at the Kleiner Carousel where Heidi Nurmamasi has invited back in now Louis Beilicker to sit there, to save fuel, to do what is necessary out there to make it work. Still does an 8:11.3, by the way, which is 2.2 seconds slower than Alejandro Sanchez. A lovely look over at the Nürburg Castle up there on the top of the hill, which is what sets up where we run around at the Nürburgring. It is the ring around the Nürburg Castle as it is set and known. And you get interspersed as well. All the little villages out there, I know that they've come together and have a few races from time to time. It is absolutely incredible to have a circuit this large, and you have communities that live within one of the biggest, longest, greatest circuits in all of motorsport.
I think that just is a factor of the length of the circuit and how big it is and how long it's been a part of the region and how much it supports the region in terms of from a financial perspective. And yeah, it's great to see them all interspersed through Adenauer and etc. in all of the regions of Eifel.
Esports by SX looking at this battle for fourth place here. Lewis Woods still out there at the moment representing Scotland. George Tyler there just behind for Share Esports, trying to keep this one close. They've got a big gap over David Noesch from Maniti Racing, the number 9, so they'll be happy with what they're doing, but obviously they know they're setting up right now. We're leaning into the twilight zone at the moment of this race. This is a circuit that, even at the best of times, there is next to no lighting around here. You only have left headlight and right headlight when the night comes along to say this is where you can set up the lap. This is the nice easy start to it. You come up over to this Vidal chicane, this left into right, running the endurance layout, so it's not as sharp as what we've seen with the chicanery in past, but onto this circuit, challenging it in the day, difficult. At night, very tough. Lap traffic not helping through Casper Ummelen. Well, there's not much you can do there. Gap's going to open up for George Tyler here to about 4 car lengths.
Yeah, just getting down the inside of that Falcon Esports car. Noticing a lot of these Cup cars have a little bit of damage on the front bumper, I guess from a little bit too aggressive bump drafting is what I can imagine. This Cup car class spreading out as naturally the gaps open up through the field and through the fact that we're no longer in a train. But yeah, a little bit of damage to the front of those cars will be able to be repaired in the pit stops, but will take a number of hours depending on how long it will take to repair those front bumpers. Back to TCR, battle between two Elantras, battle for second place. Yes Motorsport trying to chase down WSR Esports in these two Elantras. So exceptionally well looking cars, and I like both those liveries actually. Beautiful.
Yeah, they are brilliant. Honda's leading. You then got Matthias Pentila, then the Finn in the number 23 for WSR Esports, and they have a very big background from touring. That's how they got themselves into play, of course, through GT3 Circles that has a touring car inspired run. Of course, that's what we see with the World GT Championship on a Monday night, and then Yes Motorsport then running the Elantra behind and looking to really hunt on in with Imran Ahmadazar currently behind the wheel of that at the moment. So these Elantras, why would you choose the Elantra, say, over the Honda or the Audi?
I think it comes down a little bit to personal preference. They're all very easily split on balance of performance. The Audi's a little bit more modern of a car. It has a few different systems involved. The Elantra traditionally is very good because of its long wheelbase, so it generally corners pretty fast. And the Honda in itself is a bit of a mix in between. So I think ultimately the Elantra's had a little bit of a boost in the BOP. It's got -5 kilograms, but I think across all the three TCRs, they can all be exploited into a way where they're all as fast as one another. And ultimately, the 415 at the front of your field is a TCR specialist around this circuit. You know, that Scherer Esports team in that TCR class have done very, very well for a number of years with the people that they have available to them. and it's no surprise for me to see them at the front of the field.
Yep, Eric Noy is absolutely on it and is proving so at this stage for Scherer Esports. That 415 team we have seen over the course of this run Sven Winter in, but you've got Mikkel Nitsche and John Atkinson Jr. who can get into the car for them. So that's where they're setting around. They've also got the 416 team as well, which is running around with Maximilian Nockendorfer, as here is Coanda. I think this might just be the pass here on the run to Klostertal. Yes, so gets the run done before the Moot curve, and that is a pretty established, quiet pass that says, look, we're doing the work, we're getting the job done, perfect. This corner very tough, we haven't talked about today here, William. Exmuller.
Yeah, super difficult corner, generally down to the fact that it's so uphill. You're coming out of the town of Adenau there, and even you drive it in the sim, you notice how slow the car is up that hill. You drive it in real life, you're like, oh my word, this is so steep. It's a very, very difficult corner because you have the compression on the entry. You've got to use the entry curb on the outside to open the corner up. And as you compress and go up the hill, it's very easy to push wide and into the curb, which can cost you a lot of lap time, and certainly a technical one at that.
Very much so, as we're about to tick over to 4 hours completed here in your iRacing Nürburgring 24. David Noesch there for Maniti Racing, just passing by WSR Esports White and Yes Motorsport in their TCR battle out there for second position right now as they work over here to the right-hand bend. Very easy to get this one wrong if you're not paying attention. And then the carousel that immediately follows on afterwards. Never truly on the Nordschleife do you get a straight, and I think that's important to note because there's always a little turn to the left or a little turn to the right. You can't switch off around here, you're constantly thinking.
Oh, absolutely. I think that when you do a stint around the Nordschleife, you find out that time flies way faster than it does at Watkins Glen, for example, when we go and do the 6 hour later in the year, because you're just doing so little laps. You're doing the only each corner, maybe 7, 8 times per stint, depending on your stint lengths, and it just feels like time flies when you're driving around this circuit. It's such a challenge. It keeps your attention at every single turn, every single meter. And yeah, it's a brilliant circuit to drive because of the complexity and the length and how it makes you feel.
It makes you feel great, and actually in these Hyundai Elantras, I'm just reminded of the fact that Hyundai actually released at one point an hour-long playlist on YouTube of their Hyundai effort going around this circuit to the sound of Eurobeat.
Brilliant. That is peak content and exactly what I'd like to see.
I'd love to see it as well. I'm sure it's still out there on YouTube for anyone to go and grab after you found yourself watching all of this. But it's BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing who are in a 1-2 position at the moment at the front of GT3. 10 seconds as it was over the line, and still 10 seconds between Luke McEwen and Sebastian Job. Then out there for their efforts, Manuel Olivieri for Blue Mercure, currently in 3rd position right now and looking to prove that this is going to be for Blue Mercure a chance that they can challenge at every level of sim racing. Drago Racing White find themselves 4th. Your top 5 rounded out by WSR Esports Red with Kamil Grabowski, a veteran in the sim racing space representing Poland, out there in the number 6 machine. Over into your Porsche Cup category, it is currently Coanda Esports, also in a 1-2, not directly competing with Verstappen Sim Racing, but I'd argue doing just as good as a job at the moment. The 08 and the 018 split by 12 seconds here, but Hedina Mamasi here for gridandgo.com Esports 002 are going to give them a really good hunt over the course of this race. So keep in mind what they're capable of doing out there. This is probably the 4th or 5th best team in the world right now, gridandgo.com, and they are doing a really nice job. Dirt Esports by SX, currently 4th with the Scott Lewis Woods, and then Scherer Esports Blue with George Tyler rounding out your top 5 in category as they just try and work past some of your GT4s, which is perfect timing because there's Marvin Strell over at Sim RC, who, as we are hitting a pit stop window right now has the race lead at the number 76 because we have seen Matej Mihajlovic jump into pit lane in third, and it's getting very busy here in a group battle because TC Esports are there trying to move up to fourth with Carlos Fenollosa catching Kaspar Umelen then from Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal. So that puts a lot of change to the car in the middle that we've not touched upon. Felipe Cabrera Loyola for Fiercely Forward Red, the Chilean, currently in second position in that number 8 machine. Over then to TCR, where Eric Noy is leading for Scherer Esports, as it is now a pass through for Yes Motorsports up to second. WSR Esports White have to relegate down to third, with great work actually for the 600 team out there at the moment. They find themselves in fourth position. Argentine and Uruguayans then at SART XMC Detal, which means that Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, who will be joining us on production later on today, is going to have a big jump and a smile where they're working at the moment in P4. Top 5 rounded out by Arett and Morten Augustin, who is currently piloting the 113. And looking to try and get them back into picture at this moment. And finally, over to your M2 class, where Johan Royer has a 25-second margin at the front for gridandgo.com Esports. Manuel Kubo Torres is the team is driving for Simfight Esports Orange to try and chase that down. It then follows with Elmar Erlikot as Team RSO are making a stop, and we don't know if Blocco Motor are going to jump in. They're not, so they're going to gain the place with Ian Lawrence Brown. And then Estonian sim racer at Radix Racing Red. It's Tauno Oromets who is out there and looking to push right now for the team in the 808 in 5th position. Haven't really seen many Estonian sim racing teams out there over my time, but I do recognise Silver Joffert, who has been out there. He's driven quite a bit in the sim racing sphere. They've also got Silver Tam. They've got Amar Dizdarovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Rasmus Verblan, who can also jump in and say, look, we're going to make an effort out there. And the M2s, not many people have gone to the M2 over the course of the splits that we've got, William, but it's given an opportunity to really give some love to some sim racers that we haven't often had the chance to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's a tradition of this race. We've always had a deep connection to having like a slower car class, whether that was the MX-5 or anything else we've run in the past. It's great to have this sort of lower category, because ultimately when we go racing in the real world here for the Nürburgring 24 hours or in the NLS, like, there's a lot of different ranges of speeds of cars, much slower than the M2 that we see here today. So I think it gives a real representation to that sort of category and to that class of car.
And as we can see here, Ian Lawrence Brown currently working for Blocco Motore, and working here up the hill, out then over towards the chicane. That is Fraser Williamson going by in that Porsche Cayman. Then just moving through, the clubman out there just getting it to work. Nice to see Fraser out there for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team and saying, look, we're going to give it a red hot go out there. It's a group of really great drivers who have come together. Fraser is going to be there. He's got Mike Spangler on the headset helping, but when your teammates are Gianni Vecchio, Jack Sedgwick and Josh Thompson, that is a very strong group of drivers out there, and Fraser is a wonderful character when he's out there and racing.
Yeah, I mean, they won the race last year, right? Obviously, that was only because I was in the lineup and I'm not this year, but it's great to see them all racing, and they're a very good bunch of lads, and it's great to see how much fun that they have. They come here to have fun, they come here to be competitive and to try and really make a mark on the race, but it's not as serious as what you would see from a Verstappen sim racing effort and an entry, and they're here to have fun and they have a great time, and it was a pleasure racing with them last year.
So let me get this straight, Will. Have you just gone full J from In-Betweeners and gone Nürburgring 24, completed it?
Yeah, basically, mate, yeah.
Lovely. So, Was Cooking Racing Adventures not having the same adventure as they have had maybe in previous years, but they are still looking to put as much focus in and say, look, we are just as much a part of a team that can go out there and can challenge given the right circumstances. So keep an eye out on them over the course of this. You never know what happens in the night, and things do go bump in the night around the Nürburgring, and normally it's cars into Armco barriers along on the Nordschleife, up through Adenauer first. And this is the moment on the Nordschleife here. You come out of Adenauer first and you get over the top of this crest and you go, right, first part of the lap is done.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you're on board and you're thinking, oh, got a bit of a break? No, straight back into the action through this fast left-hander. It's super tricky because if you get onto the grass there, you really screw up your braking for this next corner. Get round these two corners here, down the hill, very in camber. You've got to get the car into the camber as you head into the fast chicane-like section where you go left and right before miss, hit, miss. Out wide, you're going to miss sort of this first apex. Try and get in for the final apex and that second one. You can see how much the car is rotating. As we get down into the hairpin, you've got to come off the brakes as you turn around that corner a little bit. Keep it nice and tight. Use that curb a little bit on the exit. You've got a bit of runoff here as you head down through Adenauer, and where you get the sort of cross over the bridge in that sort of section of the track. We were talking about this corner earlier. Use the curb on entry. Super lot of compression. You can just see how much uphill you go as you get towards Bergwerk, and then you get to rest a little bit for maybe 50 seconds or so.
Yeah, and that's pushing through the Lauda Links, which was the site of the 1976 accident that caused the scarring on Niki Lauda's face, and he returned 3 races later to fight for the championship and ultimately came up short to James Hunt on that occasion. But Williamson working through the Lauda Links now, and this is really where you get to set up and say power is all about what you're looking at. 5th gear right now in the Porsche, really trying to rag around. Don't find yourself pushing too much, but you're going at 240 kilometers an hour in a GT4 out there. It shows you how much you've got to work. Tip it down to just a shade over 200 as your GT4 leader Marvin Strel is now going to be down in the pits over at Sim RC, so that should now give the lead over to Fiercely Forward Red if they make the stop. But you're really getting a sense here, driver's eyes view. This is the view that you could have if you're out there in sim racing and you want to be a part of this GT4 category. Is also in will come Fiercely Forward Red as we work through the carousel.
Yeah, it's important to mention just how, technically challenging even a GT4 is around this circuit. SimRC obviously making the pit stop due to having that bit of a fuel advantage that they were able to curate right from the start of the race. And yeah, it's great to be on board with Fraser here in this Porsche 718. And, if it starts to rain and rain falls on this circuit, this Porsche might be one to watch.
It can. As far as what I see on the radar, there is no rain scheduled, a 0% chance of rain for at least the next 90 minutes. So there is no threat of that for the moment. We can keep doing rain dances out there and saying, look, let's go for it. And Fraser's from Scotland. He knows all about rain.
Oh, absolutely. I'm pretty sure he was born in rain, if we talk about someone from Scotland. But yeah, I'm sure they'll be looking forward to the heightened rain chance as we get into the night. We do expect the rain chance is static. Well, it's kind of, you've got a chance of rain between 10 p.m. and about, I think it's around 6 a.m. maybe even later into the race. I think it goes on for maybe 10 to 12 hours in terms of pure rain chance. But ultimately, you're only going to have rain if the weather actually hits the circuit, and we won't really know of that for sure until we see some sort of chance of the rain coming up, and also if we see it on the radar, you see the Verstappen sim racing car go past there, right on the limit of grip.
Yeah, that's your race leader there, Luke McEwen, and he's having to get the hurry up right now, is Luke, because that last lap through, it was an 8:02.5 from McEwen. It was an 8:04 by Sebastian Job. He took 2 seconds, so he's really having to go. He's gathered the gap back up now to 9.5. So obviously, whatever hurt him on that lap has now hurt Sebastian Job on this one, trying to navigate through the traffic. So it's a game of swings and roundabouts, and at the moment, it's a case of I'm very happy will be Luke McEwen as Fraser Williamson finds the Dottinger Hove out of the Goldenkopf and is now eyeing this one up, as there is going to be then movement between Effect Simulation 906 and the 14 of BZR Racing. So that's a change, I believe, for position in TCR at the moment. I'd just like to talk about the pair of these drivers out there, because they come from two very different backgrounds to be where they are. Marley Joffe is a driver who I think goes under the radar of exactly how good he is at Effect Simulations. I've seen him do very well in the likes of the World GT Championship, pick up some big results, up against a Basque Classic specialist. You see him more in the 49s out there, and sometimes Lotus 79s, in Oya Isamayoa.
Yeah, and that's a massive difference to what you're driving here today. And it's the depth of iRacing. You know, yes, the general consensus is, you know, people are driving the GT3s, they're driving the hypercars / GTPs that we don't see in this event, because this is obviously mirroring the sort of real-life Nürburgring 24-hour. But, you know, you can drive anything on iRacing. Almost anything that's legacy is still available to buy in most cases, or to license in most cases, alongside the tracks that are available, ever-expanding track list, more road tracks on the way, you know, thinking into the future seasons of what we've got coming on iRacing. And yeah, you can drive anything from a Lotus 49 to a Ferrari 499P.
Yeah, there is a lot of choice out there in the world of iRacing. You can find something that suits you, not just when it comes to tin tops out there and endurance style racing, because this is where I actually want to talk about Verstappen Sim Racing for a moment. And their legacy, of course, used to be called Team Redline. The one event that Verstappen Sim Racing has not won is the race on the World Tour calendar that is coming up, the iRacing Indy 500.
Yes, and that's a bit of a different thing, really, in its own. Obviously, they've been pretty proficient in the IndyCar iRacing World Championship Series. I'm trying to think of it in my head. I think they've won both the editions of that now. First champion was Diogo Pinto. Second champion was Luke McEwen, I think, if I am correct. Do you think I'm correct, Jake?
I think you're very much correct, and it shows you know Elite Wheel.
I'm trying my best. I was second guessing myself, but I'm pretty sure it was Luke that won it, and that was just, you know, a few months ago now. And I think that they've done a lot of work to be competitive on those ovals when we talk about Indy, because the ovals are a very, very big part of the iRacing IndyCar World Championship. It's sort of a 50-50 split, sometimes 60-40 in the favour of road courses, but, you know, you've got to, if you want to win a championship, you've got to be competitive on the ovals. And, you know, maybe we'll see some of them take to the likes of the fixed version of the Indy 500, or the Open being slightly more prestigious, I believe. And maybe we'll see one of them win. But, you know, they're a very much a road-based and a sports car-based racing team. And, you know, the new name change, I think, represents their direction and their ambitions for the future of sim racing.
It very much does. It was Peter Berryman who won the fixed last year, as he took that honour, which I think was the last major honour of the Apex Racing team, which I think is very interesting to note in that regard. And then it was Philip Kraus who ended up taking the battle then of the Indy 500 Open in a big scrap up between the likes of Jason Brophy. I think was very close to finally getting over the line for it, and ultimately didn't manage. But Luke McEwen, the sort of driver who takes his hand to anything out there in sim racing as well. Oh, Simify Orange, that's a massive shunt up. Then just after hit, miss, hit. And that's come along with a GT4, and so that's a huge one down the inside, contact front to rear, and it creates a smoke screen.
Yeah, a bit of contact there just as they were heading down into the hairpin section. Really, that's completely on the GT4, and big contact for the 7 Simify car. Thankfully, I think gets away with limited damage, but again, more time loss, definitely damage on that car. Not what they wanted to see in their chase after Grid and Go.
That would have been Dan Voss over at Full Risk No Push, and right now, Full Risk No Push is full push, no rear wing.
Yeah, that might be the case, and it feels like the Full Risk, at least they took that on board, and and embodied that, but unfortunately it's affected Simify out there, who have already had a crash within the last hour or so, which has hampered their chance at leading this race.
I do want to note that just underneath that rear wing that's now missing, they've got a mantra over at Full Risk No Push, which is slow in, slow out.
I think they were pretty fast in that scenario.
They very much were.
So maybe they've advanced their knowledge of driving and they've managed to get fast in, but unfortunately they've gone too fast in and hidden out it.
So what you're telling me now, Will, is fast in, don't get out the corner.
I would say fast in the middle, fast out. That's kind of the best way to try and go about things.
Yep, Ross Chastain it, wall ride, have it.
Yeah,
but at least
absolutely.
right now, the battle continuing on here. This is the Williams F1 Team Gaming right now, who find themselves behind because Nicholas Matteo has got through on Benedek Vida for position. So the 150 then just a little bit down out there. It's a big team. This is I think a 6-driver team out there they're running today. So Benedek Vida, Alessandro Bico, Parker White, Sota Muto, and Matteo Kunze. I'll correct myself, 5 out there looking to work for it. So a lot to try and work through with this team. And so I'd be saying they've got everything covered because they've got, what, 3 Europeans, an American and a Japanese driver. We don't often get to see teams that have a dedicated driver for each respective time of a 24-hour race. It's one of the big advantages of sim racing.
Yes, if you can have a North American, an Asian driver, it really helps you out when you get to the sort of night stints, because, you know, in Europe and you're having to do these 4, 5, 6 a.m. stints in a 24-hour race, it's not fun. It can be fun if you're winning and you're able to catch all the cars around you. It becomes fun, but it takes its toll, as I'm sure that Paul Smith will be feeling at 4 a.m. when he's in the middle of his 24-hour charity stream.
Yeah, and give some love to Paul out there on Twitch. He is known by the name of Smilerbull, and he does an absolutely amazing job. And for those who don't know about Paul, and here's your fun fact of the day for Paul, if you have ever watched ITV4 in about the mid-2010s, he was the Kung Fu Man.
Was he actually?
He was.
I didn't realise that. Sick.
The more you know. You can go over to Paul and ask that question, and he will regale the story out there of what he has done over the course of his career. And he's a wonderful, wonderful character, and he's done very well. Hedi Mamasi's not given up, though. Here in second position, he's still keeping himself very close on the follow right now. And here's another thing to note out there in this endurance racing with the Porsche Cup cars. If you've got a Porsche Cup car, it doesn't say the team, it says first driver in the car. So Adrian Gericke gets his name up on the sticker.
Yeah, actually, what's quite interesting is it's almost when you join the session as well. So if you leave the session and join the session, it will probably now say Mia Massey. But because we've been in the session since the start, or since who started the car, we see Gericke. So it's a bit of an interesting one. Obviously, the car it's more designed in its number package and how it is for single driver series like the Porsche Esports Super Cup or Carrera Cups and national championships. However, in an endurance format, the name does kind of get a bit weird because you obviously have a multitude of drivers in the car.
You do, and actually numbers, we don't often get to see stickers much more because the higher up in some series that you go, they actually forego the sticker system and prefer the LED lights.
Yeah, LED lights, oh no.
Oh, Fraser.
Oh,
Mo Nova. Not once but twice. That's a huge hit, and that would have been with one of the Grid and Go cars there potentially. Yeah, that would have been Gruyere.
I wonder what sort of damage the Williams F1 Team Gaming car might have. Maybe he gets away with it because of pure luck. It's the only way that I could describe it, but big contact there from the Grid and Go car.
Yeah. What can you do? I'll correct myself. Nicholas Matteo 001. That was a much bigger, more powerful BMW that was going through than one of the M2s. But that's a huge hit. And this is what we talk about. Patience on the Nordschleife. You are going to catch cars in different places. There'll be some groups that are just going to go pin for the gap if they see 1.1 car widths out there and it closes. But it also goes to show you, this is Benedek Vida's view of it here. There's the first hit. He's lucky he's not got anything more. And was that a case of just trying to get very aggressive heading up towards Flanskar?
I think that ultimately, you know, when you're in a top class, you're trying to be as aggressive as possible to maintain or gain a gap on the car behind you, and ultimately sometimes you see the gap and you go for it, and unfortunately for the traffic cars, it's they need to try and avoid it. But yeah, like you say, it's definitely on the grid and go car, there's no doubt about it, but this is how these races go with how aggressive some cars can be.
And the rule is, with lapped cars, the car that is quicker has the responsibility to get around the car that is slower, but the car that's slower has to help facilitate the pass.
Yes, and I certainly wouldn't put any blame on Fraser. I don't think it's his fault. The grid and go car's very late, but in an ideal situation, maybe you can facilitate a little bit more room and the contact doesn't happen.
Oh, pass!
Wow, good pass there.
Look at that, Benedek Vida up onto the Nordschleife, getting a lovely launch down the inside, and basically saying, well, on the instant that we had half a lap ago, I think, Nicholas, you were a couple teddy bears short of a picnic. Well, today's the day I get my cake, I eat it, I get the pass, and get traffic help as well from Marley Joffe at Effect Simulations.
Yes, and that's kind of one of these benefits that you don't see sometimes. You're just in that little bit better of a position at one time. You get the benefit from the traffic, and it helps you to open up that gap. That gap's not big enough for the Williams F1 Team Gaming car to pull away, but it is the start of something. Although we do get to the straight, and that gap will close a little bit, because this section is very straightforward for a GT3 car with the amount of downforce that they produce these days. However, you know, you're getting into that situation where maybe you can fit another traffic car in between your two cars and hopefully break away. Is certainly what the F1 Team Gaming car will be wanting to happen.
Yep, they want to jump away as quickly as they can. They are in 6th place, and they find themselves currently about 17 seconds off the back of WSR Esports Red. So they've got work to do in order to chase down a top 5 out there. All they're going to be reliant on a little bit of help. We had 60 cars in split to start things off. I currently mark this out as 54 cars still technically out there and running, but that will be less and less as it goes. Side by side as Thibaut Courtois Esports getting one over on Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal. Casper Umelen, they're seeing it over at the Moot Curve from Carlos Fenollosa, just absolutely pinning it down, the very definition of bravery.
Yeah, it's a great passing opportunity for the second half of the lap here at the Nordschleife, and actually is probably the best place to pass, because you then get quite a good run where you've got a very technical section of circuit where if you are a bit faster than the car ahead of you, or the car you've just passed, you might be able to make a gap. However, you know, these drivers are at a very, very high level. I don't expect that gap to pop up, but a bit of traffic could maybe help, and then all of a sudden you're able to break away.
Makes all the difference. Porsches are in on the box right now. Xander Reed, who was second in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup North America Championship, gets in the 08. The driver who won that championship has now got into the 018, Mitchell de Jong.
Good little North American lineup for them, and they're able to focus on their race and try and do the best job that they can. We've seen obviously that Cup class open up a little bit. I would like to see, has Sanchez stepped aside yet?
Yes, he has. So Alejandro
Reed,
Sanchez has just moved out of the way for Xander Reed. Ganonso Tajdelen in for the 0-2, taking over from Hadi Nurma Masi. Driver change then is going to take place then for both teams in 4th and 5th behind as well. So Gregory Hoverson, who is a driver who was in the hunt for that top 3 in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup North America. So another driver from there. He's now in behind the wheel as the Canadian. Share Esports back to Luca Neudek then. So jump off and away. De Jong gets out then ahead of Guntajdelen, and the chase will be on as they start a new stint out there, leaving on lap 33 of their race outright. And just looking at stint length for them with Louis Beilicker, as far as that one all puts itself to pay dirt. We'll be very happy at the work that has been done out there from lap 25 to 33, roughly about an 8-lap stint.
Yeah, and Taz Dillon is a Nordschleife specialist, ultimately. So I wouldn't expect him to be seeing a gap open up there, despite the fact of how good Mitchell de Jong is. I don't expect that gap to open up just due to the toe effect. But yeah, that gap's really big. That stint from Sanchez. What a stint from Sanchez. At the front of the Cup field, he essentially took the car from a gap that was not there, so 1 second, half a second, sort of, when he got into the car, to 14. So, I mean, ultimately, amazing stint by Sanchez.
And amazing now will come the bump draft as we head to the Bilstein Bridge. Feniosa being pushed about now by Kasper Ummelen, who is looking to keep this pace up, because they're not a million miles away, these two, from Mate Mihailovic over at Sesha Esports. So that could be a really important leapfrog that they're looking at. They've got Patrick Kessel to try and get by them over at Maniti Racing. So that's going to be one that they're going to let through along the main straight. No worries at all about that one. Just going to try and lead through, but he's not really getting clear. That shows you the top-end speed difference there. There was only about 15, 20 kilometres an hour difference, and when you're only seeing the difference between, 220 and 235, that doesn't feel as much. When we say 20 Ks and we talk, say, Formula or LMP spec or hypercar, we normally think that's a light year, but it didn't really feel like that along the main straight.
No, I think that comes down to the width and the length and how long you've been driving down it. And yeah, it's just a case of how long you can build up that advantage. That advantage doesn't come at you quickly. Like, it's not like you go from 0 difference in speed to 20 kph all of a sudden. It builds over time. And yeah, it's the reality of the racing. And these GT4s are very, very different to what we drove last year and what we saw last year at this event. You know, they may look the same, but underneath they're completely different. Not, how they achieve their lap times, massively faster in straight line sectors and quite a lot slower in the corners, despite achieving fairly similar lap times.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of things different that ultimately achieve the same end goal result, and that's why I think we love motor racing as a function. It's not just about who the best driver is or what is the best car. It's about the combination of the two. And in sim racing, I'd say it's a lot fairer in the sense that you get a lot closer, but it's what you can do with the tools that are available. And that's what we're seeing here. Two very different, distinctive designs out there. The AMG GT4, then you got that Aston Martin piloted by Feniosa here, and you're seeing the differences in philosophy, in design, and how you want this car to work in order to get the best out of the driver.
Absolutely, and it can be very dependent on each driver and how they feel in the car. Often you're just setting the car up to be as fast as physically possible for whatever testing you've managed to do. The GT4s are a fairly simplistic car. They're not too advanced. You have a lot of damper work that you can do with the bump, the compression rebound, however you look at it. But then beyond that, it's nothing like a GT3, for example, around a circuit like this. And then when you get into something like a GTP, it's even more extreme in terms of a setup perspective. But a lot of these cars are set up in a manner that are not necessarily easy to drive, but they do end up lapping the track in a fast way. And it can vary from driver to driver on how comfortable they feel and how much they're getting blinded by the sun.
We've got a battle on in your M2s for the moment. Oh, speaking of blinding of the sun, where's the corner gone? Yeah, thank you. Over in towards the next end. That's how tough this circuit is. You get a little pop of sun between the trees, and suddenly it's like, oh, I can't see.
Yeah, literal flashbang, but by an orange ball of fire that's millions of miles away.
Happens. This is Team Fraudline out there having a scrap with Tech Sport Sim Team. Jake Cummings here, middle of the road, and this is over towards Flansgarten here, where it's very bumpy. You're going up and over these jumps, and you're trying to hit the brakes and find your marks. I think it's quite clear that Owen Truman here is a bit quicker and is going to be looking to try and find a way through. This 22 team, I think it is playing a little bit as a joke. They've got actually some wonderful sim racers in here. Dustin Reinhardt's in the team, as is Jeroen van der Broek. But the strongest driver of that team, Jensel von Thielen, who used to drive over for Williams, and there's the pass into the Schwabenschwanz. That is just a committed move, and Jake Cummings for Tech Sport just absolutely having nothing for it in the 951. He's got Edwin Onofre, Brett Gardner and Ian Brown as drivers who can get in that 951.
Yeah, just getting a little bit out into the gravel in that section. Made the pass happen before we get onto the main straight, but will that make him susceptible to being passed back? I guess it depends on how the car behind feels. I mean, do you want to pass back? Do you want to fight for your position, or are you content to let the car ahead just take a bit of a stride, try and set a faster lap time, or are you looking to go and strike right back? Let's see what happens here.
Well, let's see. Going to look to try and attack back here in the twilight and look to make this progress. This will be fun to see whether this is going to be, I will go and take this back. Jake Cummings has the overlap here, and Owen Truman, I think, is just waiting for this chance to get back on, and he's really grinding through 255, dropping over the dip. That is a really big second half run there, and that's just set up there, just getting an extra few clicks on it on the straight, and we're now starting to see the light showing up onto the track. I think we're very firmly now looking at this one turning tonight over the course of the next half an hour or so out there on the push. So they're a good pass for position, as I note the 003 have a very, very good sim racer in right now at Grid and Go, Jeff Giassi.
Yes, and there's a multitude of amazing sim racers across the length of the field. I think it's just a little bit to do with the side draft, to be honest. I mean, this straight is so long that you end up, if you're close enough, you can pass and then be repassed again. In terms of the adjustments that you have for this M2, you've only got 2 settings of rear wing, so you can have, I think they call it minus or 1.5 or -4. And that's the 2 settings you have as they go side by side in the GP section. Still fighting away here, the two of them, to set back in, maybe not make the dive down the inside as they head through the hairpin. Sort of a double apex, pretty cambered. You don't quite see it when you're driving, but there's a good amount of camber all across this circuit, which changes the way that you drive.
Well, I like to think when you get down over to the Goodyear hairpin out there that there is something of note of what that section of circuit is. There's another little look back to the inside. Jake Cummings is not letting this one go. Truman stuck on the outside will now get the inside out of the Xiaomi corner in through Bilstein and looking for the drive off of the exit, and is not going to get it here. So this is a really good chance then as they go through the Falkenbogen, which I think is the coolest name in the world of any corner ever. Is going to see that Cummings is going to be early on the brakes, isn't going to fight it heading to the Nordschleife. They had a nice little tussle between them and they went, right, on your merry way. There's the pass. But I was told, or I was alerted to the fact that when you look at that Goodyear hairpin and what they've created down there, it almost feels like a homage to the carousel when you get to that corner.
It does a little bit, and I think that the way they have the seating set up around there is really cool as well. It's also like kind of like a Colosseum type vibe with the surrounding grandstands, and it's a great piece of track. You know, the Nürburgring is an amazing facility, not only the GP but the legendary Nordschleife itself. And you know, you're just riding on board here with Jake Cummings. You can see how reactive this car can be over those curbs. I was talking a little bit about it earlier on. You almost have to drive this car in a little bit of a different way to all the others around the circuit, just with how effective it can be on the bumps. We've gone wide, and that's a big crash. Oh!
Engine's going to go bang in the middle of that. That 113 Arete Esports TCR car would have looked very good in the first round of the Drift Masters over at Via Lunga, not there at Megetsfeld.
Unfortunately, that's just how these cars are set up, and if you're not quite used to it and you've just gone for a driver change, you've got into the car, maybe the track feels a little bit different. You know, we're down to 20.6 degrees track temperature here at the circuit. this stuff can happen. These cars have to be set up aggressively, especially in a TCR class, and unfortunately you lose the back end and you're not able to catch it.
Yeah, so as far as this now looks to set it off into play, still keeping close, using that slipstream well. I don't know whether you've seen this YouTube video that's come out over the last week or not here, Will, but there's been some wonderful work that's been done by Henry Mackenzie Friedman, very, very good sim racing driver, and he's detailed quite a bit about how slipstream works here in iRacing.
Yeah.
And I think it's incredible. I just want to get your opinion on it.
I think, yeah, it's something that we kind of know already as competitive sim racers to an extent, but not to the extent that he researched it to. And I think it's really, really fascinating, and it shows you the lengths that iRacing go to attempt to provide the most realistic simulation possible. And I just think that the variability that you have across the slipstreams, not only between classes, but between cars and sizes of cars, is brilliant. And yeah, I thought it was a very, very good video.
Yeah, it was absolutely wonderful, and we've seen now one of the TCRs trying to work through here, and that is Maximilian Kuckendorfer. Then for Scherer Esports 416, it's going to get one down the brakes here, and then flicking through this left and trying to drive out of the exit here, and miscommunication between Truman and Kuckendorfer there, so that's just enough to jump through. And now you're going to get a very quick Impulse Racing Porsche Cup car moving through. 3 classes together at the same time, 3 very different personalities. Coming up to Exmuller's the worst place to probably let a car go, so now you're going to see here Jake Cummins is going to get a really strong run here up to Bergwerk.
Yeah, back at it again. These two fighting, they've been putting on a little bit of a show for us over the last sort of 10 minutes. Not quite able to make the move going through Bergwerk. I always find Bergwerk to be an exceptionally difficult corner. It feels like you get it wrong 9 times out of 10. It's a bit of a weird double sort of apex corner with a bit of camber, as is to be expected around this circuit. You then enter onto this exceptionally long run all the way up to the Mutkurve and through these sorts of flat out corners that they're not much of a lift in any sort of car at this sort of radius, and yeah, you're just trying to get as close to the car ahead as possible. Maybe you look to make a move down the inside of what some people call Bravery Corner, not able to make it move happen.
Well, it's a mute point now at the mute curve. Not going to get that one done, and so you're going to have to play ball a little bit later, work for the next stage of the lap, and hope that you can find that understanding. You've got your leader down in the pits right now. It's the 005 Grid and Go. Gabriel Streitmatter is going to get in as Manuel Kubo Torres stays in the car. So off and away goes the 005 to say, right, next phase of our race. It continues on now for us. And talking over at Sebring with Gabriel Streitmatter, he was incredibly proud of what Grid and Go was doing as a team, the level that they were fighting at, the victory that they were able to go, or the level that they were going to be able to fight for. And so when you look at Grid and Go now as a team, there's no doubt they've got the numbers. You know, you don't get 5 cars up into top split by not having the numbers, the drivers, the talent. And it's now one of these teams, and we see it a lot, one of these teams that's absolutely massive. As you can see the sunset over the horizon here, absolutely beautiful here over at the Nürburgring as we get ready for nightfall here, everyone. So get the high-vis goggles on and all the rest of it. But the work for Grid and Go, it's not just we've got this many cars in our team, it's how do you keep everybody happy?
I think that's probably a case that you probably don't keep everybody happy. Unfortunately, when you have such a large team, I mean, you have a group of people, you can always have upsets between members and people. It's a choice of a team. We see some teams go with the idea of having quite concise lineups. Some teams want to have strength in numbers. The numbers cases means you can get more cars out there, you can get more representation, more chances and more tickets to the last hour. But ultimately, you know, it's up to people's choice of how they want to configure things. And like you say, sometimes you can have one big happy family, but often I think it can be quite a challenge to maintain a happy group when there's so many people involved.
Yeah, and And this is what we see from big teams. I mean, you go back through the history of teams that rapidly expanded and then very quickly found that the team's going to implode or split. I think the big one was Evolution Racing Team got so big that it jumped into Altus Esports, and then Altus found themselves to a point too big and then saw their effort diminish. So, you know, you're looking at, well, what's the push, what's the level, what are we going to find? You don't want to have a team go out there and suddenly it becomes so large that you form pocket factions that will split away and basically do the job of what there is. As here we go again on the Dottinger Herf. Jake Cummings over to the right-hand side, should get the clearance.
Yeah, but then maybe we were susceptible to that repass. You've got the leader of the Cup class just in behind Xander Reed, trying to keep away from each other, letting Xander have that space to come down the inside, but potentially we're going to be having another repass, not quite able to hold the position this time by.
I'd say we're in night now. It might not look it, but we're in night conditions, so keep yourself set up. You know now you're in this one until morning, and you are trying to find it. Ross O'Connor in the 915 down there in the pits, but both of these drivers, Cummings, late decision from Truman. He just wanted the toe. He'll go longer.
Yeah, that's interesting to see a split in strategy between the two of them. And yeah, we did see a lot of M2s come into the pit lane this time by, so maybe an extra lap saved or a slightly off sync in terms of stops. That's interesting, and unfortunately it separates that battle that we were quite enjoying.
It does, but it now means that we're in pit stop territory, and that is a driver change away from Jake Cummings. So Edwin Onofre is going to get in behind the wheels. We take a look at the Carassiola carousel, named after Mr. Carassiola, who was a wonderful driver for the Silver Arrows back in the 1930s.
Wow, that is a long time ago. For those streamlined, beautiful cars and that sort of era. I don't. Maybe that's more the 50s actually. I don't know. But yeah, certainly a lot of history.
There's a lot of history around this place, around motorsport in general, and the Nürburgring has been at the forefront of a lot of racing history, both good and bad, out there, and it still does so even to this day. So rest in peace, Juha Miettinen out there. That's my chance to say it. But as far as it all goes, this has been, for a sim racing sense, a really forefront race circuit, and I would argue this one, Will. This is the circuit that says it's the home of sim racing. We had the Sim Racing Expo here for a very long time, and now you can actually get your Nürburgring license by running events like this on iRacing.
Yeah, so with the digital Nürburgring Langstrecke series, which goes on every sort of fall, sort of winter time in the year through to the next year, for events you can get sort of credit towards getting your permit to the Nordschleife, so it gives you some sort of some form of credit in order to do that. So it's really good to see them including sim racing as a viable way to start to understand the circuit. It seemed to be a pass there for the 313 and round the outside of, I think, a traffic car.
Yeah, that was the RDV Competition Unity machine with Baptiste Jimenez in the number 86. As your GT3s are all starting to come in. RDV, it's only been Baptiste Jimenez and Paul Geoffroy, those two offering up that. So will there be driver changes now, or will it be a triple stint for the GT3s? It looks like BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing electing to go on a triple stint. Double stint only for Blue Mercure. They put back in Vasilios Belletsiotis, and I think they need to. Burasub plus Hybrid hoping to get back out with the number 90 car. They got Elliot Budzinski in. Ate Kaupanen was the driver who was really pushing for Drago Racing White. I think he looks very good in GT spec, and he'll be the one trying to chase back up to Belletsiotis and to Seb Joe.
Yes, and I think Belletsiotis is clearly the strongest driver probably in that lineup, not any disrespect to the others, just from his legacy around this circuit and what he's won. I'm sure the gap isn't that big, but any difference makes a difference in this sort of level of competitive sim racing. It's interesting to see the stops. Every time looks to be that number 4 car has a slightly shorter stop than the number 3, but on pace alone, not quite able to close that gap down, think just kind of with the way that the traffic is ebbing and flowing, and ultimately they're both extremely close on pace. And don't worry, I've already called them redline this stream twice.
Well, it's very difficult to get out of a habit of a team name for 25 years and now only just getting their team name changed as GridandGo.com Esports 001 find themselves off and away. But critically, 19 hours and 14 minutes we saw that BMW M Verstappen sim racing car into pit. By my count, this is a 25 pit stop race, not a 26.
I think ultimately they're just trying to do the race stint as it is right now. They'll have calculations of a full dry race, but if we get rain, it'll throw that stop sequence probably into a complete, disarray. Not only when the track gets wet, but when the track gets dry, you're liable to not be pitting bang on your 7 lap mark. So until that we sort of know whether there's going to be rain or not, they're not really able to strategize too much. They'll just be going as long as they possibly can be, with as much as they can do, really. But ultimately, as far as I'm aware, there's no chance that a GT3 is doing 8 laps. It's only ever going to do 7. So ultimately, that's just the way it is, and there's just one strategy that they can do. I don't think we've seen really any GT3s making an extra lap or pitting off sequence.
What I will note, though, I can't promise rain right now, but I can promise a 10% rise in humidity, which means clouds.
Yeah, there is a lot of clouds coming over the circuit. We do expect to see the general forecast across the night is that we'll have fully overcast conditions. We've not really got to that yet, but we are getting there. So I think overcast conditions are due to hit the circuit at around about 10:30 local time. To give you some sort of idea, that's about an hour and 15 minutes away in the sim, but that doesn't mean rain, and we've certainly got no chance of rain at the moment, but it's liable to develop, and the chance is ultimately there from 10 p.m. all the way till sort of 10 a.m.
Yep, so from 10 to 10 you are looking around and saying, this is what we need to do. This is what we're settling ourselves in for. Just keep alert to what any potential change could offer on the horizon. And we focus in with Stint 1 Motorsport here, the 313, and say, look, this is where we're starting to push with Jeffrey Learman's just in front for Undercut 009 out there at this point, as we see the gap opening up here between Coanda and Grid and Go. It's not a shock to me out there that the 002 is struggling to hold the pace of Mitchell de Jong. He might be the quickest sim racer at the moment in this Porsche category out there, with how dominant he was with the display in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup North America, but also the fact that he leans, does Mitchell de Jong, on a lot of his real-world experience. He's got now the opportunity to race in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America for one round this year out there, and he's very close friends with Aaron Johnson over in that area. And actually, our good friend Arjuna Kankipati actually covered the race over at Long Beach that was being done with Ryan Mirren, which was very fun to see. But also out there for Mitchell de Jong, he's been out there in the X Games, he's got rallycross experience, he knows how to wheel a machine.
Oh, absolutely. Which round will that be for de Jong? I actually didn't know about that.
I believe it's a round of his choice, so you'd have to ask him directly.
Cool, that's an amazing prize. I didn't even realise that was on the line, so that'll be really interesting to see him out there in a car, and that it's great representation for sim racers in the real world, and being able for them to show what they're made of. I mean, even just as of recently, as of a couple hours ago, I believe Chris Lullen put it second at Brands Hatch in his qualifying session for the second qualifying in the GT World Challenge Sprint at Brands Hatch Grand Prix, so congratulations to him while I'm still on the broadcast speaking.
Well, Sparkle's doing Sparkle things, so great job for him, and actually great job to see sim racing represented in this way, because if we're talking about this openly and honestly in terms of what sim racing is as a scene, I think the pathway from sim to reality has never been stronger. No,
you're absolutely correct, and it's been great to see the representation from all of the brands trying to get behind it and trying to give opportunities and representation. And I think the proof's in the pudding, ultimately, with how people have been performing in the real world that have been given the opportunity. And it's great to see that slowly open up, and I hope to see more in the future, hopefully.
Me too, and I think it's something that you start having the question and the debate about, as this is the double. Oh, this was your leader. This was your leader. Gabriel Streitmatter then in M2 gets turned around on the Nordschleife, and that is not going to be doing many favours out there. Working on through, and then again the Burosud plus hybrid car finding another big smash up into the barriers, then working through the opening sector. We are getting into troubles at night. Solpex 12 having a 360, and that is right on the crash compilation. Lucky he doesn't strand himself on the curb.
Yeah, he's lucky. We've had a few compilations of some incidents that have been happening over the last 20 or so minutes, I can imagine, and unfortunately that's a spin for the Bennett car, just making their day go from bad to worse, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're really struggling, but this is happening as we get this change from day into night, and I do note that the track temperature is down now to just 21 degrees Celsius out here. It's cold, and naturally is when you get into these moments, and if you're fearless out there, here in iRacing, quickest time is right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the level at which the track is getting to is really super fast, and we're seeing lap records being set in the Cup car class, lap on lap as the track gets even quicker. And I can't remember a year we even had the GT3s this fast, other than when we had IMSA data, I guess, when I think they were doing 740s or something ridiculous. But yeah, the Cup cars, this Cup car's so fast, and it's been really, really fast for a long period of time, and it's been setting some extremely quick lap times over the course of the last few hours.
It really has been. It's Jake Sperry and William Chadwick here, bringing you through the coverage right now and your iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring. In just about an hour's time, or an hour and 5 minutes, we will soon see William Chadwick depart, and we'll have Ewan O'Leary jump in then to add to the party here with us as part of your day. But this is going to be, as they are now settling into the night right now, the chance of which they just settle and try and find what they can. And this is where you're trying to look for reference markers out there in the night. It's not as easy to find a point, but it might be something, for example, say you use maybe some of the graffiti that's out there on the circuit. I know if there's a very distinctive mark out there on track, and iRacing have modelled all of that graffiti that's gone up onto the circuit. It's part of what makes the Nürburgring actually so unique as a track. You might be able to use that as some as your reference points.
Yeah, for sure. The guys will have their own reference points, obviously trying to fixate them on something static on the circuit, not like a shadow, ideally. And, you know, they're all professionals. I think probably this transition is the hardest state of the race. A lot of drivers utilize the ability to change the brightness of their monitors and stuff like this, and maybe the gamma and stuff, to make it a little bit easier to see at the night. So this transition right now, when you're going from daylight to nighttime, can be one of the harder ones, because no one's set up this sort of aids that you're able to get in the virtual world. But yeah, it's been very, very interesting to see this transition, and it only gets harder as the night falls, and I'm sure we'll see some incidents here and there.
And we just have, for Team Fraudline, who have had contact through the Beloff S with Gregory Hoverson over at Dur Esports by SX. So that has really put an end to their run out there. The number 20 just getting into the side, and ultimately that has ended the run out there. But for the moment, our focus is with this team at this point in time. This is the second of the Williams F1 Team Gaming cards, or Team Gaming 1 as it's known here in Sim. This is Kai Diel, who is currently running at the moment, trying to get by Tristan Kistner here in the Stint 1 Motorsport 313, which has been slowly working its way up at the moment. 2:15 off the pace. They're about a minute 10 off, as I think we're about to see the fraud line basically run out into the fault. Oh, that's a nasty hit at a very high-loaded section of circuit.
It's so difficult through that. It's like I've drove this car around this circuit. I've hot-lapped it to try and get the best lap times possible on this endurance fuel load, and that is a super tricky section of the circuit because the car can like just about do it flat if you do everything perfect, but it's super on the edge and it can be exceptionally difficult to navigate the car around that. It's such a shame to have that sort of incident just as we're getting to the top of the hour and the night is falling.
It very much is. In sim time right now is about 9:20 in the evening here, so very much into the dark here at the Nürburgring, and they know they've got to settle themselves down and realise we're only reliant on what you can see in front, the black box relative, and the last dying embers of the sun of the day that has gone before will now look to tiptoe beyond the horizon, and they will get themselves all up in and say, right, night shift racing. Very different to the day because you can look around and you often get that sight of, we know what car is directly in front of us. You get a sense of that with the black box relative, but when you're catching a car in front, you almost have to double check yourself a little bit to know, okay, what car am I actually catching? What headlights am I seeing in the distance?
Yes, and you can have your spotter help you out with this. You might have your relative set up in a way where you know what's coming, but you know ultimately you can only attack and deal with a traffic car situation when you get to it. And you know this track is getting darker and darker every lap. You see it visibly on broadcast if you just flick between 10 minutes ago and now. You can see that there's so much less visibility, and it's only going to get darker because there's still a decent amount of light in the sky as the sun sets, and yeah, it becomes a whole new challenge for the likes of McEwen and Job out there at the front of your field.
13.5 seconds now the margin though. Luke McEwen is pushing on out there and saying, look, this has been a wonderful, wonderful stint for him. And right now Mitchell de Jong hasn't been able to shake Gununso Tajdelen, and this is going to be a chance either to push or pass, and the answer is push. Out there at the moment, blinking of the lights, trying to use every technique in the Sim Racer's handbook. I hope someone makes a Sim Racer's handbook one day of all the tips and tools of the trade you can use to try and get a pass. Oh no, not troubles for TC. Oh, that's a big hit. That's a big hit for TC Esports. They're working on through the number 42. I can only hope that that was going to be nothing more than just that hit through that section. And I wonder who they have come together with at that point in time. I think it was not the TC Esports car of their own category. That would have been the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue GT3, Jonas Rutten, who he's tangled with.
Yeah, disaster for TC. I mean, still so early in the race. Oh, what a shame for them. And I think that's pretty big damage. It's maybe not race ending. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, I mean, that's on the GT3, I'm sorry.
Door's closed. Like, you can push your way through and try and prise it open, but you have to be disciplined, and that wasn't. That was just, I'm going to drive through your rear quarter, and, you know, if you survive, you survive.
Yeah, that's just a case of a GT3 thinking they can go for a move. It's just too late, and they've not been able to back out of it properly in time.
Tough. Really tough to deal with, and TC Esports had given themselves a lovely platform in a very enthralling GT4 race, actually, with Sesha Esports, Sim RC, Fiercely Forward Red, and Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal. And so instead of 5 fighting for it, it's now 4 currently out there at the front. Do want to give some credit as well in terms of racing being done by Shera Esport. I know there's been a lot of love for them out there, but we're going to go through the categories right now. Luke McEwen leading right now over the 5-hour period, and leading by that margin over the second of the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing Team cars at this point. Then it's Blue Mercure, who find themselves in third with their number 32 team, and Vasilios Beleziotis, who is currently running forward. Drago Racing White, about 15 seconds back of that with Ate Kalpanen in 4th, and then 10 seconds back of that, Kamil Grabowski for WSR Esports Red. In Porsches, the battle for 2nd is currently on screen. Mitchell de Jong versus Ganonzo Tajdelen, the 018 and the 002. Xander Reed out there in the 08 currently has a 16-second margin at the front of that as they jump over Flugplatz. It's then behind that Dirt Esports by SX and Gregory Hoverson. They've just pulled a gap over Luca Neudek. Then from Scherer Esport Blue. So they have now taken 10 seconds of Dur and are quite happy at the fact that they are now building that margin. Over to GT4 where Sesha Esports 190 currently have the charge, but there is a lot of different strategies being played with SimRC, with Marvin Strel. Currently 13 seconds off the 8 ball here, and there is the number 8 behind as well of Fiercely Forward Red with Felipe Cabrera Loyola. Casper Ummerlen is piloting for Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal, currently in 4th, and then it's RDV Competition Unity who are finding themselves there, the French-based outfit with Baptiste Jimenez now trying to chase that down, just 4 seconds. The margin is there as we get a little look at the iRacing logo that has been etched on in. In TCR, it is Scherer Esport 415 that's had a lot of love. They're leading out there, but not by a huge margin, just 18 seconds over Joni Katala. Then for Yes Motorsport, and following that, the ever lightning fast Ross McFarlane is then in 3rd in the number 23 for World Sim Racing Esports White. It's then Sart X MC Detal, as that was very sketchy going by the traffic here in the middle of the lap. But Sart X MC Detal are 4th with Santi Aguiar behind the wheel, and then Marley Joffe for Effect Simulation 906 finds himself in 5th. Over to your M2s, where there has been a little bit of argy-bargy for Gabriel Streitmatter, still with a 20-second margin, but that turnaround for the team will not be very useful out there at the moment, and hoping that their M2 is just going to survive after the hit that they have had, with 2nd belonging to Simify Esports Orange and Manuel Kubo Torres. Team RSO and Elmar Erlikot a full minute off the pace in 3rd, with Andrei Staranchuk currently driving for Blocco Motore in 4th position, and then the Estonian-based team of Radix Racing Red with the likes of Rasmus Varblain then in 5th position, and looking to try and prove that there is going to be a lot to go and navigate through. You can really get the sense here that these Porsche Cup drivers are going to be with each other, chopping and changing all race long. And it's really interesting to see here, Will, the racing dynamic. There's a lot that you can see from the way a driver drives a car and actually what body language they show by the way they put a car into a corner.
Yeah, and I think every class races differently, and every car races in a different manner, and it's a really interesting dynamic to watch, not only as we see cars battle each other in the classes, but also the difference between the drivers that get in each car and the differences in body language of the car. I know for sure that the one thing I always think is, whenever I watch a real life NLS race, you don't have to show me the timing screen. I know when Verstappen's on board of the car, because he just drives it differently. It looks like Max is driving that car. That's the way that the only way I can describe it. I'm sure there's some people that will relate, but you have this for all the drivers among the field, and there's certainly some drivers that are exceptionally distinctive, especially when you watch them drive.
I tell you who in sim racing I've seen do that, and you see it a lot actually with real world drivers. They drive slightly differently. They look more aggressive. They throw it in differently to other sim racers who have a very distinct, similar style with the way that they run. Joseph Loke comes to mind as a driver who does that. He's got the lap record, I think, at one of the British circuits. I want to say it's Alton he's got the lap record, but don't quote me on that. But in terms of the way he drives, he just pins it into a corner and holds on. And to go with that as well, having commentated on the Skip Barber Formula iRacing series, and that's coming back up again. I know I'm not going to be on it, but it's a wonderful series out there with some amazing opportunities to get into real-world racing. seeing Sebastian Weldon, Will, drive exactly like his dad, Dan Weldon.
Yeah, I remember when Sebastian was coming through. I think I remember helping Sebastian in one of the first qualifiers for the Skip Barber series when he was first getting into iRacing, because he wanted to do the Skip Barber the Formula iRacing series. And yeah, it's great to see him coming up through the ranks of motorsport in honour of his father, but also for his own career as well. He's been doing a great job and he's exceptionally fast.
It's not just Seb, it's his brother Oliver as well. They're both very, very quick, and they're part of the Andretti family, and so they are going to be very quick in whatever they set their mind to out there in the world of motorsport. Tajdelen then really hunting this one down, 174 miles an hour it said on the dash there, before just having to hit the brakes slightly, running through at T13 over into Tiergarten, and now just looking to set the end of the lap up and say, look, 24 hours worth of racing. We're still in the first quarter of this race, but Tajdelen is looking to say that Grid and Go are not just going to sit here and be passengers. He wants to get close, he wants to be aggressive, he wants to find overtaking opportunities, but also noting, I'm not going to just throw my race away by chucking it down the inside 5 times and hoping it's going to stick each time. Just trying to find the right time to make a pass.
Well, yeah, I mean, for Tajdelen, I think the important thing is to keep on the back of De Jong, and ultimately save some fuel while doing so if possible. So that means that when they next come into a stop, even if he comes in third and not second, he can have a slightly shorter stop time and ensure that he's still staying with the likes of De Jong and that car. Ultimately, you know, this is no disrespect to Tajdelen, but I think that, you know, you put these guys at Miami or Silverstone, I think De Jong wins the race every day of the week between the two of them, but Tajdelen is an exceptionally good driver at this circuit. He is one of the fastest Nordschleife drivers that we have, and I'm sure he will be no ashamed to say that himself, that he is a specialist of this circuit, and it's no surprise to me that he's able to keep up with the likes of De Jong, because he's exceptionally fast right now.
Let's talk about what it means to be a specialist of this circuit. And you know, you can turn around and say, "Oh, I'm a Tsukuba specialist," or you know, I'm a specialist here at say Richmond on the oval. Say, what does it mean to be a specialist of the Nordschleife?
I think that ultimately, more so than any other circuit, being a specialist here is more impactful. You know, every driver has their favourite circuit, whether that be it's a home nation country, it's your local circuit, it's a circuit that you've won at. No driver dislikes a circuit that they're fast at. This is the truth. Even if it's the most annoying technical layout, if you dominate every race you do at a circuit, you'll like the track, I can promise you that. And ultimately, you know, being so adapt to the layout of the Nordschleife and being fast on every single segment just because you know the circuit like the back of your hand. And every driver that's driving around here today knows the circuit. They know where the corners go, but anyone that's ever practiced at a normal length circuit, you'll note that you'll find time every time that you practice, even when you're at the level of practicing for a World Championship round. Across the course of the week, you'll find maybe half a second at the circuit in total of what you start to do on day one and what you do on your final day of practice. It's about, you know, being at that level around every single corner on a circuit like this and just understanding it that slight bit more than everyone else, not just how a corner goes, but how to drive each corner and the little tricks that you can use to generate lap time.
So we see that so often that a circuit this long needs to have that confidence, and that's why possibly the greatest name that has gone around here, the greatest specialist, I think, in honour, has the first corner of the Nordschleife named after her, the late Sabine Schmidt. Yeah,
and obviously another legendary name for the circuit, and like you say, it's the same in real life. You know, they talk about the specialists and who's really good around this circuit, and yeah, okay, you may have a difference in who is fast, and you can still have talented names like the likes of Verstappen or XF1 drivers come to the circuit and put on a good performance. But you know, ultimately, you know, this circuit is a circuit that takes a long time to master just due to the sheer length of it.
Yeah, this is a massive circuit. You sort of learn it in chunks out there, and this has been the go-to circuit that everyone turns around, looks at and goes, my goodness, I'd love a lap around here. My goodness, I'd love to understand what it takes to be at this level. Solpec still under pressure right now. That's Williams F1 Team Gaming and KDL. They've actually made the pass on them on this lap, and that is a drop of about 3.5 seconds for KDL.
Yeah, so potentially an issue that they had. Solpec are looking to try and maintain this position, one of our only Mercedes, but they're going to be the move to the outside under the Bilstein Bridge. Williams F1 Team Gaming make it side by side. Will Solpec pull out of the move? Yes, they will. Just tucking in behind. No inches spared there in that sort of close quarter action. They have able, the number 5 is able to retake the position.
And you have to have a lot of control making a move like that. And they're not done. They'll have the inside for turn 1 at the S. So how are they going to set themselves up as they look to go for this first little push? Right now it's the Ravenol S, big lunge down the inside, and the position is had back on the Grand Prix circuit. Just trying to navigate around then is Florian Durkhoff past Edwin and Offroad for Tech Sports Sim Team. But, you know, you get these chances to see lunges down the inside, these big moves, and actually how you close off. How do you just ignore the spotter when it still says car left is GT4's pit?
I think that ultimately, you know, when you've done so many laps on a simulator and raced so many people, you're so aware of your surroundings and where a car is when you look at it in your mirror that you're kind of already just positioning yourself because you know where you are, and that's something I can speak of from experience of just understanding the virtual mirror and what you can see from that mirror and where your car is in relation to the others. And yeah, I guess it's just something that comes with time ultimately.
So opportunities for those to learn that you'll get about 0.9 of a way and it'll say car is still there, and you wait for the clear and move over. You've got to have a lot of confidence that you can actually move over and there's not a car that's there just sitting on the quarter panel and very easily giving you the chance to spin and spear around. Traffic then through up at the Vidal chicanery there. That is Rasmus Varblane for Radix Racing Red, just getting the clearance around and working through that. They are just about ahead of Tech Sports Sim Team by about about 7 or 8 seconds at this point in time. KDL onboard perspective. Now we saw this onboard perspective in the dry. Well, not in the dry, but in the daylight, sorry. And we saw that, you know, you've got a lot more to see with out there. You're looking here, you're in the dusk conditions here, and you're just dealing with a track that's getting darker and darker every time you go and hit around, and you're almost trained like a moth to a flame to try and hold the rear brake lights, the car in front.
Yeah, it's really interesting to also see the differences between when we watched the GT4 on board and now we're watching a GT3 on board, and the different ways they take the curves. You'll notice that a GT3 at a track like this, even when taking these like slightly flatter curves, is extremely compliant. You know, you don't have a big bounce when you drop off the curb. The damper systems are very, very well calibrated. They do a great job of dampening the car. You can see just how nervous the front end of that car is a little bit. Just as he comes around the corner, you can see at high speed the car is always just on the edge, hence the lack of steering input. But you'll see as we come over the crest here after the compression that, you know, the cars take these curves really, really well. These GT3s are exceptionally compliant around a circuit like this, and you know, they don't really have much of a bounce, and yeah, they've got a lot of downforce. And you know, GT3s are only getting faster as the years goes on, and yeah, they're certainly fast enough for a circuit that's this tight.
LMR Esports currently have a pit lane penalty for speeding, so they're going to have to wait an extra 35 seconds before Daniel Roberts will get the chance to go back out again. Tajlen again remaining close, going on to the Grand Prix layout of the circuit. And a lot of the Nürburgring 24 gets talked about just how difficult the Nordschleife is. What then goes understated is actually how much of a difficult circuit the first sector is here of the Grand Prix layout as you go through the Pagid Racing curve. This massive drop down the hill is one of the most unique corners in sim racing.
Yeah, and you'll notice that the drivers will open up into the sort of concrete here. They'll grab a little bit of grass. You just see them kick up a tiny bit of grass. They grab the concrete, they use the camber, they treat it as double apex. You've got to use all of these runoffs that you're available to you. They'll jump up on the right-hand side curb. They'll take the bounce. They'll predict that in just to try and get that slightly wider line. You can see how the modern-day 992.2 Cup car is just that little bit less compliant to the GT3 on board that we were just watching. You can see that just the way that it hits curbs, the way that it reacts to the landing of a curb is just so much more bouncy, is probably the best way to put it. Much less compliant than the car before it, the 992.1 generation of car, and it makes this car a much bigger challenge. If we stay on board until Hatton back, you'll just see how reactive this car can be, and it's great to see the different dynamics that the drivers are having to deal with at this circuit, because, you know, like we've talked about throughout the duration of this broadcast, you know, each class is its own thing and its own unique style. You'll see that bump there just before the high-speed right unsettles the car a lot. You can just see just the magnitude of change by the suspension is just so much more severe in a car like this, because it doesn't have as an advanced damper. It's a much more simpler damper. You can just see the amount of undulation, and this can really unsettle the car, and it makes it a really big challenge to drive.
Yeah, it is really tough in sim time. 9:45 in the evening. No threat of rain on the horizon for the next hour and 15 minutes, but it is noted that it is expected in the next 45 minutes to go from what is partly cloudy conditions over to cloudy conditions, to overcast conditions. So not a threat of rain just yet, but the conditions are building and the clouds are catching here over the hills here of the Eifel. So they are going to have to be alert to it. Out of Schwedenkreuz into Arenberg corner and now under this bridge. And this is one of these corners out there in this circuit that I don't think sim racing could ever truly do justice unless you've got yourself in a full motion sim rig. The drop down here is enough to throw your head in your lap.
Yeah, it's a massive drop down, and obviously the curbs change there in real life as well, which means that we take a little bit different of a line. But yeah, it's a challenging section. The best thing that I can ever say to anyone about what the difference between driving the Nordschleife in the real world and the virtual world is, I mean, the virtual world is an amazing tool to learn this track and to actually understand it inside out. It's such an advantage to anyone that wants to go racing here, wants to do a tourist lap. Just understanding where every corner goes is critical. But you'll never understand the elevation until you drive it in the real world. You just do not feel it the same way and see it the same way behind a virtual cockpit. And it's just something that the sim can't do justice, just with the optics, but also the G-force that you get in the real world. And yeah, if you've only driven the Nordschleife virtually, and if you ever get a chance to visit the Eifel region and get to drive a car in here, you'll notice how unbelievable the elevation changes are.
You absolutely will. It is staggering out there at the moment. We are about 40 minutes away from 1/4 distance. This is your first reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that for those of you who are watching on YouTube, we will be moving over in 40 minutes time to part 2's worth of coverage out there. So that will be your chance to jump on over, get it loaded up early, to say, look, you're there, part 2 with us here on iRacing. Out there, if you're on Twitch, it should still stay with us on the Twitch channel, so stay with us and keep this amazing racing going on. I'll still be there on the other side. We'll have Ewan O'Leary on the other side as well to go and bring that all forward. But now is where you get the hard yards done, and you don't get rewarded for how good your hour 8, your hour 9, your hour 15 is, but you know that if it goes wrong in that sort of time, you go all that effort for nothing.
Yeah, there can certainly be the mentality of that. It's very hard to pick yourself up if you're that far into the race and something goes wrong. It's sort of a lot easier if you crash early on just to go, okay, well, it is what it is. Okay, you've done the practice, maybe you can consolidate and take an earlier time, a later time slot that's available if you're early enough to try that. If you wanted to still try and make the most of the practice you've made, but it's a race that is a sprint that we've emphasised, but it still has attrition, and the traffic and the difference in speeds can really catch you out. And it's still not fully dark here. We're still not in the pitch black that we will have within the next, I'd say, hour. And it's just becoming more and more of a challenge for these drivers to drive this circuit.
It absolutely is, and I actually want to go share a condolence over the Eclipse Simsport, who are the first team out of the race. They're an Australian-based team. Imagine waking up or setting yourself to go, right, it's 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, we're going to do this 24-hour race and start it in the horrible hours, and then we'll be okay through the middle of the race, and you see your car out in the opening hour.
Yeah, it really sucks, especially if you've put a lot of effort in. But anyone that's done an endurance race with friends, no matter what split you've ended up in, no matter your skill level at any step of the way, you get the feeling of teamwork and that ultimately these things happen. And I encourage anyone that's maybe a member of iRacing that hasn't done an endurance race, if you can find the teammates to go and do it, it's worth a try, because it's a 24-hour race is certainly an experience. I'll say that.
And it's an experience for a number of different reasons, and I think one of the crucial reasons why it's such a good experience, we talk about what sim racing is, what it offers, and why people do it. Until you do a 24-hour, a 12-hour, a 6-hour race with some people, some friends that you're out there and you're working with, I don't think you truly understand how much people can bond over that period of time trying to wrestle a car around until you get to the end of a race.
Yeah, and I mean, for all these guys, it's an extremely serious occasion. They always, most scenarios are taking it very seriously, unless maybe your race has gone wrong and you're slightly throwing caution to the wind a little bit. And I think that maybe the guys in the esports scenarios don't get the relaxed nature that you might get when you're able to bond over a period of time and a section of being able to race as a group of people. But we always get this chance, I think, at the end of the year when Jimmy runs his charity race for mental health. A lot of the pro guys, we let our hairs down, we go and race that race and have a bit of fun and raise some good money for charity. And again, a special shout out to Smileable on Twitch, which is Paul, who started off this broadcast as your lead commentator, who is doing a charity stream for Macmillan, I believe. And I would encourage you to support his stream if you have a chance, because it's for a great cause.
I'd also say go out there and support him as we go with a flying Scotsman at the moment. Ross McFarlane is absolutely on the charge right now, and he's trying to get to a flying Finn out there in Yoni Katala. I don't quite know what it is about having a nationality that's always flying. It's always flying Scotsman, flying Dutchman, and flying Finns.
Absolutely, yeah. I guess it embodies the nature of the people. Scottish people are always very proud of their residents, and as they should be. And yeah, it's great to have the representation across sim racing. And Ross is a great driver and been very good in a number of different vehicles and a number of different scenarios across the year. And it's interesting to see him contesting this race in TCR, but we've seen him in many a class across the years.
He pretty much drives anything really well. He loves his tin tops out there, and I think he can settle into anything and really chuck it about and say, look, this is what I'm capable of doing. But this is where I think he has made his bread and butter out there in sim racing, being one of the best when it comes to a touring car and absolutely throwing it about with reckless abandon out there. And he has done very well. That last lap compared to Yoni Katala as they go over Flugplatz and through the fast right that sets themselves on the run to Schwedenkreuz and to Arenberg corners, he took 2.1 seconds out of Yoni Katala. So the Yes Motorsport team are realising, oh, we're really in trouble here. That's the look from behind Ross McFarlane. Look at it. Pitch black there behind. In front, the lights helping out then of Joni Kattler. The next car in front of them right now is lap traffic of their own category in the form of Elliot Budzinski for Budosud Plus Hybrid.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately, you know, when it's getting this dark, there's no lights to help you out around this circuit. There's small sections that are slightly more lit than others, and even in the twilight that we still have around this circuit, you can just see how dark it is. How dark it is when the lights are off. It's often a little bit easier to follow someone because you have their lights as well. But yeah, when you're by yourself, it's really dark.
Oh, Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal have just dropped. Kasper Ummerlen has just dropped from server, and that will be the equivalent of an engine blow, essentially, from second in GT4.
Wow, what a shame for them. And like you say, them dropping out, like you say, we don't have mechanical failures in the sim, but unfortunately we do have technical ones.
And that is going to really hurt because they've done a really good first 5.5 hours, but you know, you turn it around and say it's trouble, and more trouble for the number 12. That's John Bertefeur, the former Pro Stripe, there going into the barriers, and that is a really tough spin to go and deal with. Look at it, scary in the night to have to do a point turn, and you just hope no one comes up upon you as you're trying to get that turn back around.
Yeah, it's not a great place to spin. No place is a great place to spin in retrospect. However, at a circuit like at a section like that, you've got to be really careful because you don't have a good line of sight, and you're going to have to use your relative to be able to position and turn your vehicle around without making contact to anyone else.
Porsche trying to work its way through here, this battle. I believe it's Zander Reed, and it is, as they work now through onto the louder links and say, right, here's the chase over to Klosal and to the Moot curve out there. So Joni Kattler then has been able to stave that off for the moment. GT4, we were talking about it to begin with, was one of the most interesting categories right now. Looking at how GT4 has gone about, it's been a category that's been battered about the most.
Yeah, it certainly has, and there's been a lot of contact. I think we've seen it through the slower classes have ended up having a number of contacts. We've seen a number of contacts in TCR. It's a nature of the two leading classes and how fast they can be, and just the kind of way these races go. I think naturally, a little bit like Bathurst, a car around the circuit, no matter what class you race, is set up in a manner which is harder to drive than if you were to set it up around Silverstone, for example. Downforce levels are a bit lower, cars can be a little bit twitchier. You know, even a small dive from a car at the inside, even if it doesn't make contact, it can put you offline and you can be in the grass and you can hit a wall. The walls are really close around here, no matter what section of the circuit that you're at, unless you're on the GP loop.
Well, it goes to show you, it's such a long circuit, it still has the old school feel about it. The guardrails, you have maybe one car width before guardrail, which means if you make a mistake, just right off your race, you're not going to catch it and save it. So you have to be pretty much on a coat rail. It feels like a street circuit. But then you can't even attack the curbs. It's the old school high curbs around here, which say, look, if you're going to go up on these curbs, you've got to expect the car to be massively off balance.
Absolutely, and I think that there's a lot of curbs here. You see these really, really high banked curbs on the apexes of almost all the corners. You touch them, you push wide. Like we just saw it from the TCR there. They got it a little bit. You don't climb it nicely. It pushes you wide. You can use it to your advantage sometimes on the exit of corners, but on the apexes, you certainly don't want to be touching these because they just put you offline, and it can tip you into a really easy mistake.
Chasing through Flansgarden, this is flat out through this section, over 200 kilometers an hour. You're just really ragging to try and get to the Stefan Beloff S, an absolutely wonderful racer that was gone way before his time. Stefan Beloff, someone who arguably in circles of motorsport, Will, could have been argued that if his career had gone the right way, he would have been revered even more than Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost.
Yeah, legendary name. I mean, look, you don't get a corner named after you if you're not a legend, and I think that represents people across a number of years and a number of circuits, and it's a great honour to have as a racing driver to have something named after you, and represents just how legendary a lot of these drivers have and was.
There's one Porsche going by. Here's the second. Guntajdelen buzzes the tower. And a light flash there from Ross McFarlane to say, look, I want this. Joni Katala, we'll see side by side. And yes, Motorsports number 11 will have to oblige to it at 250 kilometres an hour up the hill to the Bilstein Bridge. They will tiptoe over the other side of it, and as they teeter, they hope not to topple. Ross McFarlane, that's as I would say basic of a fundamental pass as you are going to see, as Cup now are in for stops.
Yep, Cup in for stops, 8 laps gone for them in a stint. They're obviously able to make the hour pretty easily. We expect to see GT3 in 1 or 2 laps time. You're watching a replay of the 808. Oh, it's had contact with the Bennett car and into the wall.
Yeah, that's why they're also down in on the lane. That is a nasty, nasty shunt-up then for Rasmus Verblaine in the M2. Slowest car often is the one that ends up with not very much to help. It was so bad that it knocked off their headlights. Look at them having to do about, I would say, a couple of corners here in absolute pitch black darkness. That is the scariest thing you can possibly have out on the Nordschleife. Matt Emery ultimately unable to get to the inside quick enough.
That is what you'd call sim racing orienteering, is I think the best way that you could put it. You essentially can't see anything and you just have to go off your senses.
Well, I turn around and go, if you're going to go to your senses, is there any way you could turn on the iRacing driving line in that situation?
No, there's not, unfortunately. You just have to drive. You'd have to return to the pit lane to do that. But yeah, there's a disaster when you have your lights go out at this time of night. And this is one of the lighter times. It will get darker than this, I can promise you that.
God, look at it. Front completely gone. And I would say truly out there, Will, the first victim of the night.
Absolutely, and I think that is also reflected by the lack of headlights that they had and how much time that cost them as well.
So, that really does say this is going to be the warning that everyone will look at here. We've got likes of Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal. They've managed to get someone into the car now in the form of Luca Wunsch. Luca Neudek is in the pits for Scherer Blue. Hoverson in the pits as well. Dizdarovic is going to look like he's going to get into the car as and when he can. And we've also got in the pits right now taking service by the looks of things, Sart X MC Detal. So the team right now have jumped into pits in the Honda. And they are looking around at it, and by the looks of things here, are going to be really looking to get out and away and charging here in through the night. Onto the Dottinger Herve we come along once again, and there's still a lot more chasing to be done around here because Nicholas Matteo wants his way back through on Benedek Vida here. 001 plays 150, and Matteo is going to get to the left-hand side and hopefully we'll get the clearance then moving up over the top. Look at it. That's all you can see from that point onwards, and clearance made by Grid and Go.
Yeah, no real fight there. They're just going to switch that position as we had a little twitch under braking for the 001, and yeah, ultimately it's just a case of not fighting it too hard. There's no need to do anything drastic. Keeping your momentum going, trying to help each other go a little bit faster by switching positions. You know, potentially we see a move down into turn number 1 if the Williams team again can't think so faster, but not the case. 001 maintains the position.
For those of you watching on YouTube, you just have had your warning in the conversation chat. Please start making your way over to part 2, where we'll be looking over the coverage that will be starting to take itself into effect not too far away from now. Benedek Vida then still hoping that he can stay with Nicholas Matteo and hope that this is going to be one where he eyes this up as a chance to maybe sit back, maybe understand that, you know, where you'd like to be is quite nice. I want to ask you this question. If you're in the night, would you rather follow someone or be on your own?
I'd rather lead the race and be on my own.
Well, wouldn't everyone want to lead the race? Isn't that the goal of every racer?
That's always the aim. So I guess in that regard, then I'd always like to be by myself.
Yeah, well, absolutely go for it. So I suppose in that sense then, Will, the understanding of being on your own is the ability to set your own pace. Because if you're in a situation like this, how much are you looking at the glare behind if you're Nicholas Matteo?
I think you just got to keep your eyes forward. You're not looking in the mirror. There's no reason to look in the mirror. If you drive off your mirror, then you're going to end up going slower probably. So you're just trying to focus forward, look at what you have on your relative, look at the traffic that you have coming up, if that's going to be problematic, and just try and prepare yourself, take each corner at a time, and, you know, pick out your reference points. You know, just try and drive the track and drive the lap as fast as you possibly can while maintaining a clean and consistent line. It's just about maintaining focus, really, and I think it's a very tolling, you know, it takes your toll on you, this track. It's hectic. There's not many you don't do many laps in a stint, and it's always action packed.
Yeah, and action you can always seem to find, and you get pockets of it where it breaks away, it comes back, it breaks away, it comes back. You have to be very switched on to it. And actually, to that point, as we watch this close battle, I just want to note Blue Mercure for the moment and how they've been really pushing with Vasilios Belletsiotis. Blue Mercure have not fallen away from 2 seconds behind BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 4. So that's been really good to know as we work over to Schwedenkreuz. There's a Porsche trying to stay out of the way then as they try and figure out a way on by. And they have changed at grid and go as well for position. So Guntajdelen has got the pass. That was the Maniti Porsche that they had to get by. The number 9 piloted by the South African Patrick Kessel.
Yeah, so some moves happening in the pack. I don't think it's surprising to see that Belletsiotis is staying so close to the likes of Sebastian Job, ever so slightly losing to the car ahead, which is the 3 of Luke McEwen. Verstappen Sim Racing choosing to do triple stints. They did this in the first hour, the first stint of the race. They're doing this in the second stint of the race. So you can expect to see them switching every 3 hours. That's what they've chosen to be the best. And a few other teams just doing double stints, which is perhaps more traditional. But no need to be doing any weird tyre strategies. Everybody's changing tyres each time by. This battle continues between F1, Williams F1 Team Gaming and Grid and Go. Look to be pretty closely matched, the 150 and the 001.
Yeah, working hard then, down in through the corners and off and away towards Exmuller as the next challenge out there on the lap. And really, Williams F1 Team Gaming were a team that probably 12 months ago, were probably up there to say, we are the best team in sim racing, or had a chance to name that moniker. They got the win in GT3 at Daytona and haven't had anything else to sniff at since.
I think that ultimately, you know, driver rosters ebb and flow. You have drivers leave, drivers come, drivers go. Ultimately, Williams F1 Team Gaming are a very good team. They always have been. They've got a good driver roster. It's a case of having the drivers there at the right time. Ultimately, the likes of Alessandro Bico and others. I think Bico's in this lineup today for one of the Williams cars, and it's just kind of a case of trying to perfect that lineup as much as possible. Sometimes things don't go your way. Sometimes the races, you know, you're not as quick as you expect to be, but they'll come back, I'm sure of it, and they'll have some good races as the year goes on. I have no doubt about that.
God, Nicholas Matteo's really fighting out there, and that is a peek to the inside at the carousel there from Benedek Vida, which is an indication of, I'm quicker than you, please let me go through, please let me find a way to go and make this pass. And ultimately, you are trying to earn every single overtake out there to say, this is what I'm capable of. It's both of them in the BMW, and this is a BMW, by the way, here, in terms of its history. One that released in iRacing before it released out there in the real world, changed for position as Coanda get back through then on grid and go along the Dossinger Herb. But the BMW and GT3 spec absolutely took the data from sim racing and said, let's apply it.
Yep, same with the 992.2. It launched in the sim before it got ran in the